What's up? Hello. Sorry, I'm late. There's no music. There's no time for music. We're just in. Hello. What's up? Hi. If you don't know, I'm going to get... oh my God. If you don't know, I'm going to get right down to it. Hello. My name is Mega. I have been DMing for nearly 10 years and GMing as well, other systems other than D&D. But before this series, I had never seen an actual play. And so here I am. I watched through campaign 1 of Critical Role, Vox Machina, and I talk about what I like, what I don't like from a kind of outsider perspective of someone who had never seen any of these types of shows but had played a lot of D&D. And I try to give also constructive. I try to make new things. If I don't like something, I try to say what I would do instead. And if you don't like my thing, maybe you should stick with Matt's thing. And I'm very into storytelling, so I theorize. I talk about the narrative beats, the character arcs, all of that sort of stuff. So there's a little bit of, I would say, I guess, media analysis in there as well. If that sounds like your sort of thing, stick around. We're on episode 83, The Deceiver's Stand of Critical Role Vox Machina. This is the second half. And I should really script that out at some point. It's a really good idea to say at the start of stream. I don't remember who told me at one point in like a VOD comment. They were like, hey, when I'm watching this in the playlist, sometimes it is hard to keep track of which episode you are on. You should have like a little intro where you talk, do the whole thing. And I'm like, I should have that. Frankly, I should probably like just record an intro and just play that at the start of stream. That would also work. But I haven't done any of that. Welcome. Hello. What's up, G Herka? What's up, Crazy Smith? Mike 30. Mike 30? I think Mike 30 is a new person in chat. Or not. I could be wrong. Don't have the first words on streamer.bot, and it remembers better than me. Hello, Mike 30. Dwaddling Twiddle, Tiny Monkey, Tap Rock, Confused Strawberry. Hello. What's going on? You should make an animated intro. I wish I knew how to animate. That would be cool. Or that I had the capital to pay someone to animate. I would do so many. Maybe I wouldn't. I don't know. But I think I would do a lot of cool things if I had for the channel, if I had the money to. But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I could be. I could see that. But that'd be cool. What's up, Delphi? Animation famously fast and inexpensive. Famously, dude. Famously. Pretty sure Mike has been here before. I'm sorry, Mike 30. That's my bad. With a theme song. I could make my own theme song. That is actually something within my power that I could do. But I cannot animate. Mega. That sounds, is that mega phone man? Wait, okay, there were two things, sort of, I guess, housekeeping-esque. Number one, caught dingoes responding to a lot of stuff last stream, had a very in-depth comment, which I really liked. And Dawdling Twiddle, getting even more brutal with what I was talking about with Raishan. Let me show you. Dawdling Twiddle, different username. Oh, maybe I would recognize the different username more immediately. Dawdling Twiddle, really just laying out a way that Raishan could have been substantially more brutal, and I'm into it. I avoided her doing anything too directly like evil villain-ish. I was picturing primarily ways that she could directly mess with Vox Machina. But I mean, if we want to get collateral damage involved, there's quite a bit that Raishan, a magical spellcasting dragon with a very fast fly speed and teleportation and a breath weapon, there's a lot of shit she could do. That does there's a lot of things she could do to mess with and weaken Vox Machina that would, I think, be an appropriate like narrative or a realistic escalation. The only reason I don't think she will, and honestly, frankly, the reason that I wouldn't as a DM is that we just had Big Dragon Arc. Like, for everything that I have said about Raishan, if I'm a DM, I am looking for any excuse to wrap this up. Somewhat, at least. We had Big Dragon Arc. Yes, Raishan is incredibly different from Thordak, but I do believe what I wrote in that little miniature essay. That, like, Raishan was the real villain of the Chroma Conclave arc, and, like, spiritually, her arc with Vox Machina is kind of over. I think it is reasonable for her to have run and to lead them potentially to this next place. This feels like a decent way to transition. But I'm not... for everything that I said about her being more brutal, what she should do, you might have noticed that and I guess I'm giving a little bit of the takeaway ahead of time, but I was really hesitant the whole time. You know, a lot of it was, man, Matt's in a tough position. Not, I think Matt did something wrong, or I think Matt is doing something wrong. More, oof, I don't know what excuse Matt can use here. Because I'm looking for one if I'm him. I'm trying to address all of the realistic and, you know, the reasonable directions to try and pick a reasonable direction that ends this. Because a lot of the reasonable directions I'm seeing prolong it, and that's not what I want, personally. I feel like a pre-recorded intro for every episode will be way too skippable after the first time. That's fair. I think scripted might be the way to go. Get me a little bit faster, but that's fair. I think it possibly could be pretty skippable. I would be up to it, but it's exam season, so I'll get back to you in 6 to 12 months. I mean, I would love fan created content. I cannot hire anybody, but if you want to make something, I will never say no. That would be amazing. Unrelated, well, mostly, but have you watched Age of Umbra Session 0 yet? No, I believe it comes out tomorrow? Or did they release it earlier than they will be releasing normal episodes? That's a good thing to bring up, though. And I'll parlay this into a separate conversation. Let me see. Calendar, fillable colors? This is on Canva. I meant to look this up ahead of time, and then I got distracted talking in the Discord, which happens to me often. Let's see. I would love... These are all, like, colorable calendar... web calendar fill-in boxes with colors. I might just have to take a screenshot. I'm just going to have to take a screenshot. That's fine. So, this is a calendar template. Let's see here. Boop-a-doop. Okay. So, ignore the fact that this is January. We're just talking about days of the week here, all right? So, we are changing schedules for the first time in a long time. I don't remember the last time I changed the Critical Eyes schedule. Yeah, I know I changed the times at one point, and obviously I've changed the days a few times, but it's been a while. So I want to really walk through this. I put out an announcement in the Discord, and I'll also put it out in a community post as well. But Critical Eyes will now start. So, like, the first episode, what is normally right now on Wednesdays, is going to be on Fridays now. All right, so dark blue. This is Cries. I don't know. 0.0. All right. And then light blue is going to be 0.5. And that will be on Mondays. So this does mean it's a little bit weird. It's a little bit unintuitive. I'll be the first to address it. But it will start on a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, end on a Monday. That is mostly because I had the option to either start on Monday and end it on Friday or do this. If I had started it on a Monday, there would actually be 3 days between the two halves. Doing it like this, there's only 2 days between the two halves. And the other thing that is being added is Age of Umbra. Age of Umbra book club will be on Wednesday. So I also did not want a single Cries ep to be interrupted by Age of Umbra. There are lots of other reasons. I'm just kind of naming the big ones. So the way that Critical Role's schedule works is AOU premieres live on Thursdays. Okay? Then, if you subscribe, I think, to their premium service, you can get the VOD immediately. But if not, then the VOD for AOU comes out on Mondays. So there's also the VOD for AOU on this day. I'm doing my book club on Wednesdays, or I don't remember what someone in the Discord called it, because they did not agree with my description of book club, which is fair. It's kind of a weird way to put it. Episode discussion. We'll call it an episode discussion. I don't know what I'm actually going to call it. But for now, at least for this stream, we'll call it episode discussion. So episode goes live on Thursday from Critical Role. VOD goes live on Monday. And then we will discuss that episode on Wednesday. So it's the maximum amount of time I can possibly give for anyone to watch it, including myself. So this is broadly what the new schedule is going to look like, at least for the duration of Age of Umbra. Possibly, I don't know yet. We will, I talked about the takeaways and a lot of the changes I'm taking with the takeaways. Maybe takeaway on Tuesday. Maybe takeaway video on Tuesday. That would make Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday pretty damn jam-packed for me. So I don't want to commit to that yet. That's tentative. But that's the day I'd like to release the takeaway videos. It might not happen that way. It might release on Wednesday. It might release on Thursday. Not sure. But the timing on all of this is still somewhat subject to change. Right now, at the moment, I still want to do the 2 episodes at staggered times. I really like that. I like having one time that, I like having different times for different time zones. So the Critical Eyes episodes will be staggered in some way. I'm not exactly sure yet what they will be. I might switch the times. I might slightly modify them. I'm not entirely sure yet. Right now, for the time being at least, Fridays are looking like 11:30. So that will be the first half, which is a switch up from what we have now. And then Mondays will be 2:30, so 14:30. And then as of right now, broadly for the majority of my audience, especially for a shorter stream, 1430 covers more, especially in the early hours. In the later hours, 1130, can cover more, or it covers a wider band of people. But 1430 in the early hours is the most available to everyone. So the AOU episode discussion will also be at 1430. Again, subject to change. We'll see. Maybe I won't like it this way. Maybe there's something I'm not predicting about it. I've tried to think through a lot of possibilities when it comes to time and day placement, everything. And I'm not going through all of my logic right here. But broadly, these are the decisions that I came to. I'm very solid on the days of the week, for, again, more reasons than I explained. Very solid on the days of the week. Less solid on the times, but still relatively solid on them. I will need to experience them to possibly change. So, the answer to the original highlight, no, I have not watched it yet. I have not watched it yet. I will be watching it tomorrow, and we will be having an Age of Umbra stream for it on Wednesday. And again, I posted all of that with the exact dates and times in the Discord, in an announcement in the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, I know that's a decent group of people. I will also post that as a community announcement either today or tomorrow. So yeah. Sesh Zero is not on YouTube yet. It will probably be up Monday. Gotcha. If you had a subscription to anything CR, their stream VODs would be available to you as soon as the live ends. That would be weird to pay for a subscription to a channel you can't watch mostly. It would be. A little bit. So that's why I plan personally on trying to catch as much of the live as I can and then shoring up whatever I miss on Mondays. Why is Sunday the first day of the week? Is that just an American thing? Saturday and Friday are called the weekend, Saturday and Sunday. Yeah, it is a little weird. I don't really know why we start the week on Sunday. It's like a setting that you can change in a lot of like calendar applications. At this point, I'm very used to it. So it doesn't really even register to me. But it is kind of weird. I have no real defense of it. Might be a Christian thing. Yeah, not the week border. Yeah, a little bit. It was seen as the first day of the week in most European Christian societies, as far as I know. The change to Monday being first is more recent, I believe. That would make sense. Yeah. Everyone calls Saturday and Sunday the weekend. Oh, absolutely. Yes, yeah. I would totally agree. I think almost every American you would ever ask considers Monday to be the beginning of the week, even though our calendars look like this. I've got no explanation. Is a bookend a physical object? Yeah. It's you've probably seen them and not even like realized them. They're like heavy weights that like keep books up. Yeah. Anyways, how long do you expect your AOU streams to be compared to Cry's? Much shorter, a fraction of the time. At any given Critical Eyes stream, I assume it depends on a lot of factors, but I generally assume that a Critical Eyes stream will be north of 3 hours, and I try to make 8 hours the absolute max. I think the AOU streams, the episode discussions, I think these will probably be closer to 1 to 3. So where these are 3 to 8, depending, I expect the AOUs to be much closer to 1 to 3. Because we're not going to be watching any of AOU during the episode discussions. I'm going to be giving like a tiny little recap, teeny tiny, Probably on the length of like a takeaway, because the entire stream will basically be a takeaway, a discussion of the takeaway. So I'll be doing a tiny little recap, just like a couple paragraphs, or maybe like 1-2 paragraphs. And then the entire rest of the episode discussion will just be us talking about the episode. I believe in my propensity for yapping. If I didn't know myself so well and I was just looking at this concept, like if I was looking at this concept for someone else that I didn't know as well, I would actually estimate closer to like 0.5 to like 1.5. But given me, I would about double that. I would about double that, just on a base assumption. We'll see. I could be very wrong. I have done a book club style thing before. So I have a vague understanding about how it'll go. But I've never done it. I've only done it for an actual book, not for a media project like this. So we will see. We will see. But that's about my expectation. That's my expectation, at least. Is Cries on hiatus this week for AOU? Sorry, I just got here. No. So we are finishing 83.5 today. And then I guess it depends on how you look at it. Basically we won't start the next episode on Wednesday. We will be starting the next episode 2 days later on Friday. So less of a hiatus, more of a 2-day delay, essentially. And then the 0.5 will come even sooner, because right now the Cries episodes are separated by 3 days, and they will be now separated by 2. Yeah. I remember them saying stuff like, "Oh, this class in domain is just like character." I do. So some people in the spoilers chat, or not in the spoilers chat, in the Discord, have mentioned that. So my plan for session 0 specifically is to give the VOD a second to breathe on Monday. So tomorrow. And kind of wait for other people to potentially watch it. And maybe they will find the time code. If not, I will just be ready to fast forward. In general, for AOU, I mean, this is a bit of a discussion in the Discord of like spoilers. People were relatively confident that AOU will not have a lot of spoilers. For broad Critical Role, that like session 0 was probably going to be the most full of spoilers, and it wasn't that full. So I'm going to try to get some warnings for session 0, but for the rest of the episodes, I'm going to be watching them live, or at least I'm going to watch a lot of it live. So there's going to be basically no method for any like audience member to watch it before me for future episodes. But for session 0 specifically, I'll probably be able to avoid them. Yeah. Can people send you time codes for parts of AOU if there are spoilers for C1 layer campaigns? Probably people with Beacon. Like I said, yeah. Which I know you probably were typing this before I just said that. But I'm going to be watching it live. So it's tough. I do. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, I get it. there's the delay. But yeah, it's tough. And I do wanna like say that, like, speaking of how DMs and players train each other, I know that I have trained and like cultivated a community that cares about spoilers and cares about looking out for spoilers for me, which I incredibly appreciate. I really like that is like the prevailing opinion and like the way that people go with it. But normally it's, it's relatively high up in my like priorities most of the time. It gets trumped by some things, but not by many. For AOU, it's just gonna be it's not feasible for me to care too much about it. It had to get lowered in the hierarchy. I thought of a lot of ways to possibly try and address it, but any solution I could think of to avoiding spoilers would put a lot of extra work on me and other people that I'm not paying, that are not employees of mine. And it would constrain production even more. It would introduce, bottlenecks. It would introduce potential points of failure. And I thought overall the juice probably wouldn't be worth the squeeze. So it's tough. Because I do care about spoilers, and I especially, I care that other people care. But this is a situation where it had to kind of get lowered on the priority hierarchy, which sucks, but it is the way that it is. It'll probably be the same way for if whatever Critical Role decides to do after Age of Umbra, which I could see Age of Umbra being somewhat of a litmus test for them on like how interested people are in like, Daggerheart. Whatever they decide to do for Campaign 4 or Exandria Unlimited or it's another mini series, I'll have to make, bespoke decisions. I'll have to make decisions when the time comes, but I'm going to be looking for reasons to not watch the next thing they put out, essentially. If they put out an Exandria Unlimited that is directly giving me, lore and experiences in Exandria, I probably won't watch that one. Probably. But if it's in a different setting, a different world, what have you, if it is in Exandria in the far-flung future to the point where it couldn't have any bearing on the past, I might even do something. I might watch that. Yeah. And spoilers are going to happen with that because the Critical Role people are not robots. They're going to make references back. I'm just going to have to try to let them slide out of my brain. But it's just what it is, unfortunately. If you're not paying that close of attention, it might go over your head. That is what I try to do in general. That's what I try to do in general. Because, I'm on the internet. My algorithm is at least somewhat TTRPG related. I see the occasional thing occasionally. And I try to just immediately let it slide out of my brain. It's not that hard, frankly, for me. But me and Paige were just playing a game the other day in which we accidentally flipped over a clue, and Paige just couldn't get it out of her brain, and I immediately forgot what it was.
It was insane. I was literally like, yeah, I totally didn't remember that was there. And I look at Jack and he's like, what? What's happening?
Sometimes ADHD can be a little useful. Sometimes letting thoughts just slip out of your brain can be nice. Oh, I have a recommendation for chat. One moment. Chair stream. Chair stream. Chair stream. Chair stream. It's the chair stream. It's a chair stream. Oh, it's a chair stream. The initiative. This is a board game. I heavily recommend it. Me and Paige were looking at it in a board game store, in a local game store in Chicago, and I thought it looked really boring, just to be very frank and honest. And Paige convinced me to get it. I don't want to tell you anything about it. For anyone who knows, I guess if you know, you know. I hate that phrase, but in this case, it's applicable. I can't tell you anything about this game for the same reason that people can't tell you anything about Outer Wilds. And this game was mind-blowing to me in a similar fashion to Outer Wilds. Me and Paige played this for probably 10 hours yesterday? Yeah. We played this for about 10 hours yesterday. After stream, we're gonna play it more. It has a campaign. It has a campaign, I should say. Yeah, it's not just a board game. It also has a campaign that the board game is a part of. And I can't tell you anything else about it. It's cooperative, I guess. That's something I could easily say. Yeah, it's a cooperative game. Everyone wins and loses together. There's no like hidden roles. It's not competitive in any way. But it's incredible. It's incredible. It's one of the most unique board games I've played in a long time. And it's maybe the board game that I've seen that makes the best use of board games as a medium. Like, you couldn't do this digitally. It just like wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't make sense. So, heavily recommend, especially for like couples that like playing board games together. It's been an amazing time. Yeah, big recommend. Any thoughts on Midst? Midst, Liam and Marisha join it later on. I don't know what Midst is, so no thoughts on it. No thoughts on it because I don't know what it is. If it's another actual play sort of experience, no current thoughts on any other actual plays, but I think I'm not committing to this at all, but I will admit that one of my thoughts with Age of Umbra and this new schedule is that if Age of Umbra goes well, I might be able to incorporate another day of actual play discussion every week. I probably will not be able to do it in the same way as Critical Eyes, obviously. But if an episode discussion type format works for Age of Umbra, it could possibly work for other shows. So yeah. There's like a weird echo. Where's that coming from? That's weird. Anyways, I have chores to do in Mega's Live. No! Who's Jack? That's Megaphone Man. Ah! So not Mafia or Secret Hitler? No. This is a show that on CR that has nothing to do with Exandria. Well, on CR, it was created by an entirely different creative team. Yeah, maybe. After right now, 3 priorities are Vox, Age of Umbra, Fantasy High. Which, oh man, I feel so bad for the Fantasy High people. I keep mentioning it, and it keeps almost coming out, but it's so fucking long, dude. And it's my fault. And everything about episode 5, from how long it's taken to what it actually is all my fault. And pray for Eden if that's your sort of thing, because it's a tough one. I hope that 6 and 7 will be better. But those are my 3 priorities. Once I finish one and or multiple of those, I will look at what to do next. With the only exception being when I finish Vox Machina, I will just be looking at and planning campaign 2. A podcast under CR banner by a third person. Gotcha. It's a systemless game. Oh, a systemless game. Oh, Okay. In case this makes you more interested, midst episodes are really short, around 20 minutes. I could be interested in something like that. Especially, I've thought about this with Fantasy High. I think Fantasy High is possibly too long and too dense to do it in the format I tried to do it, unless I pre-record the entire season before I release anything. The main lesson I have learned with Fantasy High is that it was very dumb of me to think that I could consistently and reliably like record each one as I release it. That, and like I had reasons that I wanted to do it that way, but that is not feasible with a show like Fantasy High, and that's my fault. And I have thought about just changing the entire format midway through to try and accommodate that, but I want to kind of see it through. We're making adjustments, but yeah. So all that said, other actual plays definitely on the horizon, but I don't have any specifics yet. I think I get it. The origin of your username. If I'm right, that's a nice pun. The origin of my username or Bad Wolf, or someone else. Me. It's my name is not much of a pun. My name is just what it is. Let's see. All right. Possible alternative stopping points. Megaphone Man. Oh, Megaphone Man is not a pun. It is purely a reference to the loudness of my voice. Which is, it's difficult to convey over over the internet. If I ever do like a meet and greet or a meetup at like Gen Con or something, those people will understand more. I'm just a loud boy. Kinda everything I do is loud. The way that I walk, the way that I talk, the way that I dress way more muted on stream than I do when I'm actually going out. I dress very loud. Yeah. That's the origin. The origin is actually the original name was Slightly Louder Than Necessary Man, but that didn't fit as a good online tag. So it got changed to Megaphone Man. They said that if you have an idea for a show, you should make several episodes first before showing it to an audience. Yeah. Yup. And I had, man, and it's like, I know that in general, I had reasons for wanting to do it progressively, because of other ideals that I have, but it was a mistake. It was a mistake, and I don't know if I should just ride out that mistake or if it bears changing. I don't know yet. Is he getting ready to start CR? We're getting close. How do you think this battle ends specifically, given the way it's been going? Not just who wins, but how they get there too. Dude, it's hard. I don't know. Because one second. I gotta find a sound dampener. Give me a moment. The fucking echo is insane right now. I don't know why. I have these like sound absorbing hexagons, but I need to hang them on the wall. Actually, you can see some of them behind me, but I need to hang them on the wall that I face, and I just haven't. But I can kind of balance them on top of my monitors, and that kind of serves the same purpose. Okay, hopefully that'll like break up the area that it would echo in. It worked instantly. Fuck yeah, we're in. All right. So how do I think this battle ends specifically? Yeah, I don't know. I think the way, if I was Matt, the way I would be trying to end it is in a very hard fought fight that does end with Raishan dead. And I am looking for excuses to play Raishan well and challengingly and deadly, but also not have her escape. And that's tough. That's really tough in this case. I think because with the main reason being that our primary TPK, or not TPK, counterspeller is down. Allura is not down yet, but she's almost down. And no one else really has the capability to prevent Raishan from escaping. So that's really tough. So it's like, I don't know. I don't know, because the conclusion of this is so in Matt's control. And that's one of the really tough parts about it, is this is so, the conclusion of this fight is so dependent on how Raishan acts and her strategy. Like, her already killing Scanlan is a huge win for her. Like, she's net positive right now. She's net positive. So her leaving right now, that's a win for her, loss for VM. Now, to be sure, she loses Thordak's body, and theoretically the dragon eggs. Although they already killed the dragon eggs, so it probably doesn't matter. So she loses Thordak's body, and if that is important to her, then maybe there's something. And I that is the best explanation I currently have for why she would stick around. But clearly, she's capable of teleporting Thordak's body. So, I don't know. This is a combat, I think, that is kind of purely decided. Not the entire resolution, but the broad strokes of the resolution are firmly in Matt's hands right now, because the enemy has a fuckload of health, relatively. You know, Raishan, I know, is soul cursed, but still has more health than like Delilah Briarwood, right? The enemy has a fuckload of health and can teleport. Those two factors make this very solidly within Matt's control as to how this fight goes. And I think I would be able to predict more of it if I knew more about Raishan. Like, Raishan has been pretty straight up. She wants to cure her soul curse, but we don't know how she wants to do that, how she can do that, what she knows of how she can do it, what her theories are. Like, we know so little about the process of curing a soul curse that it's impossible for me to predict what her priorities are right now, other than stay alive. And if her priorities are only stay alive, take Scanlan's body, teleport out of there now. Like next turn now. If that is actually your only priority. But clearly it's not. Clearly there's something else going on. Because if her singular priority was stay alive, she would be fucking somewhere else. She would not be in this location right now. And the moment that Vox showed up and they declare the blood feud they declare that they're feuding, she would have teleported away while still invisible. If that was purely her only priority. So clearly there's something more. I just don't know what it is. So it's tough. I don't know. I truly feel like I cannot even start to guess. What if Matt just TPK'd VM right now? That would be crazy for the rest of the episodes in this playlist. That'd be wild. That'd be a crazy end to the legend. Yeah. They roll up new characters. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Anyways, let's start CR. Let's get it going. And we'll see what happens. I'll probably have an updated theory, I would say, after the next 2 or 3 turns. Once I see how Raishan reacts to killing Scanlan, I think that will give me a better idea. Yeah. It's definitely tough not having a reason really for Raishan not to just leave. Yeah. And it's tough from my perspective. I can easily assume that she has one. Easily. I can very easily understand that she has a reason not to leave. I just can't know what it is, TPKs are not the end, but a chance for a new beginning. I think this is true. I think this is more true at a home table. I agree with you. I think they're a really good chance for really interesting storytelling that you can't get in other media. Other media really rarely will have the entire party die at not a critical climax moment and then continue the story on. Sometimes a lot of people will die, or the main characters will die in the critical climax moment, and it's a subversion where they go to a new place and the real story starts, or they'll die at the very beginning or whatever. A TPK not during, say, the Thordak fight. A TPK after that, during this weird falling rising action segment, is not something that is typical of other mediums. It's a very awkward place for that sort of major plot disruption. But I think it is one of the cool parts about TTRPGs, legitimately. I think it is a cool part of that. But I think it would go over less well and seem less cool in an actual play, because an actual play is straddling the line between TTRPG storytelling and more traditional, produced kind of television storylines. And they're similar enough to really work, but they're not exactly the same. And I think that this works better from the TTRPG perspective. Hurry up and get to episode 85. Will do. Will do. Let's start it.
Let's turn Grog, you're up.
Oh, that's quiet.
Yeah. The dragon moved.
Scanlan dead.
Scanlan dead.
Yep.
Did I detect which direction El Dragon flew in?
Roll a perception check.
Yeah, sure. 3.
You're not entirely certain. You just saw something kind of through the air in this vicinity.
I also, because it's been so relevant to this fight, I need to check out greater invisibility. Because that is absolute. If Raishan's not using greater invisibility, she's cheating. So what's greater? Anything or a creature you touch becomes invisible. Anything the target is wearing and carrying is invisible. It's concentration. I do wonder. Do we think that Matt is rolling concentration checks? Do we think that Matt's rolling concentration checks? Because I get it. I totally get it, G Herka. I mentioned it last stream of like there's sound associated with it. You don't need to roll perception checks. He has been, if I can recall. Okay. That's good then. That's good. He has to, otherwise Raishan will stay like this forever. Oh, I agree. He has been. We heard him say it. Okay, good. And using LR sometimes. Gotcha. Okay. That all said, this is a situation. Raishan's invisibility here specifically. Number one, it's a good example of why a spell casting dragon is not just it's not just like adding a dragon and a spellcaster together. The spellcasting augments the abilities of the dragon substantially. And also, and the aspects of the dragon augment the spellcasting really substantially. Because like there's a really good example here of like, actually this may be the best example I can give for why Raishan is so much more substantially powerful than just the power of a dragon and the power of a spellcaster. This is a really good example. Not only her legendary resistance, which someone already mentioned, him using an LR on one of the Constitution saving throws, but a dragon's Constitution is 25, dude. She has a +7 to con. She has a +14 to con saving throws. Her ability to maintain concentration is nearly unparalleled. What's a lich? Actually, before I get too far down this, because the other day I looked up a lich and I kind of had to eat some words. A lich is rocking a +3. To be fair, pretty good saving throw, but still, that's 4 less than the Ancient Green Dragon. 4? The difference of like a +4 on Constitution, on concentration saving throws, massive. Absolutely huge. So it's, I think this is maybe one of the best examples, is thinking about her maintaining greater invisibility. She has so much more of a chance to maintain her invisibility than a lich would. I don't even know if a lich has invisibility. It doesn't really matter for the purposes of this. It doesn't. But she is so radically more able to maintain invisibility than the lich is. She also has a 21 to AC. That's assuming Matt didn't buff it at all. Compared to the lich's 17. I mean, in terms of her saving throws, she is so much better than a lich. In terms of her armor class, so much better than a lich. Like, she is truly... It is a more than the sum of her parts sort of situation. And we're about to go to ads.
Ads incoming. Take cover.
Take cover. I think Raishan's AC is 22. There you go. Whether it is or not, it's because of how all of these numbers work in D&D. The difference between like a +14 and a +10 is way more substantial than you might otherwise think. You know what I'm saying? And same thing with AC, because of bounded accuracy. Like the fact that when you're rolling to attack or you're rolling to save, D&D's not like a dice pool game. You're not trying to like build up these big numbers. You're rolling on a D20. Sometimes you have like a D4 from Bless. And then beyond that, it's just riders. And there's very limited ways you can get riders. So every single additional point has an out What's up? Hello. Dawdling Twill, did you ever work out Raishan's CR? No. I started to, and then I realized what a daunting task it was, especially since I don't have the exact stat block. And I decided that the juice was probably not worth the squeeze. So I stopped. Maybe someday. Be interesting. And if anyone in the Discord wanted to, obviously I would be very interested in commenting on it. But for me personally, and like honestly, I don't think it's probably worth it for anyone to do unless you are separately interested and have the time. But yeah, it not worth the squeeze, unfortunately. The hard part with an intelligent enemy spellcaster is you should never be able to kill them if they have access to like 6 or greater spells. That is the tough part. It's still possible, but you have to, and it's one of the reasons that I keep going back to like Raishan's motivations, is because the classic way to defeat an enemy more powerful than you is to play on their priorities and or their flaws. Basically their personality. Which is why I say that this is so in the hands of Matt. This fight is so in the hands of Matt, is because she's an incredibly powerful spellcaster, debatably more powerful than any other spellcaster with her spellcasting capabilities. And that is very hard to kill if it wants to stay alive. So you have to play on its priorities, and I don't really feel like I know her priorities or her flaws well enough. I agree now at this point that she is pretty arrogant. I don't really know how you play on that as Vox Machina, so far at least. Especially, like, I don't know how you play on that to weaken her enough. I can see some small ways, but not enough. You know. Also, 14 con save means that they need to do 30 damage in one round to attempt her to fail. The base 10 auto succeeds. Yep. Yes, it does. Which, like, 30 damage, not that hard. It's not that hard. But it is, like, very possible that they don't get there. It's very possible that, like, someone like Grog doesn't get there. Yeah. I just realized what the opposite of undead is. Unalive. I feel dirty just saying that. The opposite of undead is fun dead. Anyways, let's get into it. But yeah, I don't know what Matt does here. I'm hopeful that Matt sees a way through this that I don't, but I won't blame him if I how do I say it? I don't think I'll blame him very harshly for however this goes. We'll have to see, but I think he's in a tough spot.
Just gonna throw a hammer in that direction.
Okay.
In there.
Roll with disadvantage.
Yep. Can I make it reckless?
Sure.
One roll? Does that zero out the disadvantage? Okay.
She's a higher AC because she's heavily obscured.
Right. 27.
27? 27 just hits. Oh! You got lucky and just flung it out in the middle of nowhere because of the AC bonus of being heavily obscured. So yeah, go ahead and roll damage.
Nice. That's good. Now you get a better idea of where she is. Yeah, do I keep track of where it hit her?
Yeah, we also watch the hammer impact somewhere, and you watch it somewhere.
Oh, wait. Okay, this is another thing I was going to say. Speaking of her invisibility and G-Herka mentioning that, like, invisibility is not undetectability. This is why. I've said it before. One of the main things that I have on my GM screen in any system I've ever played, if it has conditions like invisible or poisoned or exhausted or whatever, if it has anything like that, and you know, with D&D especially it does, those are so difficult for me to remember. I don't know. I mean, I know why, because they all do relatively similar shit, but just different enough to matter. And if you look at something like greater invisibility and you just run invisibility intuitively, greater invisibility is broken as hell. It should not be level 4. But if you run greater invisibility with how invisibility, the condition is described, greater invisibility makes a lot more sense. So, I don't necessarily blame Matt for kind of running invisibility incorrectly, because I think he's running it pretty intuitively. And I don't blame him for not in. Number one, he might not even know that invisibility is a condition. He might just take it as like soft natural language that is up for the DM to decide what invisible even means. I think that's a reasonable assumption from a DM. So I do not blame him for running it not raw. But my heavy recommendation, unless you can remember what all of the conditions do off the top of your head, throw it on the GM screen. There's not that many. They fit pretty easily. And that is one of the main things that I have used on my GM screen is conditions. Because I never remember them. And they do come up more than you might predict. Especially as you get into higher levels. Lower levels, a lot less. But higher levels, conditions start showing up a lot. So I heavily recommend it. It came with inserts you can put in that include status conditions for both 5e and Pathfinder 2e. Love it. Love it. I think if I look at, I don't know where my old physical screen is, but, oh yeah, it's right there. I think the main thing on this is probably conditions, if I had to guess. There, yup, the entire left panel is just conditions. And then there's combat summary, different damage types, step-by-step combat, saving throws, and then player reference, boss monster, and then a white page where I could like dry, and then this is all like covered in stuff that I could dry erase. So, one out of the 4 that is not just a combat explanation. Basically, the only, I would say, real rules reference on this is conditions. And I loved that screen. I haven't used it in a long time. That's the same one you have? Hell yeah, that's a good screen. That's a good screen. I really liked that screen for the fact that you could dry erase it. The dry erase, huge. Huge. But Anyways. He just said Raishan gets an AC bonus for being obscured. Fog doesn't count as cover, right? No, it doesn't. I don't think so anyways. I could be wrong. I said no, it doesn't very confidently. I could be wrong. Cover might involve non-physical. Walls, trees, creatures, and other obstacles. Never mind. Nope, it wouldn't count. This is this is a great example of why I don't blame Matt for just running invisibility intuitively. Because to my knowledge, off the top of the dome knowledge, I think it's very possible that there is a rule that I am unaware of. But to my off the top of my head knowledge, I don't think there is a rule for what you might think of as visibility cover. So a cover, a type of cover that makes it harder for you to be seen, but not harder to be actually hit. I don't think there is a broad rule for that. I believe it is on a per instance of that basis. So I would bet you that something like Fog Cloud has a specific bespoke rule for what that does. Point of fog. It is heavily obscured. Okay, heavily obscured sounds like a keyword to me. If I'm looking at this, I'm probably looking for heavily obscured. The environment, heavily obscured area. Vision and light. Never mind, there are rules. Heavily obscured area. Blocks vision entirely. A creature effectively suffers from the blinded condition when trying to see something in that area. Okay. So, visual cover gives the person attacking the blinded condition. What does blinded do? See conditions. A blinded creature can't see and automatically fails any ability check that requires sights. Attack rolls against the creature have advantage. The creature's attack roll have disadvantage. So it's disadvantage, not an AC buff. Yeah. I mean, it's this stuff is all very complicated. I truly, there have been several rules things that I've been like, hey, Matt should probably know that, frankly. I don't blame Matt for not knowing this stuff and for just running what seems intuitive based on the rules he does now. Because these sorts of conditions and environmental effects, they're difficult. Sometimes you just got to make calls in the moment. But the calls that Matt is happening to make heavily benefit Raishan. Heavily benefit Raishan, unfortunately. Which, maybe to play devil's advocate on what I just said, after the first combat with Raishan, you probably should have really reviewed a lot of these sorts of rules. Now, the fog cloud, that didn't really come up in hers. So, maybe I can very much see him not having looked up obscured because that wasn't relevant the last combat. He probably will after this. Or maybe he won't. I don't know. How would it matter that Raishan is obscured? She's invisible. Yeah, man. Yeah. And I mean, if we're being real, it just wouldn't. Because both of them give it disadvantage on creatures trying to attack the invisible creature and the obscured creature. So in this instance, the rules actually all complement each other in a as long as you know all of them. Like, invisibility gives disadvantage on attacking. Heavily obscured gives disadvantage on attacking. Disadvantage doesn't count, or disadvantage doesn't stack. So it just has disadvantage if it has both invisible and heavily obscured. So it shouldn't matter. And if you are running the rules as written, it doesn't. Oh, D&D. Oh, D&D, when it makes sense, but is weird and not intuitive. Yeah. Did he say obscured? I was trying to work it out, and I thought he might have said haste. He said obscured. He definitely said obscured. But I believe someone just said that Keyleth burned away the cloud, which they're definitely right. She definitely did. So that's tough. It's the cover. He's running it as if it's cover, but it's also just not. It's not cover. You know. Yeah. It'd be hard pressed to believe Matt would give his players this bonus to AC if they all decided to use fog for themselves. I also would be hard pressed for that. And this is, I will say, I didn't say this at all last session when I was talking about brutality and when I was talking about, NPCs fighting and all of that and like the weirdness that can result there. When you get more brutal, I think these have a similar effect in this way. Running more NPCs and running more brutal, more hardcore, more, fatal enemies and encounters does mean you need to know the rules better. It's unfortunate. But when you are running encounters with inherently higher stakes, the getting the rules right starts mattering more. Because if the encounter is already on like a razor's edge, if you get a rule wrong that leans in the direction of the enemy, that is going, the amount of bad that feels gets magnified substantially by the stakes. Getting a rule wrong as a DM feels worse to players when the stakes are higher, right? Because they will feel like, oh, I took the necessary preparations. This would have been really close, but we might have been able to do it if the DM had gotten the rule right. So that's another risk towards running incredibly powerful enemies. Lots of NPCs on the allied side. Like, all of these things start making getting the rules really right all the more important. Because if you're running an encounter that is already not having it overtuned or overbalanced in one way that you didn't necessarily anticipate, that starts becoming more and more important. Unfortunately. I will say unfortunately. The only way it doesn't is if it's all with the stakes. So I'm saying brutality and fatality as a stand-in for raised stakes. But that's not necessarily accurate. I want to caveat that. You can run very brutal, very fatal games that don't have as high of stakes, right? Where the character deaths matter less. And either you have a conceit that auto-revives people, or people are just bringing extra characters, and there's a conceit to work in these extra characters. Again, very Tomb of Horrors style. So it's not necessarily brutality that scales this. It is the stakes of the encounter, the stakes of the combat. When the stakes are raised, getting all the rules right matters more. And if we want to go even, I'm not going to go too far into a side tangent on this. I think this is also one of the reasons that higher level D&D is run a lot less often. Because it is harder to balance. The scales naturally raise because the threats that the PCs are fighting naturally start becoming bigger and broader and affecting more people. The stakes of fighting a world-ending purple worm compared to a local gang leader, at level 20 versus level 4, those are incredibly different stakes. And so it is more, it is, there is less risk to DMing. There is less, when you get something wrong at level 5, it has less of a negative impact than if you get something wrong at level 20. But on the inverse side, there are so many more things to get wrong at level 20. There are so many more things you have to worry about as a DM, as a player, everyone. There are so just the magnitude or the amount of things that you can get wrong is so much higher at the higher levels. So I'll put it out there. This is one of my many theories as to why people prefer lower levels. Is because in the game that D&D is, which often magnifies small advantages on either side, getting small things wrong like that feels a lot better at lower levels. Yeah. Anyways. He might have been referring to just the invisibility. Maybe, but then that would be... He's already having them roll perceptions to see if they can even find Raishan in the first place, which, you know... Whatever. Raishan must be hidden by something for Grog, and Matt add the AC to her from invisibility. Or, I mean, that's possible. It also could be a Pathfinder thing. Also could be a 3.5 E thing. Also could just be that he forgot that the fog was gone. You know? But if you get something wrong at level 4 and a character dies, they stay dead, unlike at higher levels. That is true. That is true. And I think that, you know, somewhat mitigates the effect, but also kind of magnifies it. I think it's kind of a net neutral, because as if you die at a higher level and immediately get revived, it lowers the stakes of any given fight until the TPK. and it's interesting because it is an interesting caveat onto it, because I agree with you. I agree. I think the TPK feels like monumentally worse, maybe at the higher levels, but at the lower levels, an individual death does matter. But it also depends on how available resurrection is in general. Like, if at higher levels your party doesn't have, say, a cleric. If you don't have a cleric that knows resurrection magic, or a druid, what have you, then it feels the same. At lower or higher levels, it's only dependent on the level of magic in your setting. If it's higher or lower magic, if you can just walk into the temple and pay a fee to get resurrected. But I don't know if I want to go down the whole tangent. I think this is a good rebuttal / caveat to what I was saying about the level differences. But I think it's too deep to go into, because it also, like, the effect that resurrection has on the stakes of an encounter and how an encounter feels is very interesting and complicated. Because I don't think that just losing it's interesting. Just losing an encounter feels a base level of bad, and then how badly you lose that encounter, I think, scales in an interesting way. I don't know how much it scales, and it depends on a lot of factors. Too deep of a side tangent. Interesting rebuttal. That's fair, and something I'll have to think about more. Or a bard, or a ranger, or a paladin, or some class of Stork and wizard. I mean, look, I'll say, I've never had a party that knew or could cast resurrection magic. But also, I play with people that are similar to me in their views of resurrection magic, and we're all pretty down on it. We all think that it kind of has some negative effects on the story, so we all generally avoid it. So that colors my opinion on how available it is, I'll admit.
Right up here.
Great.
Like right above you.
23.
23 damage?
23 damage.
Okay. Yeah, makes him a hint concentration. Hammer's back.
Can I be thrilled that I hit something that I didn't see and smash the Titan Stone Knuckles together to enlarge?
Sure. With that, your hammer grows in size as well.
Can I try and throw the hammer again
You can.
at the same general area? One roll. Unless I know where she is now. But
I mean, you still disadvantage the attacks, but you're going reckless this whole round, so they're all just straight hits.
that's a 1, so I'm no.
On both? With reckless?
But I thought I couldn't see her, so it was disadvantage, reckless advantage. I just
Oh, right, yeah. So just, yeah, the one just misses past.
Third row.
Break some of the rock and stone off the wall.
That's better. 31.
That hits.
Okay. 7, 18, 26 plus 4 for enlarged. 25. 25 damage.
25 damage.
Yeah, freaking out. It's good.
She fails her last saving throw. Or fails her concentration. No, she wants to maintain that spell. So that's her last legendary resistance. But she maintains concentration on the invisibility. So that was
25, I think. 26.
No, yeah. All right. Cecily, your turn, Grog?
Yes, it is.
Okay, you move if you like. So you just threw. That's all you did.
All right. Yeah, I'm going to move in the direction that she flew.
Poof, something hits your head as you get about right there.
I get angry again.
All right, that ends your turn, Grog. At the
It is also, man, this is another one that I don't know that I want to go too deep in a tangent on. Feel free to discuss in chat. I've made a video about my feelings about legendary resistance and concentration. The summary, or the log line of which is, I get why they're in the game. It enables very high flash spells. And these are like band-aid solutions to those high flash spells. They are, I think both of them are not that egregious. But this of using legendary resistance to prolong your concentration, I'm not going to call it egregious, but it is... How do I say it? I think it is it's a pretty substantial embodiment of why I don't like either of the mechanics individually. Because concentration is already kind of weird, and the fact that things just happen, like invisibility just happens and it goes off and you just get the benefit immediately, that's a little weird. And the like degrading benefit of keeping that up is sort of strange. But that is even more weird and strange, and it really powers up a spell when you can take most of the risk out of concentration. Most of the risk of concentration is that if it breaks in the first turn or two, you normally are not getting enough value out of it to justify the spell slot. If you only get invisibility for a singular turn, that's not really worth it. So you're trying to maintain it for at least 2 or 3 turns. But the fact that LR can take all of the risk out of that it really highlights what concentration is doing. Like it highlights what concentration is doing. Like and it highlights what LR is doing. Concentration is balanced and designed around that level of risk. LR is designed around subverting risk for enemies. And when you combine the two of those, you allow an enemy to be incredibly powerful. And I think that's why there are not many enemies with both LR and spellcasting. There are a few. I know the Lich definitely has it. But the Lich also has a 17 AC and like less health than the Barbarian. So it's not, that's, kind of its only thing. Yeah. I actually think LR for concentration is fine because you can burn through it faster. There are some fights where they die before using all LR. Yeah, I'm not even necessarily talking about like strategy, the strategy of it. I am talking about how I think they highlight the worst parts of each other. Like the feels bad or the designs bad risk of concentration is if you just get lucky and happen to gamble your way into a shitload of value. Because the longer you hold open a concentration spell, you're getting progressively more and more value out of it. And that value turns in your favor pretty quick. The risk of LR is that it is used on things that don't matter, right? That is the risk of LR. That's like the downside, the balancing lever of LR, is that the players are constantly trying to figure out, and that's like the thing that people like about LR, or at least the people that do like it. It is the game of, it's like the little mini game of like, okay, I want to use something that forces out their LR, but that I don't care about getting LR'd. Like, that is kind of the spellcaster's game with it. But LR used on concentration removes that risk and that game. Now, LR can be used on something that the spellcaster knows they want, knows is high value, because they're the ones that chose it. So it removes the risk of legendary resistance, which is that you use it on something that is not important or not impactful. When you can use it to maintain concentration, you know that that's important. You know that that's impactful. So using them together just kind of removes the downside or the risk of both and leaves you with pure, unadulterated value. So it's kind of weird. It's uncommon. I mean, spellcasting in general is a little bit uncommon. And I've never seen them interact like this, and it solidifies a lot of my opinions on it. Yeah. Sure, but using LR to maintain puts you at much greater risk of boss getting hit with a shutdown spell. It does. But she doesn't have to worry about a shutdown spell if she's invisible. It's just a matter of time before the invis drops. Yeah. I mean, it's again, it's not necessarily even about the strategy of it. It's about the risk of it. That's all I'm saying. Is that Raishan can guaranteed get earlier value. And even to put it into a context of why I think that this is important and not necessarily like an even trade, because that's kind of what that's a bit of what I'm getting from these, like, you burn through it quicker comments, is that the interpretation here is that it's an even trade. Of, yes, she's getting, guaranteed value essentially out of LR, or higher value out of LR, but because she's burning through it quicker, you're getting to the point as a PC where you can use shutdown spells quicker. And so that's a worthwhile or maybe like strategic trade. I think the thing that I would sort of rebut with is for something like invisibility. The more turns that she is invisible at the start of the combat, she is getting such a huge lead And getting a lead, especially in a D&D combat like this, is a huge benefit. Because as players start to go down, a la Scanlan, you start to use your actions to heal people. You start to use your actions to revive people. And especially in a single adversary versus lots of allies combat, the more you can waste their time, the more advantage you get. Because Raishan doesn't have to worry about protecting any allies on her side at all. You know, she just has to worry about herself. So the more she can basically take up Vox Machina's actions with having to heal and protect and revive each other, the better her situation is. It's like this compounding effect. So, and I mean, all the better if she can knock out one of them in the process. So she is using the LR in a very low risk way. Even if, yes, it gets them to their big moneymaker spells quicker, they might be in such a bad situation that the moneymaker spells don't matter. Case in point, Scanlan not using his 8th level spell slot during their original fight with Raishan. You know, when we were looking at that and talking about like if it was a bad or good decision for him to have saved that, people were like, well, you know, his like last 3 turns, he basically didn't have the option to spend the 8th level spell slot, which is true. So if you can get guaranteed high value out of your LR early and use it to maintain a concentration spell that is higher value the longer you maintain it, that has this effect of getting you more of a lead sooner and putting them in a position where they are now not able to use those really high kind of ticket spells. You can get them into the position where it doesn't matter that Scanlan still has his 8th level spell that now can't be legendary resisted. He's dead. It doesn't matter that that none of his that all of his spells will go straight through. He's dead. So it ends up not mattering. So that's why I think it's not necessarily a net even trade. I do agree that there's an aspect to it of like burning out the legendary resistances quicker does have an amount of benefit, but I don't think it's an even trade essentially. A lich is basically a glass cannon with an ego. Yeah. I think Matt might agree with Mega here about LR. Speculation about Matt agreeing with me? I love it. He knows he's got the balancing a bit off, so he's using LR quickly and potentially not optimally. I wouldn't call it unoptimally. I think maintaining legendary or invisibility here, I don't know if I'd call that unoptimal when it allowed her to get rid of the main counterspeller of the group. But maybe. I recommend looking at LR more as RP than game theory. Creatures with LR are story relevant, whereas those without it are not. I think that's a more positive and generous way to look at it. But I mean, you certainly can look at it that way. But that doesn't remove the fact that it still does have gameplay ramifications. You know what I'm saying? Like, I hear what you're saying of, like, the ones that are story relevant have LR, and that's, like, a way to represent their toughness and all of this. And it does have, you know, I think some decent narrative implications. But the way that it's designed definitely still matters. You could have a similar mechanic that is just designed differently. They let you burn it. The trade is in the adversary's favor. The trade is always in the adversary's favor. Although I don't want to say it never feels good. It doesn't feel good for me personally. But I've definitely heard that there are people that do like it. To a point, but if she gets Hold Monster Hypnotic Pattern trapped by a wall of force, they get turns where she can do nothing. Maybe, if they're alive at that point. That's kind of what I'm saying. That's kind of what I'm saying. Is like she is getting a huge advantage towards the beginning that has allowed her to now kill Scanlan. If Allura only has a couple of HP left, which I think she's starting to run low, then it will have been, incredibly worth it. Nothing much except Grog attacking her. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff to talk about here at the beginning. What I'm essentially, I guess what I'm claiming is that for an individual encounter, having more power earlier is more beneficial. And she is getting more power and more value earlier than they are. Yes, she is accelerating the point to which they will get their powerful things, but she's getting more of the power sooner than they are. Is essentially what I'm claiming. And if she's smart about it, then she'll take out the people that would have been a threat should she run out of LR. Like Scanlan, like Allura, next Marisha. Everyone else is fine. So that's essentially. And again, I think I would point back to the first Raishan combat for an example of why I think this. Towards the end, like the last 3 turns of that combat, they are having to waste so many actions just healing each other. Even though she ran out of legendary resistances and they could have Wall of Forster, they could have held Monster her, they could have done all these things. But they couldn't because they were too busy dying.
Yeah, at the end of your turn,
Not a word. Not a word. Shit.
All right. Okay.
it's going to go ahead and. It's too close now.
She's right.
Yeah, we're done.
I'm sorry. Did we mention that this is also doing damage? I'm so glad you got that joke.
Yeah. Subtle damage. Back in the day.
Kinder, gentler world.
I know. I wish I could use that ability yet. Instead is going to. Everyone's kind of moving around her.
I mean, yeah.
I give money for a popcorn grenade right now.
Okay, you know what? It's going to spend.
Popcorn grenade.
It's going to use 2 legendary actions to do a wing attack.
2 legendary actions.
So the wings start beating furiously in the air. I need Vax, Kima, Grog, and Vex to make a dexterity saving throw.
-2, because yeah, we're nice. But advantage.
Oh, wow. Allura action needed.
Oh, Vex. Inspiration.
Doesn't matter.
What?
Yeah.
Here's a shitty roll. All right, so
27.
27. So you take no damage. Vex, 1. You take 13 points of bludgeoning damage and you're knocked prone.
Are you still alive?
I'm still alive, you guys! Still standing! Still standing!
Allura succeeds and takes no damage. Grog, would you roll?
17.
17. Grog, you also no, you take 13 points of bludgeoning damage and you're knocked prone.
Did you say to make
Yes.
21 points of damage?
13.
Oh, that's it. 13.
Yep. And the dragon moves half its flying speed.
Is it close?
It just kind of moves away at the
Do I get an
shot.
attack opportunity?
The people who are not prone, yes. So Vax, you can make attack opportunity with disadvantage.
Okay. I'm gonna use 1 luck.
Okay.
What does that mean if I use luck? Disadvantage.
Your Valve Immunity gives you advantage, though, doesn't it?
Second?
Your Valve Immunity.
It's right, it does.
Yeah.
So it cancels out. So the first one, but I'm still using the luck. So the first one was a 6. The second one was a 31.
31 hits?
Yeah.
Hit him.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 psychic damage. 10, 15, 17, 18, 19, 21, 25.
25 points of damage.
She just says, one more.
Jesus, stars.
Kill all the other guys.
Yeah, maintains concentration. And pulls away.
Do I get an attack opportunity?
No.
Okay, so she
But I'll move past you.
She has not moved past me.
Nope. All right. That ends that turn. Kerr, you're up.
Yeah, I've got to be hearing that over on that
Yeah, you're
side.
doing all the impacts of slashing of battle on this side.
Okay. Wait, 30 move. I can dash, right?
You can, yeah, as an action, so you can do twice your movement.
Oh, so it's a movement, and then I burn my action to do another
Correct,
movement. How far over does 30 get me there? 10,
30 would be
20.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 would just get around the corner here.
Can I get 25 and I don't know if she's invisible. So I go, dragon's coming around the corner. I want to hang at the corner and then effectively wait to attack.
So you hold your action in case something shows up that you can hit.
Yep. Well, actually, I'm going to be around this corner waiting for it to come into
Right there?
this.
Okay.
Gosh, I think. I think that's all I got.
Okay. All right, that ends Kerr's turn. Let's see here. Kima sees you doing this and is going to go ahead and back you up. Over there. Sorry, Percy.
Now.
Spider Climb makes you so easy to knock over. Kima, on her turn, is going to use Aura of Vitality again on herself. And utilizing that as a bonus action is going to heal you for 2d6, Kerr. So, not bad. 11 hit points. Alrighty, that ends Kima's turn. Allura, who is barely conscious with 15 hit points, is going to get conscious, is going to get to her feet. Perception check. Natural 20.
He knows what's up.
Laura's Bay.
And is going to, no, not 3rd level, she's going to go ahead and cast a 5th level Dispel Magic.
Yeah.
Which would, it's just dispelled. And with that, finally revealed on the field.
And she's just like covered in blood. She's just so beat up. Yeah, she's barely hanging on.
She's looking pretty rough.
She's got a single tear coming from her eye. Oh god, she's like right there.
Ha! Look out, Percy.
Oh god. Oh, just, you get the idea.
I get the idea.
Further over. Just peers right in front of your face, Percival.
Just her butt.
And then Allura, using the rest of her movement, is going to here, and then actually Misty Step over here next to Keyleth to get out of the area. Keyleth, I have to finish this.
Okay.
That's when Allura's turn. Pike is up.
Pike. Okay.
Is she still unconscious?
No, she's up. She's gonna stand up, and if she uses her sprinter's boots, can she run over to Scanlan and cast Revivify?
Would
Would she be able to get to him?
She would just get to his
Okay,
side, yes.
then she's gonna cast Revivify on Scanlan.
All right. So go ahead and roll a d20 and add her wisdom modifier.
Do you also have a inspiration still?
Pike didn't have.
No,
it.
Pike.
You
that's
died twice, and
Pike-
the DC is 12.
So
Plus her wisdom. Whatever you roll, plus the wisdom.
Yes, 20 plus 5.
No, you know.
9? Okay.
What?
So the Revivify fails, reaches out,
God
even if it doesn't hit.
damn it!
You're still dead. You're not like permanently dead, but you cannot be revived for the remainder of this battle. You can only be used Ritual Return, and the DC does go up to a 13 going forward.
Okay.
So
Ritual of Return?
Yes, it's the last hit.
Okay. So let me just confirm that. So Revivify fails. You're still dead. You're not permanently dead. You cannot be revived for the remainder of this battle. Okay. You know, Matt's Revivify rules, or sorry, not Revivify, Resurrection rules. I've talked about them quite a bit, especially past few sessions. They're maybe what I would call like a skosh soft, you know, compared to what I might do. But compared to Raw, and especially if you broadly like resurrection magic, but just want it to be a little bit more contained, I really like Matt's rules as a very approachable way to limit resurrection. You know, like kind of restrict it down from Raw without making it too different, right? I like it. Again, I would personally go a little bit further, but if you're not interested in going further, you just want that little bit extra, I think it's good. Like it, you know, in general, I like the scaling DC. Scaling DC, great. I think it makes a lot of sense, as every time you are resurrected, there's a consequence. It is harder to resurrect you the next time. Totally. And then for a in the moment thing, I really like the idea of you tried to get up, it failed, you can't attempt it again. That is a lot of rules precedence in D&D of like, it's normally kind of on the opposite side of you succeed a saving throw, you don't have to make the saving throw again for the rest, you know, for like 24 hours or whatever. So that idea of, you know, succeeding or failing, and then the save or the roll not being repeatable again has a ton of precedent in D&D, and I love that. I love working in homebrew rules that have, or that are similar to other existing rules, because I think it helps with the intuitiveness of it, and it helps people remember it. So I really, really like that for Revivify specifically. I like it. I really, really like it. Again, I would go maybe slightly further personally, but that is purely for personal taste. In terms of what I think would work at the majority of tables, I think Matt's is way closer to what will work at the average table than what I would do, which I think would work at less average tables. I think this is awesome. I think it's really, really cool. This is the first time that Revivify hasn't worked. Yeah. I like the ruling compared to Raw while keeping it usable. Absolutely. I totally agree. I think one of the best things about Matt's ruling is it doesn't require you to it allows everything to still work at least once. You can still do Revivify in combat, which is a thing that D&D was built around. Or at least, not built around, but it was one of the factors that they considered when designing and balancing the system. And when designing and balancing that spell specifically. So it maintains that. You're not just saying no Revivify in combat, which is directly counter to Raw. You're just placing, Matt is just placing a new restriction on a spell. He's basically just like adding a line to the spell's description. And that sort of like low impact change, I think it's accomplishing a lot, and it's very little to remember, and it is very low impact for how much it is, or not low impact, I shouldn't say. That's the wrong way to say it. It's a very small change. It has a very small magnitude of change compared to the magnitude of impact. I think this is really, I was talking earlier about like calculating Raishan's CR is like, the juice isn't worth the squeeze. This juice, super worth the squeeze. This is a really nice, like the degree of change is really small for how much benefit you're getting. I like it. The ritual allows players to participate in the character's resurrection, which is a double-edged sword. Yeah, the resurrection ritual, I have, maybe some quibbles with, but I think I've talked through those before. And the thing that I really love about it is the idea of it getting harder every time. I love that. Love it. Yeah. It's about as soft as putting a problem in front of the players and letting them choose their approach, assessing roll difficulty for the checks as usual. Yeah. Revivify is under 1 minute, right? It had to have been raised dead. Keyleth rushed her to a temple. I don't know. Anyways. Yeah. I would recommend, if you are not running any sort of resurrection modification, at this point, I feel incredibly comfortable saying I would implement Matt's at any table. There may be some tables that don't fuck with it. But it's something that I would suggest if I was going and running an adventuring league game. That's maybe a bad example because I can't introduce homebrew into that. If I'm running a paid game for like, what is it? Not Kickstart RPG, or not RPG drive-through. Start playing games, I think. Whatever. There's a website where you can like hire a DM essentially to like run a session for you. If I was doing a session on that, I would recommend it to any group of players, any DM. And again, there might be some groups that don't fuck with it. I think those are going to be the exceptions. And there might be some that want more. I think I'm in that group. But again, I think broadly, this is going to be a positive change for most tables. I like it. I like it a lot.
Okay.
Currently you get Pike touches and releases the energy of the spell into Scanlan's body, and you feel the necrotic essence of this necromancer's sanctum. The very dark nature of this place is preventing the connection between the spirit and the body of Scanlan at the moment. The spell having no effect. Pike still has a bonus action if she'd like.
She's gonna throw a Sacred Flame at Raishan.
Okay.
And that's at 17th level, that's what she's at now,
Sacred
right?
Flame is an action?
It is.
Needs to be a bonus action, unfortunately.
Balls. Great. Tight. Can she do like a heal
You
at
can do a healing word.
Healing word. Tight. She's gonna do that on herself then.
Level 2?
Sure.
All right, so 2d4 plus 5.
11.
11. Alrighty, so that heals her up.
Ads incoming, take cover.
Ads are incoming. Ads are incoming. Gotta be careful with flavor like that. VM might get the idea that Revivify cannot possibly work here. It depends. I think you do have to be... I agree with the sentiment that you have to be careful about that kind of flavor. But I think as long as it is clear to the players, it's fine to introduce flavor like that. With how much they have talked about the resurrection ritual and the resurrection mechanics, et cetera, to me, it's relatively clear that it's not a this location place thing or this location specific thing. I could be wrong about that. If I am wrong about that, it's an interesting effect for this location, but I like it more as a general rule. So I guess, positives and negatives. But to me, this... What's up? We're back. And to Dawdling Twiddle's point, it does seem like there was some difference of opinion amongst chatters as to if that was location specific or general. So, fair point. Seems like something that definitely could get misunderstood in either direction. A good example of need to know with your players if how they will interpret that sort of thing and potentially make it even more clear of like, this is a general thing or this is a location specific thing, sort of separated from the flavor. Because I think the flavor's cool no matter what. But yeah. This thing clarity is sometimes key. Definitely. I think clarity is definitely key sometimes. Definitely stepping out of the going above the table even more with it. I've recommended it quite often on this show of like going above the table more than Matt does. I get why he doesn't. You know, it's a difference of a show versus a home game. But I think a lot of tables would benefit from going above the table for certain comments or conversations more often than Critical Role does. Even though the reason that they don't is very understandable.
Can just get close enough to stick one on her.
I'm gonna get stupid. So.
I know, same.
All right, then it's Pike's turn. Keyleth, you're up.
Well, things have gotten simpler.
Okay. Hearing Alora's words and seeing Scanlan down, can I get a movement to where I can get over here
Over.
and see her? Keep going, keep going.
You can see her there.
I can see her there?
Yes.
I'm assuming she's within 150 feet of me?
Yes.
This is kind of like a Hail Mary, you guys. Oh, Jesus, fuck. All right, I'm going to cast my 1/8 level spell, and I'm going to attempt to feeble mind her.
She's used up all her legendary saves.
Exactly. Exactly.
Alrighty, and it is a intelligence saving throw.
Yes, which she's really good at. But we could get lucky.
Yep.
Now let's see. Before this throw, I'm curious. Because it is very fair with how much I talked about legendary saves and legendary resistance and the saving throws and all that. Ancient Green Dragon versus Lich. Because makes total sense to me that the Green Dragon would have a much, much higher constitution compared to the Lich. But I could see the Lich possibly having more intelligence. Intelligence +5, intelligence saving throw +12. Ancient Green Dragon, intelligence +5. No intelligence saving throw. Interesting. Okay. Oh my god, it has 4 saving throw proficiencies. Damn, that's wild. The dragon stat block is so much beefier, but it is weaker in this one case. In this case, comparing, the main other spellcaster, an intelligence saving throw is a place to target a green dragon spellcaster specifically. The other ones they don't have are strength, but they have a +8 in strength, Jesus. And what's the other one? Intelligence. Oh, yeah. It's just strength and intelligence because they have 4. Jeez. Oh, man. Delilah used that spell against Tiberius. Didn't Raishan use it against Allura? I believe so, yeah. Which, I mean, this would be huge if she can get it off. And this will be this is the example of why legendary resistances are in the game, and different NPC did on her. Oh, that's right. It was not Raishan. It was someone else. But burning legend LR on invisibility does have this downside. I think as it works, if we're looking at the averages, I think this works out for Raishan, but this is definitely a gamble that can be taken. Oh, what does Feeble Mind do? Because my spider senses are tingling that this might work. My spidey senses are tingling. Int and charisma scores become 1. They can't cast spells at the end of every 30 days. So there's basically no coming back from this. If she fails it, they just win. This is the risk. I think if I was a betting man, I think this is probably a reasonable risk, but I'm not a betting man, and this is probably going to be a good example of why. I can just feel it. I can feel it emanating from the screen, and frankly, emanating from chats, from chat insisting that burning through legendary resistances is an important factor.
4 plus 4. Roll a 4. She has an intelligence modifier of 4 and is not one of her saving throws.
Shut up!
Her intelligence charisma become 1. Cannot cast spells. Cannot activate magical items.
She's just dumb.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my
That
god!
really happened? Did that work?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's permanent, right?
No.
It's
30
it's-
days?
She can keep
it's-
saving from it.
Yeah, at the end of every 30 days, she can repeat
30
saving.
days.
Oh my god!
The druid fell off the chair!
Holy fuck! That looks painful.
Oh, Marisha, what a beautiful moment! Get it!
We still got some
So
problems.
as you reach out, you watch as the tendrils of nature's energy begin to spill out of the cracks of the vicinity.
And I
as,
just say, Melora, come on, girl. Come on, Melora.
you watch as Raishan kind of chuckles. One of the tendrils slashes out and wraps around the throat. And as they wrap and begin to strengthen around the neck, pouring into the cracks of the flesh where the disease currently holds her throat, her brow begins to sink, the jaw hangs open, and slobber begins to drip from her lower jaw. As Raishan, as opposed to speaking, now gets to a guttural.
Poetic justice, motherfucker.
Still got a dragon. Still got a dragon.
Yeah, but she's
I
stupid.
love this dragon.
She can still attack. She's like, Grog, get her down. That's all I can scream.
Yup. Look, arguably, she could still be run as having a survival instinct and running, but with an intelligence of 1, even if she still has that high whiz, and she can't cast her teleportation spells, substantially harder for her to get away. And this is the reason. At the end of the day, no matter what I ever say about LR, I would never recommend getting rid of it. It is entirely necessary for these sorts of spells. Now, do I like that these sorts of spells exist? That Feeble Mind is locked behind a single save? I don't love that design, but it is that is subjective. That is subjective. People can like that. It's very flashy. It's very fun. It's big moments, and they win. I don't really like one spell that wins an entire fight, but that is D&D. That's D&D. I'm not gonna complain about her doing it or what or it happening. That's what it is. Oh man. If you notice, Mercer's save is +4, which means she who prides herself in intelligence is stupider than the standard ancient green dragon. True. Accurate. Yeah. Remember an hour ago when you were thinking about Matt needing a reason to not have Raishan just leave? Yup. I mean, this solves it. This solves the encounter. Every issue that existed is suddenly gone. I don't like that from a, kind of storytelling perspective, but it solved all the problems. So I don't know, whatever. Yeah. Marisha Falling RC, it's an 8th level. You can change reality with spells of that level. I know. I don't like that. I feel like you're not understanding the thing that I don't like. It's not that I don't dislike specifically Feeble Mind. I don't even dislike the concept of a spell that has the effect of Feeble Mind. I don't like that it is one action and one save. Those are the things I don't like about those manner of spells. That's it. But again, I'm not going to complain about a character using them. That's D&D, baby. That's D&D. All the insta-disable with one roll spell should work like sleep, where you have to roll over a target's HP. that's a way to address it. I've said before, higher casting times. Like, I'd be fine if Feeble Mind had no save, like it just worked, but it took 3 turns of casting, during which you had to concentrate and spend your action to cast it. I'd love that. I think that'd be great. I would be super duper down with the enemy does not get to roll a saving throw, but it has a longer casting time. But that requires an entire rework of all of the magic in the entire game. You have to get both enough to use it unless you're starting a high level campaign. Yeah. That +4, no way she's more stupid than the standard. Yeah. And it was solved by a player too. I mean, this is, for as much as I am kind of dumping on the concept of Feeble Mind, I am relieved if I am Matt. Oh my God. This is one of the best things that could have ever happened to me. Because you can tell by my mindset, I could spend 2 hours defending Raishan's choice to spend her legendary resistance on maintaining concentration. I can defend that till the sun comes down. I think that's an incredibly intelligent decision. So I would be protected from from any, accusations of fudging. I'm not making the villain fight more stupidly, less brutally. I'm killing a player, whatever. And then a player takes all of the responsibility away from me. Oh my God. Just all of the tension out of my shoulders when this works. Oh my God. I'm not touching that D20. If they want to see the die, I'm lifting up whoo, boy, that's incredible. That's incredible. Because Vox rinses Raishan here. Vox rinses her, dude. It's not even a contest anymore. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Yeah. One of the best moments in C1. I mean, it's probably like how people feel about the counterspell. Like, people have told me, like, when I've expressed my counterspell opinions, they've been like, just wait until you see Scanlan do a cool counterspell. And then I see him do a cool counterspell, I'm like, meh, it's a counterspell. Whatever. Like, it's tough for me to be like, this is an awesome moment, because it's like hitting a jackpot on a slot machine. Like, it's hard for me to call it a cool, fun moment, because it is great. It's awesome. Just like hitting a jackpot on a slot machine is awesome. But there's very little creativity or wit or cleverness. It is just, you had a big spell and it worked. I don't know. That's not that engaging to me personally, which is like, that's not narratively compelling to me. But if I'm Matt, I'm cheering. I am cheering to the skies that it happened here. Yeah. Absolutely great moment for Keela, taking Raishan's most prized possession and most powerful weapon, her mind. True. No saves and takes 3 turns seems bananas to me. One person would be expected to do that every fight as soon as the spell is available. Maybe. I don't know. I am not highlighting a specific literal change. It's like, oh yeah, 3 turns, no saves. That is the exact change I would want to make. I am highlighting a general path I would want to go down of, I think that longer casting times and no legendary resistance would be more interesting. For me, personally. I would find that a more engaging system where casters can be powerful, can be incredibly powerful, but the risk is in them casting the spell, not in whether or not the spell that is cast works. I'm not into gambling. I'll be real with you. I don't find gambling engaging. It's also why I'm a low roll DM. The idea of gambling is not interesting to me in any way. So the more we can move it into strategy and clever play and out of gambling, the more interested I am. So that's why I'm talking about no save and longer casting times, is because those are, I mean, you're saying like, oh, one person would be expected to do that every fight. Keyleth would be pretty expected to cast Feeble Mind in this fight every time. Like that, I don't know that changes it that much, you know? I think introducing spells taking multiple turns is interesting, but it shouldn't be no save. I guess that's where we disagree. I find the save to be the bad part. But also legendary resistance. Where is it? Raishan is still a fucking great big dragon with big claws. She's still dangerous. She's still dangerous, but she's not dangerous to, like, you know. She might still kill one of them, but they are guaranteed going to win now. It's just how much damage they take in the process. You don't like crit fails or hits either? I could take them or leave them, personally. I don't, I think them just being auto hits and auto misses is fine. I think it models a level of randomness. And like, you know, the dice are there for a reason. I think there should be some amount of randomness. Spellcasting and spell saves just have so much randomness. Like, I'm fine with there being randomness in a free action that I take on a turn, you know, like a cantrip or something like that. But when it starts getting into, I have to spend resources, like real life gambling, I have to spend money on the randomness, on the gambling, that's where I drop out. Free gambling, sure. It just takes my time, absolutely. I have to spend money? No. that's where I nope out of it. And in this analogy, spell slots are money. What's not narratively compelling about having a big spell and it working successfully? So, okay, there you go. Yeah. The compelling narrative comes from it being Keyleth to land the spell. Oh, to be clear, I think it is more narrative. I think this moment is narratively compelling. I get it. It's just not that the mechanics of how she did this are not interesting to me in the slightest. Like the fact that it is the Feeble Mind spell, I don't find the Feeble Mind spell to be compelling at all. But yes, Keyleth being the one to cast it is absolutely a more compelling situation than like Allura. Absolutely. No legendary resistance is quite different than no saves. Yeah, I'm pretty on board with both. Maybe less saves. That'd be nice. I don't like gambling either, which is why none of my characters have taken Feeble Mind. There you go. Yeah. If I were to script this fight, having Keyleth Feeble Mind Raishan is a wonderful way for this fight to start to come to a conclusion. I agree. To be totally clear, this is me just complaining. The complaint that I have here is about D&D as a system, not about this moment within an actual play. This moment within an actual play, amazing. My shoulders are light as a feather. If I'm Matt here, this is one of the best ways this fight could have possibly concluded. You know what? Hey, I don't think CR is scripted. But this is one of the times where it's like, yeah, man, if I was writing a script, this is one of the best ways to do it. Yeah. Spells like Hold Person and Dominate Monster also work like that. Do you also avoid them? Yes. Yep. Next question. Yeah, I do. It was a question for Sarah. Oh, ow, no. I'm not as against Save or Soak as Mega, it sounds like, but I'm wary at level 6+. I actually very much agree with that sentiment. I get warier as the levels progress. Yeah. Having multiple turns to cast a spell is interesting, but I do think it raises questions like, can the spell be interrupted? How easy is it? And if you can, why wouldn't all the NPCs always interrupt? That's where I think that that's where I imagine strategy and cleverness coming into it is the spellcaster is casting their spell, and the other members of the troop have to work to protect them as they cast said spell. So that the NPCs would interrupt. That is absolutely how it goes in my head. Is the NPCs watch the wizard fucking swirling the magical essences around them, and is like, oh fuck, what the hell is happening with that shit? And they go over and try to interrupt it. I think you could just use the existing concentration mechanic for that. I think concentration would work. I mean, I shouldn't even say you can. That is currently how it works. If a spell has a longer casting time than one action, you use concentration to see if that spell is interruptible. So this already, I guess to be clear, this already happens in D&D. It's just that people don't normally cast a spell with a casting time of 1 minute in a situation where they could be interrupted because that would be 10 rounds of combat. That's ludicrous. But if someone were to interrupt a spell with a 1 minute casting time, it uses the concentration mechanic. And yeah, absolutely. That would be the point, is to... Now it is a game of, if you want to get off this really powerful spell, like you have less powerful spells that are instant, you throw them out with one action. You have more powerful spells once you and your allies are in a good position that then cast, over multiple turns. But yeah. I do feel like the feeling of desperation, Hail Mary gambling, all or nothing spells sometimes. I fully recognize that people are into that. I am personally not. But that's a total personal thing. Yeah. How much gambling is hold person synaptic static disintegrate? I mean, when I talk about gambling, when I'm saying that gambling, I'm talking about a saver suck that takes a spell slot. Anything that makes you pay a resource and uses a save or suck or an attack roll. That's all. They're all different levels of gambling. The question is more how much. Like, I wouldn't consider something like invisibility, like normal constant, like something that just works. And then, well, I guess concentration is kind of gambling. I don't know. It's a little weird, but I'm being a little bit hyperbolic when I call it gambling. So much of D&D, so much of dice, we're rolling dice. But I would just like to reduce it within spellcasting. I think that the main lock off between super powerful spells and less powerful spells should not necessarily be level. I do think that spells should get more powerful as you go up in level, but even within a level, I would like to see more of a diversity in power with less powerful spells within a static level being instant action sort of spells, and some spells being spells that take multiple turns to cast, and some spells still being Save or Suck. Like, I wouldn't want to remove Save or Suck for the entire game. Like I said, people love gambling. People love Save or Suck spells. I'm totally down for that. I just wish that there were, there was more variance within power on a level, and some were, more instant risk with your resource. Some take more time investment. Some are just not very powerful, but are instant and just work. I'd like to see, because D&D is very most spells at a given level are meant, with probably with the notable exception of Fireball, most spells at most levels are meant to be roughly as powerful as each other in a given circumstance. So like an 8th level social encounter type spell is meant to be roughly equivalent to another 8th level social encounter type spell in the amount of impact it can have on that encounter. I would like to see more diversity in that, with spells that require more investment or more resources or less resources, but have varying powers. That'd be that'd be where I would go with it, or that'd be what I would like to see with it. Are there any spells that take 2 to 3 turns, or do they jump from instant to 1 minute? I believe instant to 1 minute. I could be wrong about that. There could be like a 30-second spell somewhere, but I kind of doubt it. I think everything is bonus action, action, minute, 10-minute, hour. I think 4 hours, 8 hours, 24 hours, multiple days. I think that is the increment step up. I could be off on that, though. Yeah. It's Psychic Fireball. I think it's a shame they never tried anything with 2 to 3 turn spells. I agree. Yeah, and I think, sometimes when I say these sorts of things, I think I maybe get a little bit hyperbolic with it. Yeah, I just like to see more variety with it. Yeah. Some spells have the duration of 1 round. They do get they get much more variable and funky with durations as opposed to casting times. That's true. That's definitely true. The durations are much more variable on spells, but casting times, I believe, are on a pretty static ladder. They're like 1 to 2 things. And I probably wouldn't want to go above a 3-turn spell. I think when you get above a 3-turn spell, you're getting into the realm of you probably can't make it powerful enough to be worth casting. 3 is already a bit of an investment. But I think 2 to 3 turns is probably as much as you could do. I would even be interested in a class that had that sort of thing. So if you want to empower, like say a sorcerer, instead of spending meta magic points to enhance spells, if you have to concentrate on them longer before casting, that could be cool. Yeah. I just like less of the super duper powerful effects to hinge on one save. I would like them to be possibly more guaranteed, but hinge not as often. The issue with 2 to 3 turn casts is that they would not go off most combats or 2 to 4 turns total, so the whole system would need to be rebuilt. Oh, yes. The whole system would need to be rebuilt. Every time I talk about like LR, I have to or concentration, I have to caveat it with, I understand that the entire system would need to be rebuilt. I understand they would have to look at every single part of the spellcasting system to make any change to LR. But I do think that if super powerful effects like Feeble Mind were hidden behind this, like that could be something a little bit more interesting. Because, yeah, I don't know. To me, Meteor Storm and Feeble Mind are not really on the same level of usefulness. I think I would be fine with Meteor Storm. I mean, they are obviously more or less useful in different situations. Don't caveat me immediately. But broadly, when you're fighting like single adversaries, which is oftentimes, we refer to the BBEG, the Feeble Mind can totally end an encounter. Sometimes Meteor Storm can do the same thing, but I think less often. Yeah, I'd like for those sorts of like reality altering effects to maybe take a little bit of investment. I think it's maybe a little bit weird that you can just snap your fingers and it might happen. It would all, because it's all, it's like saying that they would never go off. I think it depends. I think it depends. And especially, if you're a spellcaster and that's the only thing you do on your turn is just try to cast this spell, then D&D combat's going faster and what have you. I'm always up for more unique subclasses. Oh, me too. Anyways, that's a big long tangent, but great CR moment. Highlights a part of D&D that I don't love. I don't love feeble mind type spells.
Even before my mind is blown.
Okay, so at the end of your turn?
And then panicking.
Just have a bonus action, right?
I do.
And technically 10 more feet of movement.
I'm going to go back towards Allura.
Fuck, all these spells. Cannot use them now.
Yay. That's right, Matt. That's right.
Okay, I'm gonna go
It's karma for trying to kill her when she's not here.
towards Allura and heal the fuck out of myself.
Kill one of our gnomes.
I'm gonna do Jesus, I can't speak. I'm gonna do a 3rd level cure wounds on myself.
Can only do up to 2nd level because you cast.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm going to do.
It's a healing
Oh
word.
right, and that's not.
Bonus
It's a bonus action.
Dude, that's so funny. That's so funny. Matt just said, I have all of these spells that I can't cast. And then Travis goes, yeah, you killed one of our gnomes. And then he goes, I didn't do it, the dragon did. Matt, you just spoke in the first person. What do you mean? Oh, it's just funny to me. It's funny to me, the dichotomy between, like, he's in the kayfabe, and then they say something within the kayfabe, and he just ejects. He's like, whoa, I didn't do that. Which I get. It's very funny to watch.
I'm sorry. I will do a 2nd level healing word.
All right, 2d4 plus 6.
Wow.
That means the top Vax, you're up.
I'm just gonna unload on it.
Except for at the end of your turn, actually, it's going to go ahead and use a legendary action to do a tail attack against you, Percy.
Do I get a reaction against that?
A reaction?
I can't react to her attack. Okay, she's just gonna do a legendary attack against me.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, all right, that is 23 to hit.
Oh, that hits.
Okay.
Keyleth is at 28 hit points.
You take 6, 13, 21 points of bludgeoning damage.
21.
All right, now, what are you doing, Vax?
I'm unloading dagger, at advantage on all of it. And can I do, I've got 2 spells left, so can I do smite and smite? Because it just says on melee attacks, it doesn't say how many around or anything. I don't know, I'm trying
Yeah,
to
no, on each attack you can smite.
Alright, so first attack is, hits, it's a 30, it's 32. Second,
With a melee weapon attack.
okay.
So you have to be up next to her.
Well then let's just say I whisper onto her neck.
Okay.
Whispering sweet nothings.
So
Feeble little mind.
You adore feeble light.
Called hickey.
so that's the first attack, and that gets smite. Second attack is a 16, well, not a 16, it's a 27.
That hits.
Okay, I'm just gonna do dagger, actually.
Okay.
And the first attack,
Well, neither of these are sharpshooters because they're melee.
that's right. I didn't ask for that. That's 1 is 9, plus the psychic damage makes it 12, plus smite is 12, 17,
Oh, does it?
22,
That's so distracting.
plus the sneakies. Yes, yes! 24, 27, 30, 35, 41, 47, 53 is the first attack.
53 points of damage.
Come on, come on.
And then the second attack is also getting, okay, so 1. Just 1, okay, plus 5, and 8. Alright, and I'm going to use my bonus action to disengage and just leap away from her and just tumble crash.
He's in the kayfabe? This is relevant. I've talked about it before, but I will really quickly. I'll at least spell it for you. Kayfabe, kayfabe. It is a professional wrestling term, which is very similar to suspension of disbelief, basically. But it is basically the like idea of everyone participating in an activity suspends their disbelief in order for the activity to be more fun. So when I talk about like Critical Role being in kayfabe or whatever, I am referring to how Matt and the players often pretend that they are pitted against each other and that they don't want the same ultimate goal. I think they do it a lot more than I've seen at my tables or in real life, where Matt will act like legitimately disappointed that his monsters do not do well, even though I am sure that he is fine with it, or at least more fine than he is presenting. You know, he kind of acts up a little bit the disappointment and like being on the monster side and, oh, you pesky players. That's what I'm kind of referring to when I refer to kayfabe.
The ground.
Okay. So
Does she still have an attack of opportunity against disengagement? Or did that
no, disengage doesn't have to.
Okay.
You make an acrobatics check, though.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the whole point. Well, I'm just curious because I'm having to have a problem in a moment. That's all.
I also kind of got
25.
25, you land on both feet without an issue.
I got really excited and forgot to roll the damage that Feeble Mind does, which is 4d6 psychic damage.
Oh. You did.
I just got really excited that it worked. I'm sorry.
You're gonna have a big old bump
Roll
on the back
46.
of your
Go
head.
for it.
Okay, it'll be fine. The adrenaline, I don't feel it right now. 46.
4d6.
And I have 60 of movement, so leaping off and rolling, does that use it all up, or can I move against the wall? Just keep going after I get away from her?
Get there.
Thanks. Second roll.
9.
Technically, wasn't she flanked too?
13 points of
I
psychic
did
No,
damage.
because you're how much?
13.
13. All right.
I got Paladin Eyes on this one.
Alrighty. That ends your turn. All right. At the end of your turn, choose your last legendary action to attack Percy once more. That is a 27 to hit.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
I'm the only thing within
15
reach.
plus 8 is 23 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
How are you?
You're
I'm
fine.
Okay.
Okay. Oh yeah, 'cause he's in the hundreds.
23 points. 61 right now. I'm at 60. Not wonderful, but you know.
Perfect poetic moment.
Alrighty. Vex, you're up.
Okay. Using disengage, can you run past them with disengage?
Yeah, since you disengage, you go into combat, and then you can leave combat without getting an attack opportunity on you.
Okay, but I'm already in range of her.
You are just outside of her range, technically.
Oh really?
Yeah, her reach. Actually, with the tail? No, but she's up in the air. I'll say you're just out of the range of the tail.
Okay. How far away, if I ran past her, would I be able to get? If I ran to the other side of her?
You can get just to the side of Kerr.
Okay, then I'm just gonna back up.
Okay. So half your movement there to get up from prone, so you can move 15 more. So you have 3 more squares you can move.
I'm just gonna back up into that ding ding ding.
there?
Yeah, and then I'm gonna shoot her.
Go for it.
Yeah, I already used poison.
Feeble 9.
Okay. 17.
17 does not hit. Nope. Or the arrow hits and it just splinters across the outside of her body.
Oh my god. I'm just doomed today. 18.
18. The second arrow does manage to strike the side of the shoulder, and then the arrowhead actually breaks against the dragon's hide and scales. That's going to be your turn. You still have a bonus
Well-
action if you want to do something else.
I'm gonna use. No, because I didn't use disengage.
Didn't use
Okay,
it.
that's okay. I'll use my bonus action. Fuck it. To do grasping vine. It's a bonus action.
Alrighty. From where? To
From the ground, I'm gonna try to grab Raishan and pull her to the
down.
ground.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So grasping vine here. That's going to be a dexterity saving throw. That is a 5 plus 9. That's 14. What is your spell DC?
15.
All right. So
Do I get an attack opportunity on this one?
no, so Raishan is pulled to the ground there.
Damn it.
Like a dog who just peed on the carpet.
All right.
So you stay down, bitch! And I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Go see while she's going.
In character.
Alrighty.
Just out of curiosity, I see there's, from here I can see there's plexiglass around there. How close is that, like the edge of her character to me?
Right now she's about 10 feet from you.
Okay.
All right. That brings us to Percy's turn.
Weird question.
Yes.
Am I still in striking distance? Am I still, if I tried to disengage?
Why did it mute? What the hell just happened? Oh, it's because I sent the message twice, so it got confused. I was still sending it to Twitch. I meant to just run check playback speed, just to remind people that the command exists, which will automatically show you the playback speed that we're at without me pausing. But I do not use the exclamation point commands all that often, so I was like, "Oh, this will be great. I'll show it." And then I fucked it up because I'm still connected to Twitch. Awkward.
I'm gonna run around. I'm gonna hit her with my sword. I'm putting the gun away, pulling out the sword, and just taking some.
Alrighty.
shots.
Dragon Slayer, right? Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Let's see. There's the first one definitely missed, which is a 19 to
19 misses, unfortunately.
22.
22 just hits.
Okay.
Okay.
22, and the other one is a 28. So I got two
Yeah, so
shots.
two ones hit.
Okay, so let's do the first one, which is
Aristocratic bastard.
15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 22 points of damage plus 20 points of damage plus 10 points of lightning damage.
Alrighty.
Total of 32.
Total 32. And the second slash is 21 points of damage.
Nice. Okay.
He was aiming at the eggs, though.
The whole time, the entire time. That's perfect.
So I'm now going to disengage. I'm going to let him take that shot. I'm going to run towards You it. can pull her towards We'll us. see. I'm heading towards the eggs
Okay.
at full speed.
All right. So as you go rushing, she's going to go and make a claw swipe at you. That is. That's an extra 20.
Okay, that hits.
Sorry, buddy.
That's okay. I regret nothing.
Nope.
Stop making noises. It's not polite. Stop counting.
40 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
As the claw strikes you from behind.
Like retaliated against him.
So, where are you going now?
I'm running six spaces towards the eggs and turning around and pulling the gun back out and sitting on the wall like Spider-Man, like an angry Spider-Man.
Alrighty. That ends your turn, Percy.
I'll go fire on my ones.
Anything to do with my bonus?
It is now
No, I can do
Raishan's turn.
whatever. Now, just before she goes,
Drink something.
because I'm not familiar with like the hold action rules. I was waiting around the corner for the dragon to show up.
Correct. It's not in range to you. The moment the dragon comes into range, you can strike.
Okay, so that's the deciding factor. Even though she showed up, I can't finish my move.
Unfortunately, with the 5th edition rules, like, it kind of makes it's like a quick reaction.
Okay.
However, the dragon does
Oh, this is.
fly past.
Ooh, that's an unfortunate one, because my understanding with the hold action is that you can include movement as a part of it, but I do think you have to specify that. The hold action rules are strange, and it's tough because I think they're very interesting and they allow for a lot of creativity, but they are a little bit odd and unintuitive, which is tough. I hold dash. That's the only way I know. You can't. Well, now I'm actually curious. Hold and action 5e. I thought. Movement and position ready. That I want ready is what I really want. Okay. You decide what circumstance will trigger, then you choose the action, or you choose to move up to your speed. So it is either you choose an action or you choose a move. Not both. That's tough. That feels weirdly limiting, but there might be a reason for that I'm not thinking of. But it's tough. It's tough. There's a lot that you could do. There's a lot you still can do with ready and action, but it's tough, and it takes some getting used to. It's one of the ones that I don't really think I have any way that I would change it. It's sort of like shoving or grappling. Like, there's a lot of interesting ways to use shove and grapple with 0 changes to them. But your players have to be used to looking for them because they're not useful in a lot of situations. And because they're not useful in a lot of situations, I think people forget about them, and then they get used, or they get used to not looking for them, right? They get used to not evaluating the battlefield with that in mind. And it's kind of a self-perpetuating cycle of they use them even less, and on and on and on. So it's tough. That's tough. Anyways, you can use up your action and still hold movement. That sounds neat. You would still need to spend your action to ready. So you would, like, the readying takes your action, but then you could use that ready to move based on a trigger. Yeah. If you can hold movement and action, the initiative counter has no meaning. I disagree. The initiative counter would depend on when you could set up the triggers. Like, doing the ready action still requires setting up a trigger. So even in the most extreme case, the initiative counter would define when you could set your... If we assume that everyone is only doing readies, if we assume everyone is only doing readies, then it would be when you would set the triggers that would determine your readies. And you can't do bonus actions. You would have to do bonus actions on initiative count. So then it's always better to ready a dash instead, right? No, because dashing just doubles your movement. It does not actually move you. This is a weird thing about dash. Dash doesn't move you. Dash is not the process of moving. Dash just gives you more movement that you can then use to move. So if you ready to dash, nothing would happen. So it's weird. I don't know. Everyone could build their turns on each other if you set your reactions carefully, the thing about readying is that it is a risk. If your trigger doesn't go off, then you don't get to do your thing. The trigger has to go off. You can't just choose to do it, you know? It's not just like delaying it. You have to set up a trigger response sort of relationship, you know? But, I mean, to what you are saying, readying actions does allow you to build turns on each other more than not doing it. So, yeah. The trigger still costs a reaction. That is also true. The trigger still costs a reaction, so you also can't do opportunity attacks or anything else like that. So there is still an increased amount of resource drain, essentially. It says that it allows you to use your reaction to use the readied action, which is new to me, unless that is a common thing that people homebrew out. It is probably a common thing that people homebrew out. It is important that readied actions use reactions. Yeah, I think that is an important part of the rule, is that it uses your reaction. Otherwise, people should be doing it a lot more if it didn't use your reaction. I mean, people should probably be doing it a lot more regardless, but I think you could ready hold your action to run. You can use the ready action to move when your trigger goes off. That is something you can do. I thought you could go regardless of the trigger. No, you can choose not to go regardless of the trigger. So ready, I'll pull it back up. You cannot choose to do it regardless of the trigger. You can choose to do it not. You can choose to not do it regardless of the trigger. When the trigger occurs, you can either take your reaction right after the trigger finishes or ignore the trigger. Remember that you can only take one reaction per round. Also, if you ready up a spell, you are concentrating on it. So actually, weirdly connected to the conversation before, readying a spell kind of turns it into a casting time of 1.5 turns. 1 plus casting time, which is kind of interesting. Which is kind of interesting. Are you looking at 524 on D&D Beyond or 5e? I guess I might be looking at 514. Let me see. Yeah, I guess I was looking at 514. Did they change that? I can't imagine. That would be surprising to me if they changed it. I don't know that it really needed any changes. Where would it be? These are all actions. Ready. You take the ready action to wait for a particular circumstance to occur. To do so, you take this action on your turn, which lets you act by taking a reaction before the start of your next turn. So it still uses a reaction. You decide what perceivable circumstances will trigger, then you choose the action you will take in response to that trigger, or you choose to move up to your speed in response to it. When the trigger occurs, you either take your reaction right after the trigger finishes or ignore the trigger. When you ready a spell to be readied, and holding onto the spell's magic requires concentration. It looks, I think it's the same. Is there a difference that I'm not seeing? Because that looks pretty identical. But yeah. The trigger requirement is why I like the idea of it not using your action. If it didn't use your action, then you could get 2 actions per turn. That would not be good. If readying an action didn't use your action, then yeah, you're just doubling the amount of actions. Like imagine that with like a fighter multi-attack. If you look, then the fighter can get 8 attacks per turn as long as their trigger is worded vaguely enough. That's just doubling the actions that you have. I don't know about that one. My trigger is when X player's turn ends. Yeah, you could do that. You could absolutely do that. But you're still going net negative on the amount of resources. Readying is an inherently more costly thing than just doing it on your turn. So yes, it absolutely allows for more teamwork, but you have to spend more resources to do it. Now, those resources are maybe more or less valuable to certain people or certain classes at certain times, but absolutely. I didn't realize it cost a reaction. Definitely. The Roll20 page that I was using was a little different. Oh, interesting. I'm going to ready an attack if my opponent takes a breath. I mean, yeah, you can do that. But I guess in that case, what's the point? Just do it on your turn, right? Yeah. It allows you to turn an action into a reaction to use later. Yes. The ready action converts an action into a reaction that goes off, or that you have the option to take when a trigger goes off. Yeah. Making any of your actions available as a reaction. Yes, exactly. And the only, I guess, caveat is if the action that you are readying is a spell, you are concentrating on it during the duration, and that concentration could be interrupted. So if you ready an action to use a spell after a certain trigger goes off, and you get damaged before that trigger goes off, then you are concentrating on that spell, and you might lose it. But yeah. Yep. The only thing that I would say, I'm not entirely certain if this would cost a spell slot if the spell dissipated. I'm not exactly sure. Oh yeah, expending any resources used to cast it. So yep, if you ready a spell, it costs a spell slot, and you're concentrating on it. And if you get damaged, you could lose concentration, and the spell just fizzles. Yeah. Yep. I think I would say that's somewhat implied here, but it's explicit in 524. Yeah. Anyways, I think it is super interesting and super cool, and it's a way to actually break up combat a lot more. But it's something you have to like consistently remind your players about, and they have to be like invested in trying to make it work. It is very valuable in a lot of circumstances where people don't use it. But it's a little bit weird, and it's a little bit impenetrable, especially since it does go net negative in resources, and it compared to just doing it on your turn. So you are trading in, risk and cost in order to potentially use it in a better situation or in a better time. Which that takes a lot more strategy and like forward thinking. Yeah. My tables always say a readied spell is lost if the trigger never happens. That seems raw. Yeah. I don't know if I like you losing the spell slot because you lose your turn as the downside. I think there's an argument there, Rainbow Dragon. I think there's an argument there. Yeah. I won't say that I necessarily disagree. I think I'd have to think about it more. And I would probably, talk it through with my players, talk about the advantages, disadvantages. I think if you're trying to encourage people to use it more, making it not waste the spell slot is probably a way to encourage them. I think the difference is readying an action is often less costly for spellcasters because spellcasters are less often using their reaction for things. They do still use it. They use it for things like shield, counterspell. Did I mention shield? Whereas marshals are using it for opportunity attacks. Opportunity attacks are happening more often. So absorb elements? Sure. Absorb elements. So broadly, readied actions are going to be more often using up that resource, for marshals, compared to casters. So I think that's probably the basis of the idea behind the spell slot getting used no matter what. But, either way. Oof, that pause for thinking of counterspell. Look.
To get around the edge to this side here.
Oh, she's just going after Percy. She had a crush on you, man.
I know.
She
may vaguely remember that.
You tried to
I was
kill
not
her.
cool.
Yeah.
You do get to make your attack as she comes into range.
Oh.
Flying past for you.
Okay, that's all I need. Just a chance.
Not like,
Handwriting
not like
is
this.
on the shoulder.
Not like this.
Not like this.
Guys, now that I don't have to play it, I'm playing Marvel Puzzle Quest. That's addictive.
Like, seriously,
Ads
Sam has stacked
incoming.
up his bind-
Take cover.
Ads are incoming. Take cover. Also, someone, where was it? Crazy. What's the command to check how far you are into the ep? You could do that with check playback speed. If you do check playback speed, it will, move my mouse and like activate the gear icon, which would bring up the timeline and the time. So, if you want to check where I'm at in the ep, you could absolutely run check playback speed. Yeah. Silvery barbs. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. That's a consistent spell reaction, silvery barbs. I don't think about silvery barbs a lot. It got added later. My players don't use it a lot. But that's fair. That's an important reaction nowadays. Always the showman, Sam. Always. Always the showman, never the show runner? Well, that's kind of the showman. Anyways, What's up? Hello, we're back. We're back. I don't think I've ever heard you talk about your thoughts on silvery barbs. Ooh, I think I'm gonna do one of my first. We'll talk about that in a different stream. I haven't programmed the thing to record a message and answer it later. I haven't programmed that yet, but I'll talk about that in a different stream. I'll make a note of it. Because my thoughts are long. Silvery barbs question. And I will mention it in a CR when I answer it. And we'll go back to CR. But that is because I'd love to talk about it, but that'll take too long on the CR stream.
He's closed everything like he did.
I can't do it. No, this is the rest of the day for him. There's nowhere to go for. Yeah.
Just put your head down on the desk,
student. Think about what you've done.
Heads up, 7 up.
It was not your fault, Laura. It was
20, which is not going to make it, I'm guessing.
Total 20?
Yeah.
No, unfortunately.
Motherfucker. I miss with both.
Oh.
I got no juice to throw on it either.
First swing just goes wide. The second one hits the side, but you haven't hit hard Ancient Dragonhide before, and it scrapes across the outside with no noticeable damage, and a little seed of fear wells in your heart once more.
Yeah, that's okay. I got to use these actions that are going to be wasted anyway.
All right. As Raishan slams down onto the ground.
Was she holding action alongside me?
No, she cast a spell to heal you, Master.
Okay.
As a bonus action. Raishan is going to unleash upon you, Percy, who has avoided the meteor swarm, who has shot her in the face, and right now in a feral state is just focused on what's closest and angry at her.
Okay, yeah, all right.
First strike, that is a 26 to hit.
Oh, Jesus, how is this
The
happening?
bite. 10, that is 17 plus 8, 25 points of piercing damage.
Oh no.
So you fall to the ground.
No.
So you lose a death save.
I know. Oh, is that lose a death save? I was only a few feet up. It wasn't okay. Yeah, all right.
You were just a few feet up as opposed to...
I was, yeah.
And an 8-foot drop on your head is pretty bad.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. No, I'm taking it.
You leave him with 1 foot stuck to the wall.
Ow. Like a punching bag.
He's short halt and Dorolo in heaven. Just
Oh, it's so cute. You think either of us are going
to angrily take a claw attack at your body, which hits the critical of 2 death saving throws. Percy, you're dead.
I'm out.
As the bite knocks to the ground, the claw slams down on your torso and just tears out the side of your body. Your entrails get scattered across the stone floor, and your breath just escapes out. Carrick, you and Kima both there watch this happen as Percy is now partially spread across the stone immediately to the right of you. Blood isn't bad blood. And Raishan gets...
You know, I did say that Vox rinses Raishan. I'd kind of forgotten how much damage she had already done. Yeah, because... Yeah, she'd already done quite a lot before they feeble-minded. I did say I thought 1 or 2 of them might die. The 2 times they've sex, both Vex and Percy died. Lol. Yeah. Interesting.
Legendary actions back. It's going to end Raishan's turn. Grog, you're up.
Yeah, Grog would like to get up.
stand up.
What does that take for me to do that?
That's half your movement.
Half my
25.
movement. Can I use the rest of my movement to run towards Dragon Dick?
Towards Dragon Dick?
Yeah.
25, that's as far as you can get.
Can I use the boots of Pharaoh leaping to leap even further?
Make your athletic
Yeah,
check.
okay.
Wait a minute, did she even roll to break her grasping vine?
Grasping Mind doesn't keep them restrained.
Oh,
just
why
pull,
did I
just grab
use
someone and pulls them.
natural 20 on that
It's meant to
one?
move things.
Natural 20?
Yeah, on my leaping.
Well, I mean, that's so cool.
I leap through her chest!
Man through it.
Yeah. So I have my 3 attacks, yes?
Yes, you're not a melee. You didn't
Not
quite
melee.
get far enough to get
I'm gonna have to throw them.
You get a +2.
Reckless. Not negated because I can see her now.
Correct.
Right. 30.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Okay. 18. 19. 23 for the first one.
23 damage already.
The second one, I'll make Reckless and Great Weapon Master.
Sure.
Okay. No, I can't do Great Weapon Master because it's...
Oh, no, it's well, thrown. You can only do it with melee.
Right. Jesus. 24.
24 hits.
19. 22. 23. 23 for the second one.
Okay.
One piece of shit for the third one. Wait, where's the one?
23 said?
Does Kima
23.
on the fly, you think?
Third attack.
Maybe? She might. Are you guys out of the place?
No, Pike has lots more.
It's 27.
Got time.
27 hits.
Okay.
A minute. It's a long time. It's 10 rounds.
She's got little learned.
That gets weird about the minute rule. That might have been sooner you get it.
26 for the third one.
Mac does get weird about that. That is
That's
right.
also funny.
Scanlan's getting fed grapes by little cherubs. They're the same size as him. And he's like, come on, Percy. We've got red and green grapes.
It's like the ultimate punishment for Scanlan is he would show up as a spectral
turn, Grog?
servant in somebody else's.
Oh, God.
No, the last one I rolled a 1 on the damage, and I re-roll 1s and 2s. That first thing of fighter.
All right.
Yeah, that's not,
But that's for the larger weapon. I'll double check real fast.
yeah, I don't remember what the number was anyway.
Here, I'll just to remind myself. The weapon, what's that is great weapon fighting. A melee weapon you're rolling with 2 hands, which is you're throwing it or not.
Thank you.
So no. All right, got it. That ends Grog's turn. Kerr, you're up.
Oh, please just let me. All I want to do is stick at least 1 on this goddamn dragon.
6 rolls.
Come on, Care Bear.
Yes. Okay, so there is 26.
26 hits.
And a 20.
And the 20 misses,
20,
unfortunately.
Unless this dragon is so surprised that I finally made a successful attack.
No, unfortunately, the feral, angry, intelligible state of Raishan right now is just a beast. No, not surprised. It's instinct now.
So I'm going to burn a second level spell for Smite. And she is not like anything that is specifically affected by like Doomhammer here. Like she's not undead technically, or
No.
just regular old evil.
Yeah.
Okay.
Regular old evil.
She's just awful.
The classic evil.
Just bad. There's 10, 18. One more. 28.
28 points of damage?
Whack.
She dies suddenly. A cardiac arrest.
At a max hit points of 520, how do you want to do this? Literally had 7 hit points left. As far as my math goes, yeah. I can't fucking believe that happened.
Leveled up to
So, how do you want to do this?
Oh my god!
The feral beast, they're tearing the innards out of Percy on the ground. Grog slamming into it, just
Dude, way one of the best times for a guest PC to get the how do you want to do this? Because there could be an argument about, potentially like, it's, kind of, but Keyleth got the feeble mind, which is, I think, the real crux of this combat. So now, to me, it's like pure fun and like pure good times for Carrick guest PC to get this one. Yeah. That's nice. The conclave has fallen. So great considering his relationship with Keyleth. True. Because Kerr does have a really nice relationship. I mean, he has probably the most. I think I said this in the last stream or maybe 2 streams ago. I think he has the deepest RP relationship with the cast outside of maybe Wilfred Dell. What's Wilfred Dell's character? Kyrgyzstan. Kashaw. I think outside of Kashaw has a really cool and interesting relationship with the party, but he is also one to not talk. Like, a lot of it is internal. It doesn't make it less interesting to me, but it does mean that we see a lot less of it. Whereas I think Kerr has also that level of depth with the party and with Keyleth especially, but is much more, vocalizes it a lot more, which I think makes it not necessarily more entertaining, but we get to see the interesting parts more often, which is nice. So it's also kind of like, out of any guest PC that I would want to get the big how do you want to do this, it kind of would be Kerr. It kind of would be this, because, this isn't an insult at any of the other guest PCs. I want to make that very clear. I don't have like a bar that they have to clear, but I am of the opinion that Patrick Rothfuss at least it appears to me that Patrick Rothfuss put the most investment into his character and how his character exists within the world. And like his relationship to the party and the campaign and the world. I don't know that at all, but that is how it comes off to me. I see the most investment from Patrick Rothfuss when I watch him on the show. And I love rewarding that. And not even rewarding that. It's very nice and serendipitous that sort of thing happens here for that sort of guest PC. Yeah. My little bard just hit 7th level. How crazy would it be to get the the kill here? Yeah. Yeah. Kerr got the final blow, but Keyleth truly killed her. Exactly. Which is why this feels so like... This just feels like unambiguously fun and good to me. Yeah. Paige, on the other hand, would have killed Patrick's character. Oh, absolutely. She's killing Patrick's character every day of the week. Yeah. I think it also helps that it wasn't Patrick's first time playing when he guested, unlike a lot of the other repeating guests. Totally. He's clearly, like, he talks about not having necessarily experience with 5e, but he clearly has a lot of experience playing TTRPGs. And, like, again, no shade on any of the other people that have been on. A lot of them are working professionals, voice actors. They definitely have experience with storytelling and role-playing. But to my knowledge, none of them are writers. And I do think that, like, acting certainly helps. But to me, a lot of Patrick Rothfuss's writing prowess does come out in Kerr. Just in, like, the things he is able to improv. Yeah. It's been very cool watching him. Yeah. The letter and the ring he actually had made. Yeah, exactly. Like, those are the sorts of moments where, like, I see a different level of investment out of Patrick compared to the other guests. I think the other guests are definitely invested to varying degrees, and different characters are able to display that more. But yeah, I see a lot of investment from Patrick, and so it's like just good upon good upon, or not good upon good, but like feels good upon feels good, like good emotions, good vibes from him being the one to kill Raishan here. Yeah. Yeah. Kerr had a whole arc of his own. It feels very proper. I agree. Yeah. I did think Felicia Day had put a lot of thought into who her character was. Her character didn't have much of an impact on the story, but I liked her background work a lot. And it's definitely hard when I'm thinking about the guest PCs that I'm like thinking about Kerr in relation to. I'm mostly thinking about ones that have been in multiple sessions. Because the ones that were only in single sessions or only in, I guess Felicia Day was in more than one session, but they were, the 2 Vasselheim sessions back to back. For guests that have like returned to the program later, that's mostly who I'm judging him against. Even again, I don't even want to make it a competitive thing. He's awesome. I've felt a ton of investment for him. And it's hard to describe that without, maybe describing or referencing a lack of it in other places. But I don't want to make it a competitive thing. I've just gotten just really great energy off of him in terms of like his care around Kerr, his Care, his care about Carrick and the campaign and everything like that. So really cool, really, really cool. Yeah. Anyways, let's keep watching.
Seemingly just bashing against the world, watching everyone drop on you like flies. You're one hammer in hand.
What I would like to do is step over to like be over his body, and it's like no further, and as the dragon is coming in, like just trying to mindlessly claw at this poor destroyed corpse, and I like to think of the the anime slow-mo strike, where like the hammer comes back and it slows down, and then when it connects, you get like the big starburst. Wow. Okay.
As the hammer arcs downward, slams into the snout of Raishan just as the head turns up. The eyes that were once reptilian and intelligent are now just filled with bloodshot rage and feral intensity. The jaw is attempting to snap up and catch the blade. However, you're too fast. Your old adventuring reflex kicking in. As the glowing hammer head comes down onto the snout, the divine energy blasts forward, and you watch as the dragon's face explodes, inverting inward, the front of the skull being blown backward, and you guys watch as this flash of light fills the entirety of this necrotic space. This one plume of radiant smoke kind of, and left behind, you see Kerr standing there holding the rod, the actual head of the hammer now dismissed as part of the burst of radiant energy, and there, the smoking ruin of the throat, headless, of Raishan, the deceased deceiver, collapsing to the ground, unmoving. We're gonna take a quick break.
Dude, I wish this is not about the game. I not even necessarily I wish. I aspire to have the level of confidence and emotional openness to do what Taliesin and Marisha are doing right now.
Flash of light fills the entirety
of like, I'm sure that like this moment is huge for them, and like that I don't know. To me, at least, this doesn't come off as like at all fake or performative. This comes off as like a real moment of connection between two very close friends, and that's just really cool. And I do really not even I don't even want to say I wish. I hope to be able to have again the confidence and emotional openness to do something like that with a friend on telly. Because I don't know if I'm open enough for that sort of thing. And that is no shade on either of them. It's the opposite. It's shade on me. I wish I did have that level. I think I'm close enough with certain friends to do that sort of, to feel those emotions. But I don't know if I could display it like that. It'd be nice. Yeah. Anyways, go past when Matt calls for a break. Absolutely. I hadn't considered the vulnerability of displaying it on screen. Totally vulnerable. Like, I mean, there's a level of vulnerability to just doing it, which I also aspire to, but an additional level of vulnerability to doing it on screen, especially when people like know of, like when Matt and Marisha's relationship is super public, like from both of them having the level of like vulnerability and honesty and confidence to do something like that. Like I can just imagine like the fucking cuck jokes, the shitty things that people might say. And I've had to train my confidence over the years. It has been a very purposeful process, and I think I'm pretty far in it. But that level of confidence, that's a different level, and one that I'm shooting for. Because that's awesome.
Take a break, and we'll take a little bit of time to
break,
kind
and then
of
I'll rechat.
take in the aftermath of this moment before we finish tonight's episode. So we'll be back here in a few minutes. We're going to go ahead and use the restroom. We'll see you guys here shortly.
Oh my god! Holy shit!
The conclave is down. And we are... What do we do next? I'm so interested to see what they do next. And I'm nervous because I feel like it might blow out the back half of this stream. I feel like an hour of them deciding what to do next. Woo, boy. That may indeed blow out the back half of this stream. We're going to see. Ideally, it doesn't. But there's a risk. There's a risk. Oh, man. Yeah. Raishan, Talos, and Liam Laura have always come off as best friends. I agree. Yeah. I really admire them for being so openly tactile and close in that way. It is very admirable to me personally. And even if, like, I would totally understand someone seeing that and be like, I would never want to do that. That's just not how I operate. I don't show it like that. And not finding it aspirational. I get that. But I'm just saying the confidence to be able to do it if you feel it. I don't think my level of confidence right now would allow me to show that level of vulnerability and emotion. And it'd be so sweet to be able to do it. It'd be so awesome. I would love to have the level to where I can act on that if I do feel it. Yeah, awesome. Did Percy die after the Feeble Mind? Yes. Yeah, after the Feeble Mind, yeah. The problem is when you're not sure whether it's platonic, replace Tao in that moment with Orion, and it hit pretty differently. Oh, super differently. It hit crazy differently. And I mean, to my eyes, it has always, I've seen the development, or not the development. I've seen enough of them interacting to believe that it is fully platonic. But I agree. Them ripping that sort of interaction in episode 1, I probably would have thought it was a little weird in Ep 1. But there's a level there that makes me at least relatively confident. Yeah. And so the final battle of the Chroma Conclave comes to the end. This is why I don't mind the Thordak fight being boring. This is the real boss battle to me. Yeah. I think I probably liked... that's unfortunate. Well, maybe unfortunate. I don't know. I think I liked this one about equally with the Thordak fight. And I liked the Raishan fight number 1 more than both of them. But there's just a lot of contextual stuff for me here. Like, if I look at it in terms of like a narrative and a story, I like a lot of the individual things. But if I consider the methods and means too much, I'm not as into it. Like, even if we replace like Feeble Mind with the Dragon Slaying Arrow in the Thordak fight, I like the Dragon Slaying Arrow more than Feeble Mind as a method towards achieving the climax. Like, if we think about it in terms of like the tools that they used to achieve their goal, I'm more into the Dragon Slaying Arrow than the Feeble Mind. But I like both Vex and Keyleth getting those big moments. Like, the actual people who accomplished it, I think, are very narratively satisfying. But I like a level of preparation, and honestly, it would probably be different for me if there had been like a line from Keyleth earlier about how she is taking Feeble Mind because she knows that it will disable Raishan's spellcasting. Like, if she had chosen to prepare that spell for that specific reason, I'd be a lot more into it as a method and as like a tool to achieve the end. but it seemed I did not see any indication of that either way. So it doesn't have nearly as much of an impact on me as a tool made by a friend for the specific battle. There's a level of thought and preparation that makes the methodology more interesting to me. But a lot of the other aspects of the battle I liked more from Raishan. I didn't like the lead up. I didn't like the dungeon, Opash's dungeon and Viscon in general, as much as I liked Iman. I liked the Iman lead up a lot more. So I to me, there's kind of positives and negatives. But I liked the first Raishan battle a lot more. My first watch, I thought they were married too. I'd get it. Yeah. Autopsy of the Chroma Conclave video when you have lots of time. I'd love to. I think I'm definitely making an autopsy of the characters. I think an autopsy of each arc would be incredibly interesting, but would probably be a lot more time intensive than individual character arc. Or individual character autopsies. So on the list though, because it would be really interesting. I just don't know that I got time. Yeah. I saw the theory stream was up and down. Will that be back? Probably not. Theory stream went down because I flashed something in it that had like it didn't have anything crazy. It had the secret for my like thumbnail uploader thing that is unique, and I would have to reset. And I did almost zero theorizing during the actual stream, so I just took it down. Yeah. Yeah. That's a fairly retrospective take, and I don't think it really justifies the fight being a slog fest as it was. Yeah. I didn't like the Thordak fight, to be clear, but I also didn't love this fight. So yeah. Liking the Aramore is wild to me. I'm catching up to chat, so I'll let's see. What do you think about the ethics morality of harvesting or parts? Ooh, let me highlight that, and I'm gonna keep reading to see if there's any more direct responses to me. But I might get that. What are your rankings of all the fights in the Conclave? All of them? That's a long list. That's a very long list. I can't do that right now unless I have a list. If someone compiles a list for me, I could probably do it. I could put it into a tier list. I could do a tier list video. If someone made a tier list link and sent it to me. There's 5? What do you mean there's 5? You mean just the dragons? Or all of the fights in the Chroma Conclave arc? Oh, just the dragons. Just the dragons. Oh, that's easier. Okay. I'll do that after the first Sarah question. As a prep spellcaster, sure, she didn't say it, but that is why she picked it. We don't know that. That is pretty, I don't know, just speculation. Which, I mean, that's fine. That's a cool way to imagine it, but I don't know that. She could have picked it for a totally other reason. Get that content. Get that content. There's a lot more than 5. What about the dragons? What about the dragons? Yeah. Okay. Umbrasil, Thordak, Raishan Part 1, Raishan Part 2. Okay. Peak Mega View stream? It's close to a record. I mean, it's getting above 50 is a great stream. Let's think. I think out of these, I'm taking this totally cohesively. What did I think of Prim Scythe? I'm taking this totally. Sarah, remind me to go back to yours because I'm gonna put this one on the screen, so that it makes more sense visually. Okay, ranking these fights, and totally cohesively, what I thought of them from like a watching them perspective, a gameplay perspective, a design perspective, a narrative perspective, everything. I'm going fully. Nope, Fat Yoshi. Definitely not. totally cohesive perspective. I think for me, it is Raishan Part 1. I'm just going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Raishan Part 1, number 1, Umbrasil, probably Vorugal, and it's really tough between Thordak and Raishan Part 2. Oh, man, it would be easier if it was on a tier list. Man. I'm going to do a tier list ranking to where I don't actually have to necessarily order them. I think it's going to be Umbrasil and Raishan Part 1 A tier. I think, well, maybe not Umbrasil. Well, maybe Umbrasil. I'm going to put both of them A tier, unordered. I'm going to put Vorugal at C tier. And I'm going to put Thordak and Raishan Part... Well, actually, I'll put Raishan Part 2 C tier and Thordak D tier. I like the climax of the Thordak fight more than the Raishan fight, but cohesively, well... No, actually, I think I have to put them... I think they might all be C tier. I think Umbrasil and Raishan Part 1 are substantially better than Vorugal, Thordak, and Raishan Part 2. I like both of those more than all of the other three. So I think I'm putting them unordered together in C tier. Vorugal, Thordak, and Raishan Part 2. Umbrasil and Raishan Part 1, A tier for me. Yeah. Totally unordered. I like the ones in C tier are all there for different reasons. And A tier are both up there for very different reasons. What did I think of the Brim Scythe? Umbrasil was good. I liked Umbrasil a lot. Umbrasil was solid. There wasn't any like super standout moment for me, but it was just a lot of good stuff to me. Yeah. I don't like the Thordak fight. I don't think it's very good. But I also didn't really like this Raishan fight that much. This Raishan fight is like close to an F for me. And the people that resolved it bring it up to a C tier. Like, I like the general vibes of the Thordak fight more. It's like a D tier for me. And then considering how it ended, bumps it up 1 tier to a C tier. Like, considering how and who takes Thordak from D to C, and considering who and how people ended the Raishan Part 2, brings it from F to C for me. I did not like a lot of parts about this fight, but I liked the ending. See you later, Ebster. Have a good one. No S tier in the fights and no S tier in the ranking system. There's an S tier in the fights. There's an S tier in the ranking system. None of them get there for me. None of them get there. Kevdak is on my S tier. Kevdak is my S tier, and none of the Chroma Conclave go into the same tier as Kevdak for me. Kevdak is my fight that other fights are judged on. I think is the best fight in CR. Period. For me, so far. Yeah. It's about memorable moments. That's not necessarily how I'm ranking them personally. But if it's about memorable moments for you, then yeah, Raishan shoots through the roof. Vorugal goes down. Thordak goes lower. Yeah. The hyper on the way it ended definitely boosts Raishan. Yeah, I think it boosts them up. What change would you suggest to make this Raishan 2 fight up to an A tier fight? Unfortunately, delete Raishan. I think a Raishan part 2 was a little bit doomed unless she was quite different in the next fight. But she wasn't. And I think in order to have Raishan part 2 live up even a little bit to Raishan part 1 for me, she would have to have been very different, very changed. I did not like the arena nearly as much. I didn't like the lead up nearly as much. Her spellcasting was interesting as a surprise, and like the brutality of it was interesting to a certain to a certain perspective. And I think that them still having things in their pocket to wield made the fight more interesting and tense. I think the discovery of the fight was very interesting. And Raishan 2 maybe could have been that, or it could have been a fulfillment of that, had the players done any amount of preparation based on Raishan 1. I think I would have either needed Raishan to radically change, or I would have needed to see a ton of prep from the players actively, out loud, specifically to deal with the things that they discovered in Raishan Part 1. If it had been a fulfillment of their of them gaining knowledge, that could have bumped it up. But even then, you know, that's getting it to maybe the top of C tier. The dungeon I didn't like. The battle arena I didn't like. And those are the lead ups and the prep to them. I don't want to say tuned out for most of it, but I was mostly in a like been there, done that mindset. And not only been there, done that, but the experience of doing it now is less interesting and less engaging. So it would have needed to be pretty different. Dynamic fight height differences in there? Absolutely. I mean, a better battle arena for sure. Yeah. A D tier story with a B tier ending can make a C tier overall. Absolutely. I agree. That's pretty much where I'm at. I would honestly say, A tier ending. A tier ending, but it's the only part of it that was even close to that high. I'd put it as an A tier ending. I liked the ending of it more than the Umbra ending. I liked it more than... All in all, I liked it more than the Thordak ending. But everything else about it was pretty weak to me. Yeah. I can think of only maybe 5 S tiers in all of CR. It's a tough bar. And the bar will be different for different people, but it's a tough bar. How to make Raishan 2 fight an A tier, delete Raishan. Theory, Matt planned this. Killer tried to feeble mind on the Pit Fiend, and Matt thought, that's how they'll do it. That makes it okay and make Raishan such a deadly caster. Maybe. I think that is certainly a theory that I think has about as much support as you're likely to get for a theory of that kind. So I think it's defensible. I think there's a really good chance that Matt used Feeble Mind, or they used Feeble Mind against the Pit Fiend. Then when they come back, someone else used Feeble Mind against Allura. There's a decent chance that Matt is banking on that going off. I think if that is the case, I don't like that as a plan. If that is the case and everything was set up with that in mind, I like the plan and the setup even less. It's possible. It's certainly possible. Yeah. But wait, where was the Sarah question? Oh, yeah. What do you think about the ethics morality of possibly harvesting her for parts when they have known her for months? Do it. When this is tough. This is the tough thing about morality, ethics. Obviously, I talk about it relatively frequently in D&D. I talked about it a lot when they went to the City of Brass, going to an environment that is inherently evil, looking at the ethics of killing the dragon whelps. Just assuming that they are inherently evil creatures that not only should be wiped out, but deserve to be wiped out to the point where it doesn't even bear discussion or checking with other people. And in a setting where some materials are inherently magical and scarce and very, very difficult to find, the corpse of a dragon is incredibly valuable. And I mean, this is also maybe displaying some of my own personal ethical, persuasions when it comes to corpses. I don't put a lot of, I guess what you might call spiritual significance on a corpse. A corpse is a corpse. And in this sort of setting where things can get revived and it's easier when there is an intact corpse, if the worry is about her danger, there is potentially an ethical imperative to dismember and reduce the corpse as much as possible so that it is more difficult for her to be resurrected. Obviously, you can still resurrect without a body, but... So, I think it is more difficult to ethically defend not harvesting and dismembering her than it is to defend doing it. Unlike a lot of the other things. Now, do I like that? Sure. I really dislike inherently evil stuff, so I really disliked the treatment of the dragon whelps. I don't personally care that much about corpses, so I don't care as much about like a corpse's inherent magical properties and respect for the dead and all that stuff. So that's basically where I'm at. Essentially, yeah. Let's see. How much do you think your disapproval of how Raishan as an enemy NPC was built, Dragoncaster, affects your opinion on what she was actually able to accomplish? Substantially. I won't lie here. I'll be totally honest. I think it's a big factor. And it's not even that I have disapproval of it, I would say, but her build is a really substantial factor in my evaluation of her. She is the most capable enemy. She's the most capable entity, being that we have interacted with, besides possibly, I would say beside like the Raven Queen. I think she's the most singularly capable entity. And even if we want to compare her to Thordak and the differences therein, I can totally accept that some people might think that she would lose to Thordak. Maybe she would. But I think in terms of broad capability, in terms of like broad like things you can accomplish, she was the most capable of accomplishing the most out of any entity besides, I think, a god. And so that is a pretty substantial thing that I think about when thinking about what she actually did accomplish, how she went about it, her decision making. Yeah. Absolutely. Even if you think it's ethically still defensible to harvest Raishan, consider the emotional damage of doing it as a person with empathy. Yeah, I mean, I just would. Like, I've got no compunctions about like harvesting organs from corpses that like sign up for it, like organ donation. I'm a huge supporter of organ donation. Yeah. So, and I mean, I know that organ donation is voluntary and this is involuntary. But I'd say I'm even I don't want to say I'm split, but I don't have I would be very it would depend on the details of the program a lot, but specifically for organs from corpses, I could see myself supporting a policy that does not require that corpse's consent to take the organs because they are dead. and they are not there anymore. Now, I say that it would really depend on the policy and the situation, because even with voluntary organ donation, there's sometimes some very edge cases and some like ways that things are set up. So I'm not saying that I would immediately support that kind of policy. It would really depend. But like, just like on a broad high level, I don't have that much sanctity around a corpse, personally. This is pure curiosity, sure. I'm flabbergasted. Did I get timed out again? Nope. No. I'm just, it's not relevant, so I'm not reading your chats. Because I'm talking about more, serious analysis stuff. So yeah, I don't, I would not personally take any emotional damage from doing it. Yeah. No empathy at all. Compared to organ donation is a big stretch. Does it? I don't know. Maybe, I guess. I mean, I just see it as non-consensual organ donation, but that's pretty much it. So, yeah. She's a genocide monster, so you get a pass for taking your organs. What I'm saying is, I don't even really need to go that deep. I think I could be wrong if I got into the actual situation, because this is never a situation I'll actually have to experience. But if Gilmore died on the battlefield and it turned out that like rune child sorcerers, like their limbs could be used and like synthesized into fuel to make magical items, if he's unrevivable, say his soul is unwilling to return, like he just wants to stay in the afterlife, then use his body as best you can. I think he would want that. I would be perfectly willing to use his corpse. Yeah. I got no compunctions about it. And with Raishan, I want her to not be able to return to that corpse. So there, like, if I compare it to real life, I'm still willing to do it. And if we go into the realm of fantasy, the deeper we go into it, the more and more willing I become. Like, my level of relationship with the being has no effect on my willingness to use their corpse. I don't like going down the analogy of organ donation because that doesn't exist as far as we know in Exandria. Raishan doesn't have donatable organs, so there's no laws or family members on hand. Yeah, well, that's why I mean, I guess I maybe just broadly disagree. I'm saying it's unconsensual. So laws, family members, disregard them. And I'm considering my arm to be an organ. My skin to be an organ. I guess body part donation, if we want to go down, use that terminology. Yeah. My issue with it is organ donation saves potentially dozens of other people. This is basically trophy hunting. It's the It would be trophy hunting. I guess it depends on what they're using it for. When you say harvest her, I am not assuming that harvesting her implies that they are like chopping off her head to mount in their great hall. I am assuming that you mean they are like taking her hide and her bones in order to turn that into, harvesting her for parts. Harvesting her for parts implies a level of functionality to the things that you are doing with it. That's why I'm comparing it to organ donation. Is like, I take out a liver because of its functionality. My understanding of this question of harvesting her parts would be that they are taking those pieces of her body to accomplish something functional with them, and being their general demeanor, do good with those things. No, I think it would be, if we are taking it into the realm of trophy hunting, of they chop off her head and hang it in the Great Hall, I think that's incredibly weird and fucked up. It might, I don't know, I guess it might be a surprise based on everything I've just said. But I would find that incredibly unsettling if Vox took her head and mounted it and like stuffed it. I would find that incredibly disquieting. And the level that they know her would absolutely play a factor in that. Absolutely. So I guess I would maybe need like slight clarification on exactly what you mean. But that's why I'm comparing it to organ donation, is I'm thinking about it harvesting parts of her body for a functional purpose, not for a decorative or aesthetic purpose. You literally can't take a dragon heart for a human heart, so it doesn't apply. Yeah, but you can take dragon hide to make armor to potentially save the world. Like, it does not directly go into another person to save their life, but if you use it to accomplish something that saves the life, I don't see a huge difference. But maybe I don't know. Trophy hunting? No, trophy hunting implies, to me, trophy hunting implies a lack of harvesting. Like, trophy hunters, are just there for the sport, specifically to not harvest them, What if Devosa became ill and needed a transplant? I mean, yeah. I'm including her head and body in all the things adventurers do. We found the lied for Mega heads on pikes. Yeah. Using her body in a non-functional manner. Yeah, that would be the line to me. It is function over aesthetic. That is the line. Yeah. If you are taking a piece of her body and making it into a trophy, which is, the trophy hunting part of trophy hunting. It is taking it home to put it on your shelf. That's gross to me. Super gross. Don't like it. But hunting something and then using it functionally to accomplish a goal that would be harder and or impossible without it, that is totally cool to me. It all depends on the functionality of it. Yeah. I think her hide and making it into armor is just as gross or worse. I don't see the worst part. I will unfortunately just have to vehemently disagree. I think using her hide to protect you and allow you to accomplish greater feats is not nearly as is not even on the same planet of gross as taking your head, stuffing it, and putting it on a shelf. Yeah. I think trophy hunting implies a lack of harvesting. From what I understand, people harvest animals for meat, fur, and they mount the heads. It's all together. I mean, the word trophy in trophy hunting is about the mounting of trophies and the creation of trophies. If they also do other normal hunting things, then that is incidental, at least to my understanding. But yeah, that is the line for me. Trophy hunting. Oh, I mean, that's AI overview. A form of sport in which parts of the hunted wild animals are kept and displayed as trophies. This is like the core concept of trophy hunting. That's why it's called trophy hunting, you know? So I pretty vehemently disagree. Yeah. Vox did write one down in Draconic on the wall with Umbracill's blood. We've seen them go hard before. Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's more equivalent to like mounting it on a pike as like a form of fear, like a scare tactic. Which is also a little, that one's a little weird to me, but yeah. You're imagining a line that doesn't exist for a lot of hunters. Yeah, I guess, yeah, I disagree. The difference between wearing a bear pelt and wearing trinket as a pelt is non-existent just because you know trinket. Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree with that. Yeah. But yeah. No, I mean, I definitely disagree. This line is just, this is just a real line. And that is the line for me. I am cool with hunting. I am not cool with trophy hunting. So it would fully depend, if they harvested her, it would fully depend on how they used the things that they harvested. And I would individually feel differently about the different uses. If they mounted her head and made armor out of her, I would be cool with them making the armor, not cool with mounting the head. Because that is absolutely where my line is. Yeah. Yeah. Also, the difference between trophy hunting and poaching is a dragon will kill you and hunt you down, specifically a rhinoceros. Yeah. Harvesting trinket would be different than another bear for VM. I can understand that maybe it would for them. But also trinket is different than an enemy dragon. Yeah. Feels like we've gotten away from cries, but that's my humble opinion. Yeah, no. No, I'm good. I mean, I think we're nearing the end of the conversation because I'm relatively firm on this line and my belief about the line, but they hunted down Raishan. She offered to leave them alone. Well, yeah, that's true. Dream was a response to God. Yeah, I'm just. But yeah, that is where my line is. Yeah, no trophy hunting. Yes, regular hunting. Yeah. And timestamp after break. And to me, I understand that for some people, the personal relationship to the former inhabitant of the corpse would definitely matter. I can't particularly imagine it mattering to me, but I assume it would depend. It would depend on the level of use or functionality that I'm getting out of it. And but for Raishan specifically, I don't see a lot of I don't see the relationship as that deep. But yeah. Regularity in the UK is sport of the upper classes and aristocracy. I mean, yeah, the US is a little bit different. It definitely has. There's like it's kind of all over the place in the U.S. Definitely a lot of more wealthy upper class folks engage in it, but also quite a few lower class, middle class folks that use it very specifically to like stretch food. Like I know Paige's family are big hunters, and that is like how they would stretch out their food budget. Is her dad would get a deer and they would eat the venison over the course of months. So it's, that's definitely kind of, it's in all levels of American society. But yeah, people have been weird about views of corpses throughout human history. Look at the ancient Egyptians. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I don't think my opinion needs to be shared. But that is my opinion of corpses, I guess. Yeah. I think it depends on the time period. Yeah. Anyways.
Last we left off, the battle with Raishan ended with a victory for Vox Machina, but at a rather high cost at the moment. As you stand now in the still silence, the aftermath of the fray, looking down, seeing your allies beaten, bruised, disheveled, Scanlan lifeless on the ground on one side of this cavern, and a partially gutted Percy lifeless on the other. The smoldering ruin that was once the head of Raishan, lifeless and still on the ground as Kerr clutches the hammer. Kima walks over and grabs your shoulder and kind of tightly squeezes it, going, "You did what had to be done. Thank you."
I've been around, like, I can't help him, can I?
I think he's...
Oh, that's a good point, Mike 30. I didn't say it out loud. I skipped the break. I skipped the break because I didn't want to bisect that particular conversation. It felt like it would go longer if I had interrupted it with a break. I wanted to do it all at once. So we're just gonna skip the fourth break.
It's beyond either of our power now. Allie? Please tell me she's alive, and Kima runs back, realizing that she doesn't really kind of know the status of the best. The rest of the group. Allura shouts out to her on the side.
What's happening?
I'm all right.
I get down there and I'm doing useless combat triage.
Trying to gather
you like do
what's outside and putting it back in, yeah.
And
Vex? Yeah. Are you up?
Yeah.
Good. Percival, how are you?
Oh, and before this gets going too far and gets too far away, to clarify about the about John, your comment and John's comment for the broader audience of getting away from critical eyes. The example of what we had earlier with the question about silvery barbs, that is the line between, because I know that I'm changing some of my, like, where I pause, what I address, whatever. For me, if it's about something totally separate from critical eyes, like, I probably shouldn't have done the whole ready conversation, but, it still happens. But if it is about something that is going to happen in the show or is, like, very, like, temporally relevant to what they are dealing with in the show, though that's what I mean by CR relevant. We're still going to talk about plenty of stuff that isn't CR, that isn't directly CR. It just has to be, like, adjacent to what they're dealing with, as opposed to something like silvery barbs, which is totally separate from what they are experiencing at the moment. So yeah, not like a direct comment towards anyone. It's just made me think. I was like, oh, this is a good opportunity to, like, clarify the line that I'm trying to hit with the new sort of pausing ethos. I don't know. Anyways,
Sound off if you're alive.
Alive.
I start stumbling over towards Scanlan.
Percy!
Percy! I go running around the corner.
Same.
As you guys both kind of run, Keyleth a bit behind, Vax, you turn and you see Raishan's corpse just piled, and then on the ground you see Kerr slowly, methodically, almost staring off into a memory, trying to gather a bit of Percival's scattered innards.
No.
A wound, his side torn open.
No! And I run over to him. Help him! Pike!
Pike comes running around the corner. Oh god. And she runs up real fast and begins gathering her Revivify spell.
Where's Scanlan?
I pick him up and I start walking towards Grog with him.
Did either of you guys want to roll for Pike's Revivify?
On
Percy?
Percy.
Percival,
Do
yeah.
you want Matt to do this? There's no.
I'll do it. I don't want you to have. I don't want you to. Get out of your head. I'll do it. I'll do it. It's just dice. It's the universe. It's low.
Oh no, is this a 9?
6.
Fuck. Plus what? It's not gonna work.
6 plus 5?
11.
Percival has died how many times?
I don't know.
I think just once for him, right?
The big one.
It works. It works. It's just enough. It's just enough.
Wait, how many times has he died?
I'm triple checking.
Tell us how many times you
Does
died.
the necklace count? Does the necklace not count?
Necklace does not count.
Once, as far as I can remember.
Because the necklace just instantly bamfed him back.
Yeah, similar to the
it's a
effect
shield.
earlier.
Oh, come on. Come on.
So,
If that's going on, I've got like 30 points of lay on hands just that I have not had a chance to use, and I'm probably not in great shape. So I'm probably going to be trying to use it even though I know better.
so as you're trying to grab the body and trying to make it form, it's not doing anything. The healing magic is not taking effect into the now still cold body. As Pike's metallic hand comes into your visual frame, Kerrick, you watch, and that slow, breathless motion as her gauntleted arm reaches out and touches the clavicle of the bloody mess of Percy's torso. And as the divine energy pulses warmth once more through the chest, you watch as the bits of exposed organ that you had pushed in close over with skin. And breath comes back to Percival's body. You come to consciousness, barely.
Quick question.
Yes?
Was it room or was it nothing? Okay, just checking.
Listen.
Okay, good to know.
I just tears.
Oh, that's nice.
Welcome back. Don't look down. You're a bloody mess.
Oh, this is mine.
No.
Okay. Pass up.
Are we all here then?
Grog!
Scanlan was down.
Scanlan's down.
I'll take off running for Vex.
Okay, as you turn around the corner, Kima and Allura are rushing up to you now as well. Is he? And you turn the corner, Grog, and you see Vax holding the still body of Scanlan just dangling out of his arms.
No. No. No! Fix him! Fix him!
Starts a rocket. Like a child.
Will somebody do something?
We have to take him home.
We have to get him out of here.
Well, we've got all these people with magic. You've all got magic spells. You just brought him back. Fix him!
Pike looks at Kima. Can you do anything?
This is beyond any of my capabilities. I have a certain skill set, and it's not this kind of skill set. I'm sorry.
Vax, the Raven Queen. You can talk to her, right? Vax?
I mean, what do we need? Do we need, like...
Okay, we have to get him out of here because this place sucks.
We need to take him somewhere. With a temple.
Uh.
And we need to find his daughter.
Okay, question. Oh, you didn't kill anything, did you, Vex? There's no, like, Fenthras trees?
No.
There's no trees?
No trees.
Can Allura do?
Yeah.
Allura, I do have a teleport spell I can utilize. Gather everyone around.
I'm going to drop the gate stone that we have right in this room. I'm just going to leave it here.
You know, you're very funny, but this is not very funny.
I'm coming back here to dissect that monster once we're done.
That's fair. Okay, let's save our friend.
All right. Let's all of us gather our hands together. She puts her hands out, Kima takes on one side, and you all form a circle.
I'm lying down to do this, but yes.
She closes her eyes. She begins the incantation under her breath.
Where's she rolling?
There's a brief flux of arcane energy, then it fades, and you all remain in place.
No.
She goes,
What's wrong?
I don't know. Something is barring my...
It's this place. The dragon said that there were features to this place.
Oh, fuck. We don't
Tarek
have...
has like no affect in his voice.
We have to get out of here.
Up and out.
Up and out. Up and out.
Pike's gonna cast Detect Magic and see if where it's coming from. Can she see if it's coming from anywhere?
She casts Detect Magic. There are a number of magical sources in this room. There are a few...
Ooh, okay. I'm gonna warn you now, Fat Yoshi. Not shenanigan type of vibe right now. This is a tough vibe in the room at this point. I mean, I agree with chat. Great moment from Grog. Great moment from Percy, like I noted. I'm really loving that. And this is tough, man. It is because if I'm thinking about this like a story or a movie or a book, they go into a silent montage or a montage where you can't hear any of the audio of the reality. They're playing music overhand as they fight through the flame skulls, fucking Vax is like holding Scanlan as he's like throwing knives without looking. An escape, or not an escape sequence necessarily, but no, escape sequence. An escape sequence with like a downed party member. The emotions are high. Yeah, Grog is yelling. He's angry. He's upset. Percy is barely clinging to consciousness. Vex is barely clinging to Percy. And this is where I find that I don't necessarily know exactly how to handle, always, resurrection. And especially escape sequences like this. Like, I talked about how I broadly liked the idea of the flame skulls, but the idea of the party in this state having to do a little combat, a little D&D minigame combat with the flame skulls sounds like narrative and like pacing like shackles, like diving weights. It sounds like it would drag this so much and not in a good way. So I don't know, but the idea of like you can't teleport out of this place, I like the pervasive necromantic effect and energy. I like places having pervasive effects that break the rules, that that provide exceptions to normal gameplay. And honestly, maybe you just delete the flame skulls at this point. I don't think the internet's going to be super happy with that, but like especially the players don't know. At this point, at my table, I probably just don't bring up the flame skulls again. It seems like interrupting the momentum too much. The dour, desperate momentum, that is like, that's a rare feeling, that's a rare effect. And it's one of the reasons that if I am running Resurrection, I like for it to be in places of power. You have to go to a temple. You have to go to a grove. It can't just happen anywhere. And it's for moments like this. But then that journey matters. And figuring out exactly how to handle it sometimes requires some fudging, I think, to keep that desperate momentum. Because that's a really rare feeling at a table. And it's something that if you always allow them to like resurrect for free on the spot, you never get that. You never get that. Especially if you have a fucking cleric in the party. The only other time you get that is when you're like racing against the clock, I guess, to like save something, to save somebody. But racing D&D is not naturally timed outside of combat, so even that requires a little bit of weird granularity. It requires a little bit of weird abstractions to manage the time, to create the tension, which puts friction on the tension. This is frictionless. It doesn't matter that they are technically not fighting against the clock right now. They are desperate to get Scanlan back. And I don't know how else you accomplish that. I think this feeling is only accomplishable with Matt's resurrection rules, or possibly ones even more slightly strict. But with this emotion and this momentum, I think as a DM, you start tearing down the walls. You start tearing down the barriers. You start abstracting things. You start moving it more into that montage type feeling, so that the, frankly, boringness of travel does not supersede the desperation. You want to keep that desperation alive because it's enthralling. To audience, player, DM, it's enthralling. Ooh. Yeah. It's striking out Silent Vax and Grogar, especially compared to the aftermath of the Percy death. Yeah. The acting's great right now. Yeah. Yeah. Couldn't you just say the Flame Skull disappears when Raishan dies? Probably. I think I would consider that fudging, quote unquote. But yes, I would do it. This is one of the instances that I defend fudging for, is an instance like this. It's like, yeah, if we're looking at everything purely based on the plan and the setup, the Flame Skulls should be there, and they should have to fight them, because they are damaged. And, like, the Flame Skulls, in theory, might even kill one or multiple of them right now. So, like, they are a legitimate threat, and they are a legitimate part of the consequences of the design of the dungeon. So it's not even like you're just deleting them for time purposes. Deleting them does make everything easier on the party. I don't care. In this moment, I don't fucking care if I'm the DM at all. I don't care. I'll give them more consequences later. I want to maintain this feeling because this is rare. And I don't need to slap them even more than they already have been. You could, but I don't think it's going to result in a more satisfying experience at all. So this is one of the instances, again, like I said, that I defend fudging for, because I do think that is literally fudging to remove the flame skulls, to say they don't regen, but I super don't care in this moment, you know. This is where we missed Scanlan. He and Grog were backbones after Percy, and now it's Vex, Keyleth, and Carrick. Yeah. That is funny, Fat Yoshi. That's a funny story, but again, not the vibe. The vibes are so serious. But that is a funny story. I like that. Yeah. When is the internet ever happy? Yeah. The DM gives the PC an apprentice when the player has to take on the character of the apprentice. I mean, that's a decent way to handle like backup characters. I don't mind that. Anyways, I don't want to ignore all your messages. It's just not relevant. It's not the vibes, you know? A good tactic here might be to say, we will do the escape as a series of skill checks. Each person rolling, you can say how you use the skill to facilitate the escape, turn it into a different kind of game. Absolutely. You could totally do that. Totally do that. Yeah, I think you want to eliminate any boring slog. So you don't want to do anything gridded. You don't want to do any combats, D&D combats at least. You can do a combat skill check. That's fine. But yeah, you want to remove anything that might slow them down. Skill checks, totally good. Skill checks are great for going fast. Getting hit by 4 fireballs as they leave is icky. Yeah, exactly. Matt changes all stat blocks. We can pretend the fudging was done before the skulls ever entered the game. We can totally pretend that, and I'm down with it. I'm down with it, yeah. That emotional moment is worth 1,000 fights, yeah. Yeah. At least it's D&D related. If we get into the corrupt politician talk, I'm going to have to time you out, Fat Yoshi. Look, these are the themed streams. You can talk your the random shit in not themed streams, but cries just may not be the format for you, man. But yeah, man, this moment is huge. Yeah, this moment is huge. Who the fuck cries? I assume you mean Cares and me. The owner of the stream. Yeah, man. This is the most hooked I've been on player death in a while. And I am somewhat. No, you said Cries is not the place. Oh, Cries, as in Critical Eyes, as in the series that we're in right now. Critical Eyes is the name of the series. Yeah. So this series is not the place. But yeah, I can't remember being this hooked on a player death. Broadly because it has been so easy for them to resurrect, frankly. The last one was probably Percy, when they had to transport him back to Whitestone, when they, weren't when they didn't resurrect him on Glintshore. I think that was the most riveted I've been in a player death other than this one. It would be wild if Scanlan can't come back, or if they fail the check to get Scanlan back. That'd be crazy. It would be wild for Scanlan's story to end here. Man. Yeah, let's see it.
Vials on the back shelf, some of which appear to have been broken and scattered on the ground, and the magic is fading. There is one book that is actually kind of in a chest that she goes and kind of, it's partially open. There's a book that was hidden inside that is emanating some sort of magical essence. There's the doorway across the way, but there is just a general magical presence, like a very faint magical energy everywhere in here.
There's a doorway across the way.
On the far end.
Oh, there is. Oh, there is.
I run over to inspect it.
Make an
trying to
investigation
get us
check.
out of here. Perception?
Investigation.
Jesus fuck.
What hit points am I at right
7.
now?
7. The door looks like a door. It doesn't look like it's to the,
Trapped.
intricate. It looks like it's locked or chained by something.
Vax, can you check for traps?
I'm gonna third level cure wounds you.
What am I at right now?
You're probably at
1.
1.
Okay,
Yeah, so I'm
that'll
gonna
do.
cure wounds on you.
All right, I head over to where Keyleth is and start looking for traps.
With the laying on, can I lay on hands with him?
You
once
can
he's
now.
back? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use my last luck
So
of
I
the
can
day.
I'll give you 30.
Thank you.
I just used my last luck of the day and I got 2 ones.
Are you
2
fucking serious?
The door seems not trapped. It appears to be chained or locked from the
Fuck
other side.
that shit. Titanstone Knuckles, I'm going through the door.
All right.
Give him back, give him back, give him back.
All right, roll a strength check.
With advantage. That's pretty good. 20, 26.
24.
6. You start slamming your fist against the door, and it splinters, and then breaks inward, and then outward, and rocks just start tumbling outward. The where once was the door, this vicinity here is now appears to be a cave-in from the opposite side.
I do my stone shape, and I punch the walls and try and blast a hole through the fallen rubble with stone shape.
Okay. As you slam through, you smash a cylindrical space in, and it just meets more rock. You get the sense that whatever chamber was beyond this room
It's just caved
has
in.
caved in.
I'm going to say something awful. Put him in the bag of coaling. It's not like he's breathing. It will keep him safe. Let's gather what we can. We have to walk out of here. There's no other way.
Pike.
Dude. Great character acting from Taliesin, man. Great character work. Because I think Taliesin and I and everyone all know that it is not necessary to put him in the bag of coaling. It is there are benefits theoretically. But the benefits are small enough that it is almost clearly not I don't want to say not worth it, but it's almost clearly not worth bringing up. And bringing it up is like just punching home the practicality and the problem solving of like when Percy is in crisis, he shuts off the emotions, goes into problem solving mode, takes every route towards tuning every variable in their favor, no matter what the emotions are like. I mean, even to bring it back to the conversation of whether or not to harvest Raishan's body, no one mentioned it. One of the first things Percy says is, I am leaving this magical item in the middle of this necromantic dungeon so that it is easier for us to come back and dissect her. Not harvest, not utilize the body, dissect. I mean, just the cold clinical is strong. And it's it is that's impactful. That's impactful. When was that, Mega? I don't remember that. I got you. Oh, nope. I gotta pull up the transcripts. Otherwise, the command F won't work. Dissect. 3:14:19. I'm coming back here to dissect that monster once we're done. Whew. Cold. Yeah. Percy's always trying to make the hard choices and convinced that he's the only one looking truth in the face. Sometimes he's just wrong. I think a lot of times Percy is right Well, not always. A lot of times. I think he's wrong sometimes, and I think even more of the time he is right, but he is focusing on truths that are unnecessary. Like looking at the hard truth is his coping mechanism to deal with it. Like he has to look it down in the face. He has to be doing things in order to cope with tragedy and what's going on around him. If he's not actively working, he is standing still, and if he's standing still, he has to sit in the reality. He'll look at the truth, he'll recognize it, he will strategize around it, but he will not sit in it. He has to be running from it. It's delightful. It's delightful. Dissect that monster. Not dragon, not Raishan. Yeah. It's the spite. Yeah. Yeah. I'm the cold practical person until trauma is over. I think it resonates with me because I am also cold and practical when things are going on. When during me and Paige have what I would call hard discussions relatively often. We don't fight almost ever. We go for the more like frequent small releases of the kettle. You know what I'm saying? We don't let the pressure build up. We like really frequently release the steam, release the pressure. So I'd say like 90% of anything that would resemble an argument is like low impact, low emotion. Like it's pretty chilled. And then it's like 8% is medium and like 2% is what I would actually think of as a fight. And it's like I might cry. I might, I'll let the waterworks go. I'll be emotional during like the low tier and the medium tier during 98%. But once we get up to that 2%, I can think of like 2 or 3 things like discussions that I would consider fights in our relationship. And those cold as ice. Very, 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 very cold, very, very practical. And it's uncomfortable for everyone involved. It is incredibly uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable for her. It's uncomfortable for me sitting in it, but I can't not do it. And it's incredibly uncomfortable looking back on. But that is absolutely like crisis mode or like huge emotion mega this is how I would be if I had died. If I had died to Raishan, I don't think I'd be too far off. So maybe that is part of why it resonates with me a lot. Yeah. Also, practically speaking, Sien's body is small enough. Practically speaking. Yeah. Mega is Percy for one of the first and few times. Mega's Percy. Yep. Yeah. Communication diffuses bad situations before they fester. Absolutely. Me and Paige are very, very into. I think we have hard conversations. Probably, I think we are talking in that vein more often than a normal couple, but we don't let. Or a normal, typical, maybe you should say. Typical couple, but we do not let anything fester. We are quasi-obsessed with not letting things fester. Yeah. Man. But yeah, so I think it's great character work, and I think one of the reasons, regardless of everything I said, all the media analysis, it's great character work because I fucking resonate with it. At the end of the day, there's an X factor here. I don't resonate with Grog. I don't resonate with Vex or Vax or Kerr or Keyleth. They're all doing great. They're all doing great. But I know that it's good because it makes me feel something. And not necessarily something explicitly good, you know? If I said I can't not do it, my therapist would say something like, no, you choose to do it. You feel what you feel, but your actions and words are based on your choice every time. That's fair. In reference to, like, I can't not act like this when I'm in big moments. Yeah. It is your choice every time. I agree. But it happens so rarely that I don't feel it particularly worth addressing. But this isn't the mega therapy hour. I am, yeah. I don't know. It definitely resonates with me. Especially given all that harvesting discussion earlier. That is where my real ethical lines stand. I can't say that in this situation, my anger would not boil over and go ice cold and potentially pressure me to cross lines. I'm being honest. I would not want to, but that is definitely, I think, again, one of the reasons that resonates with me is because dissecting sounds pretty unnecessary within my ethical framework, but it also sounds real and like something I could see myself saying. So I don't know. It just all... It hits me, man. It hits me. Yeah. When it comes to things like avoidance and actions, so it popped into my head there. No, fair enough. Absolutely fair enough. Absolutely. Yeah. Percy, more than any other member of VM, to me, can be a very horrifying person in terms of ethics. Yeah. I definitely, yeah, I get that. Anyways, let's watch some CR.
Looks at the book that's emanating magic. Does it look like it's like a evil book at all?
It has a sinister look to it. It is ancient. The leather itself is darkened, not by initial color, but by just weather, age. Has a very, very deep, leathery brown burgundy tint to it. It has ancient brass inlays, and it is locked shut on one side.
Pike's gonna take off her scarf and throw it over it and try to cover it and wrap it up in cloth.
Okay.
And ask Grog to put it in the bag of holding and wonder if that'll make the magic go away.
Sure.
I'm also just going to grab Grog really quickly and just scrape as much stuff off the shelves into the bag. We need to know what this shit is.
Okay, so you grab a number of the tomes. A number of them were destroyed from the impact of the meteor swarm. But the one, you get a number of tomes in there. You get some odds and ends, you get some bones, some other things that just kind of around the territory. And that all seems to go in fine.
Okay.
Keyleth goes over to the corpse of Raishan. She kind of takes the staff of Laura and shoves it down into her corpse, just to see if any reaction happens.
Okay. The staff slams into the flesh, one of the exposed wounds in the side of Raishan's body. As it sinks in, the staff seems to right itself in a standing position. You kind of let go instinctually, and you watch as the remaining visual of the black disease that had begun to spread across the body spreads rapidly across the entire body of Raishan. What remains of green scale turns to black, and very, very quickly the corpse begins to just wither and blacken, and then turn to this rippled, fleshy husk. The staff disengages and falls to the ground, clattering against the stone, seeming that the remainder of the disease completed its cycle.
I just say, that was 4 Scanlan from the Ashari, you bitch.
I'm going to Grog, help me pile all of the dragon remains into a pile. The eggs, everything. I need a pile. We're going to try and remove anything useful, anything that, especially of the eggs, anything to know what they were. But I don't want to take the whole thing. I don't want to leave anything. We're going to burn it. We're going to burn it all.
I take a gate stone and
These
put it back
pillars.
there.
Knock out these pillars. It'll cave this whole thing in.
Okay.
I still want to burn it.
But
yeah.
As you, Carrick, walk towards one of the edges of the pillars there's a flash in the ground of a magical glyph or symbol of some kind that triggers, and your body is immediately racked with horrible pain. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Jesus.
Let's not walk around this place anymore.
11.
11.
No, wait. With Constitution, I get.
Make sure it's Constitution.
Plus 7, 15, 18. 8. Probably should have.
I will say, I guess I should clarify. I don't necessarily think that Percy is the worst. I think that Percy is capable of justifying the most evil of actions. I think that there is very few to maybe no actions that Percy that could not be theoretically justified should the other side of the scale balance it. I think pretty much every other member of the cast has have stricter line, or not cast, I should say. Every other member of the party have stricter lines of things that no matter what the other side looks like, there can never be enough benefit to outweigh an action. And my interpretation or my feeling of Percy is that no such line exists. If there is sufficient benefit, there is no line too thick, essentially. Like, I think all of them have softer, thinner lines around a lot of things. But I think everyone else has certain lines that are thicker. Maybe with the exception of Grog, but Grog does not have the intelligence to enact, frankly, plans of great impact. which is what makes me more intimidated / scared of Percy compared to everyone else. Is because I think he has the intelligence to enact plans of great impact. And I think there is always a benefit that could balance out something. But I think, for example, the twins would never willingly sacrifice the other. I think there is a benefit you could present to Percy where he might sacrifice Vex. Just as an example. So that's what I mean by I'm the most or he's the one that scares me the most in terms of ethics, is that I don't think he consistently does the worst things. I think that's Scanlan by a country mile. I think Scanlan, in terms of demonstrable actions, is easily the most evil. But Scanlan scares me less than Percy. Yeah. What makes you think the others can't justify bad things? Oh, they absolutely can. They absolutely can. What's the obsession with dissecting monsters? I don't personally get it, but I have played with people of a similar persuasion, so I know it exists. I have never delved into the psychology on it, though. Yeah. Very just an ends justify the means sort of person. Yeah. That's where I'm on. Yeah. Yeah. There's absolutely a situation where a person would sacrifice other members of VM for a good in his eyes. Yeah. And it's like Percy propaganda that y'all are buying into that hasn't been displayed yet. I'm just telling you how he comes off to me. I don't think he has displayed the most evil. That is just legitimately how he comes off. I mean, he comes off as the most warlock of them all. He was willing to give in to Orthax and vengeance in order to kill the Briarwoods. He was he accepted, we heard it pretty directly during the Briarwood arc, he accepted that there might be other names that get added to the list. And that was a trade that was worth it to him to kill the Briarwoods. And scaling up that logic, the impression I've gotten of Percy is that sort of logic could apply all the way up the chain. I don't think there is a singular action that weighing would not apply to. I don't think there's a single action you could present to him that is a hard no matter what's on the other side. But that's just my impression. Yeah. Grog has lines, but they're more morality chains. If somebody doesn't know, gets fucked up, meh. If somebody does love, all bets are off. Yeah, I can see that. Why does Scanlan scare you less than Percy? I think that Scanlan weirdly... I don't think Scanlan is, again, capable of the feats that Percy is. I think out of every member of Vox Machina, in terms of having a worldwide global impact, the biggest magnitude of impact on the world and of the space around them, I think Keyleth and Percy are the most capable. Sort of in the same vein I was talking about Raishan earlier, where Raishan I think is the most capable entity they've ever fought. I think that these two are the most capable of Vox Machina, and I think that Percy has I think Keyleth has a lot of lines. Keyleth has a lot of lines, I think. I kind of disagree with Percy sacrificing Vex. I think that would be a very hard line for him to cross. I think it would be a hard line for him to cross. But I think there is something you could offer him. But it's an opinion thing. It's a speculation thing. I don't know. But just based on what I've seen, that's what I find. I think since finding Cassandra alive, Percy values family more than almost anything. I don't think he could find a reason to sacrifice a member of Vox unless it saved the rest of them. Yeah. I don't think Vax would sacrifice Vex if it meant the rest of the party dying. I don't think he would do it. I think Percy would. But it's pure speculation. That's just that's how those two come off to me. I don't think Vax would sacrifice Vex. I do think Percy would sacrifice Vex. If this situation is exactly the same, well, maybe not. I don't think he would sacrifice her in any capacity ever. I think there is a situation. I'll scale it way up. The entire continent of Wildmount will be wiped out. It is the only way to stop total, pure no sentient life. I still think that Vax, I think there's a really decent shot that Vax does not do that, but that Percy would. Again, just my impression. I have no hard facts to support it. That's just how they come off to me. I think a lot of the others would also sacrifice some people given the right context. I think Vax would sacrifice all of them, even Keyleth, for Vex. I agree. That's exactly what I totally agree, but I think he would never cross the Vex line. I agree. I also wonder how much of Percy's willingness versus just talk, projecting this cold rationality just to protect himself. Super possible. Given the Briarwood arc, I think at least a decent chunk of it is not just talk, but possible. If you say sacrificing Vex to save a continent is more cold, I think saving Vex would be scarier in that example. Probably in that example, that would be scarier, but that's not the logic chain that I'm working out. That's a totally separate argument. I am just saying there's no line he wouldn't cross. There are boundaries. There are boundaries, I think, for every other member that don't exist for Percy. Yeah. And that is why he is scary to me. I think we're maybe having two different I guess arguments about like what is scary. Yeah, the choosing Vex over Wildmount in that situation, that in and of itself is a scary choice. Percy, as a person with a comprehensive worldview, is broadly scarier because I think he could justify anything, and I don't think I think other members of Vox have harder lines. Yeah.
Been making some of these saving throws by adding the right numbers to them.
Another feeling.
Yeah, that's D&D, man.
That's okay.
It's math light.
Okay. Let me see, make sure it was the right one. Yeah, okay. So as the excruciating pain takes over, you instinctually start screaming as your muscles lock up and you are unable to move. You guys all look over suddenly as Kerr is just locked in place, all the muscles pulled into this tense moment, just screaming in place.
What is he grabbing onto? Is he grabbing onto?
Nothing, he just walked over to one of the pillars.
And hit a glyph.
Kind of the central area here.
Someone shove him off.
I'm gonna use my rope of entanglement and.
Okay, you pull him off. The glyph still remains glowing in place, and he clatters to the ground, still locked up. You don't even see color or shape right now. It's just white from the pain that is racking your body, and you are unable to move, make conscious thought. You are purely a primal entity that is suffering right now.
Can you smash
I walk
glyphs?
over. I'm going to
It's
try.
not that much. This is almost better than what I had before.
I kneel down and try lay on hands on him because it can cure multiple diseases and neutralize poisons with single use.
Okay, so you spend 5 of your hit points.
Sure, 5.
Doesn't seem to sway him. He's still like his teeth. It's almost almost biting through his tongue. Allura immediately looks over and is going to go ahead and attempt to dispel.
Is he cursed?
Which succeeds. Actually, she rolled 15 plus. So the pain subsides immediately, and she puts her hood back up as kind of your breath begins to regulate.
Let's get out of here.
What was that?
The dragon left a symbol.
A symbol.
Don't worry about it. It's gone now. Just do not touch that for the next 10 minutes.
I'm gonna quickly search Scanlan's body for his wand.
A fireballs or?
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot some fireballs in here when we're on our way out.
You're gonna burn it to the ground?
I'm gonna burn it to the ground.
I can help you with that.
Thank you.
As can I.
As we leave, we help burn this motherfucker to the ground.
All right, as you guys begin to walk out, the three of you, between your staff, your wand, and Allura's preparation, you guys just... And you watch as elements of the stonework begin to fall into itself and collapse. Not enough to the point where it causes a full cave-in to be endangering to you, but you ensure that this space is no longer used for whatever purpose it was being used for. You guys continue back out to the edge of the chasm, where the bridge is currently...
The bridge got snapped, didn't it?
It did, yeah.
But the gravity
But now
is
gravity's
off.
regular.
Yes.
We can carry back and forth
carry
on the
back and forth
carpet.
with the carpet and the broom.
Okay. You get across without issue with the...
Pike casts light on her mace so that it's a nicely lit thing anymore. It's not creepy and dark.
All right, you guys make your way across the chasm. You can still hear below, and occasionally when you glance down as the light kind of opens the area below, you can see the masses of writhing bodies that are all reaching up from below, but with no magical gravitational trap in effect, they have no effect and are kept at a distance. You make your way across, heading back towards the spiral staircase upwards. The glyph from earlier.
Avoiding all that stairs trap stuff.
Yeah, the glyph is still dispelled from earlier.
Good.
You guys still make your way up in sections using the broom and the magic carpet. As you make your way up into the next chamber, you begin to hear cackling laughter.
God.
Are these the fucking Ghost Rider skulls again?
Here. From ahead, and you see a little bit of a light source begin to appear from the iron door room that you guys had
Are
your
they
first
all
encounter
just like
with.
right down?
They're not quite in sight yet. You can just see the glow as they're like kind of descending down a grade.
And we're kind of in a hole.
Okay. He's giving them warning. Which Matt, I don't want to say he never gives them warning or foreshadows danger. He definitely does sometimes. But it's not necessarily it's not common. So I like that. I want to compliment that first and foremost. He is giving them an opportunity to react and potentially maybe find a way to skip the combat. Let's see if they do.
Wait, right?
Yeah.
Are they technically undead?
Yeah,
Yes.
they are.
Very
So
Then Pike's gonna use her.
This will do it, yeah.
Yeah, she's gonna use turn undead on those motherfuckers.
Yes.
Okay. Looking at the radius of turn undead.
Oh.
I think it's.
Just double check here.
And
So it's pretty
destroy
close.
undead.
If she's got
It would be destroy undead at 5th level, which she has.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, it's 30 feet near you.
Oh, okay.
So she can wait.
Yeah, but they shoot fireballs, so
I'll
maybe
actually,
that's not
I'll actually
smart.
say the second that we see them, I'm just going to empty the wand.
It's fire though.
Yeah.
Oh, will they just be fine?
Yeah, they'll
They-
probably
they
be
shoot
fine. I'm gonna
fire.
shoot them with
Radiant
arrows and
damage?
try to
Oh.
get them from far away, I guess.
All right, so you guys are holding your action from come into turn.
All right, we're running ads.
Ads incoming. Take cover.
Yeah, okay. So now they're all holding their actions. We already discussed earlier what I would probably do in this situation, just delete the skulls. But I get why Matt isn't. I brought up the internet before. And with that in mind, of the idea of I think it's reasonable to speculate that he might not feel as though he can delete the skulls or that it would be worth it because of the backlash. I think that in that scenario, giving them a ton of warning, which he does not normally do, again, especially this much warning, before they're kind of committed, they're on the battle map, and allowing them to prep all of these things to potentially deal with them very quick, because Flame Skull... what's up? Hello. We're back. Also, I thought of something in the bathroom that I think maybe better explains my view. I'm not even gonna talk about it more. Respond back and forth more. I just thought of a better way of phrasing the actual thing that I think. In my head, the reason that I focus on the barriers when it comes to Percy being evil is that if I scale it all the way up to infinity, let's say, infinitely evil actions that I can't even comprehend, I can't imagine, I can't think of in this moment right here with my limited human capacity. I think that his capability, his basically starting point, scales that infinity faster, but even more pertinently, the lack of lines essentially means that there is no, from my perspective, the lack of lines means that there's no subset of that infinity that is carved out. It's some infinities are bigger than others sort of conversation. Even if we scale everyone else up into infinity, if we scale Vax up into infinitely evil, his infinity of possible evil actions that he would take, that he could justify, do not include, they carve out any that involve crossing certain lines. So his infinity ends up being smaller than Percy's. That's essentially that's why I feel more scared by Percy. It doesn't mean that in the practical reality he will do more evil things. It's just about a higher capability for me. Because it might not, it might not even be his fault. He might get tricked. He might get mind controlled. That sort of stuff. What's up?
Did you just say some infinities are bigger than other infinities?
Yeah.
Whatever?
Yeah.
Do you know that you're kind of quoting something?
Yes, I'm quoting mathematicians.
Yeah.
Fault in Our Stars?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. We just talked about how you haven't seen that since everything, and
I mean, I know that quote is in Fault in Our Stars, but it's also just a concept.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Again, that's not trying to convince anyone or change any minds. That is just explaining my mindset. I think it's very reasonable for people to be focused more in low level, or not low level, but in more grounded practicalities of I think it's very reasonable for people to say infinity doesn't really exist. And when we're talking about being scared of someone, we should focus on the things that they do or that they, all this sort of stuff. That's fair. I'm just explaining my mindset of it. Yeah. Anyways, I was just reading the chat, but yeah, it is a question to me of scaling infinities of evil. Yeah. Some infinite evils are better than other infinite evils, or not better. Bigger. Some infinite evils are bigger than other infinite evils.
To range.
Can I see
Actually,
them yet?
what is this a straight tunnel, straight featureless tunnel heading towards us?
It's a slow grade downward. You guys are heading back up the pathway, and you see them now coming in your direction.
Can I just unload on them, I suppose?
Once they come into...
Yeah.
Is it all four of them?
You're not sure.
We just can't clump like we were before.
I've got a sunbeam ready to go.
Oh, well.
Oh, well, yours has a probably good range on it.
60 foot, but I want to get them in line.
I've got 120 feet on mine.
I've got disgusting.
All right, so you guys hearing the cackling and seeing the glow coming, you hold your actions. You're holding your bow, you're holding a sunbeam,
I'm gonna
you're holding your
wait till
attacks.
line up.
That would give you guys immediate action as soon as they arrive. So, sure enough, within a moment you watch as four of them come into view, the same four you destroyed earlier, kind of clustered around. There's two to one side, there's two lines of two, essentially. So,
Regenerate? Did you hold out for
So I'm gonna do.
They just grow back, or like we shattered a few of them.
I have a feeling there's a bunch of these guys.
Let me take care of this.
So, Keyleth,
Yeah.
you can the sunbeam can only affect 2 of them. So they get their saving throw, right? Roll 8d6. If you could. They they do not make their saving throws.
That's right. 5, 6. Give me 2 more.
All you need?
D6s. Goink.
Well, that's not true, Brittany. Infinity times infinity is bigger than infinity plus infinity. This is a mathematical truth. I just want to pause really quick and address that. I'm not even speaking in like wishy-washy philosophical stuff. In terms of mathematics that is practical, that does get used, infinite, like theory about infinite sets does have bearing on real life things, even though practical infinities do not exist. But they are still real in a mathematical sense, and they still have bearing on other areas of mathematics. 2 plus 2 and 2 times 2 are both 4. Yes, but 3 plus 3 and 3 times 3 are not both 6. 3 times 3 is 9. You happen to choose the one number where that's true. You choose literally... Well, I actually don't know about literally any other number, but I think literally any other number, that is not true. I'd argue infinity is not a number. Numbers are infinite, but infinity is not a number. I don't know if that's relevant. I don't know. 2 square is also 4. 2 square is just 2 times 2. What are we talking about here? What are we talking about here? But also, yeah, I don't know if it's relevant if infinity's a number or not. You can still do math on not numbers. You can do 1 plus 1 is 2, but 1 times 1 is 1. Exactly. You've just made infinity a tiny bit bigger. Exactly. So my math skills aren't exactly up to par. Bad example, my bad. No, the reason I jumped on it is because I think that is an intuitive belief. And it is actually somewhat core to how I am thinking about Percy. That's why I jumped onto it, is because that sort of mindset of infinities are just infinity and they're not like bigger or smaller is, I think, in the distinction between those things of like, no, some infinities are bigger. Infinity times infinity is bigger than infinity plus infinity. That is core to my thought process around Percy being scary. So that is why I jumped on it, is not to correct you about some inaccurate maths. It is because that is part of the basis for my feelings about Percy. Yeah. Yeah. Semantically it works though, just not mathematically. That's very interesting. Again, I think you're speaking very intuitively in a way that a lot of people would agree with. And so I am parsing it out in my head of like, infinity is a purely mathematical concept. It's a purely theoretical concept. So separating it's a semantic usage from a mathematical usage is difficult for me. But you are right. And so I'm thinking about it in my head. This is too mathematical for me. That's fair. That's fair. It's a descriptor. It's like saying everything plus 1 is more than everything, but that 1 is already a part of everything. That's not necessary. That's not necessary. Everything and infinity are different. Those are different. You're using words or things that sound correct, but are not. Because again, if you like infinity and infinity plus 1 is bigger than infinity. This is not me just like saying this into the world or claiming this. This is true. This is true facts. Factuals. This is me just like wanting infinity times infinity to be bigger than infinity plus infinity. It is just true. It is proven. So yeah. Did the fact it doesn't work mathematically means it doesn't work semantically run through your head, Megan? Yes. But that isn't true. That's not how people think. Even though it is how I was thinking. And so I am trying to reorient and consider that most people are not thinking that. For a lot of people, just because it doesn't work mathematically, it still can work semantically. And so I'm trying to think about how that sort of thing would happen. Because I'm not the type of dude that thinks because that's how I see it, that is fact. I try to not be the most broadly appealing, but understand the predominant view. And like meet there, you know? Math and intuitiveness do not really go together, IMO. Ooh, that's where we're wrong. No, that's where we're wrong. That's where we differ. I think math is it help like I do not find broad philosophy very intriguing. I find formal logic to describe philosophical claims incredibly intriguing. I find them so much more intuitive than semantic arguments because of the clarity that formal logic has that language does not have necessarily. So to me, math and intuitiveness are linked, which is why while I was in the bathroom peeing and thinking about my opinion of Percy's potential evilness level, I start thinking in terms of math. Because that is one of the ways that I find it easiest to break down a complex thing that I find words lacking for. I find some complex concepts, language just fails, words just fail. And sometimes you have to resort to art or music. I guess music is art. I guess I meant visual art the first time. See the language! Ah! No! Sometimes you have to resort to visual art or music or dance or math. Because some things are just indescribable in language. Even going back to the conversation that we had off of Cries the other day about different languages can shape your thought processes because of what is easy or difficult to say in certain languages. And so for me personally, music and math are the two most intuitive ways for me to understand something. Visual art, not even a little bit. It is incredibly difficult for me to look at a piece of visual art and derive, I almost derive negative meaning from visual art. Because I think too much about the process of making it and the benefits or costs to said process in a way that I don't think about for music. Because visual art is so unintuitive to me in a way that like music and math are not. And I can't explain that. I have no explanation for that. But math is definitely, and I'm someone that struggled with math. I failed Calc 3 twice. I switched to computer science out of computer engineering because I couldn't pass a math class. But I find math able to convey concepts that I could never convey without it. I'm just not good at doing it in a schooling structure. But yeah. Yeah. And I think that's maybe one of the reasons that, like, the infinity thing to me is so, like, drawing a delineation between infinity in mathematics and infinity semantically, to me, is decoupling its intuitiveness. It is saying, I'm going to ignore the aspect of theory and of life and of existence where infinity is intuitive, and I'm going to bring it over into this realm where it is less intuitive and more vague and more abstract. And that is not I do the opposite. I do the opposite process. But for people where math is not intuitive, I can understand that we're kind of reversed in that aspect. Yeah. Yeah. Too much math. Let's hope we go back to the role-playing game with checks determined by math rocks. Oh no! Sorry, I'm about to jump the stream, but I do want to add that I think it's easier for Percy to cross those lines because he already views himself as a monster. That's fair. That's a fair point. I'm more describing my baseline level. I think there's a lot of practical things we can talk about within the character work that I would normally focus on. But this, for me particularly, this particular concept of who scares me more is more in the abstract theoretical realm. Yeah. This discussion is to math what linguistics is to grammar. Numbers don't end. There is no infinity. Is this a difference between mass computing physics? There are no practical infinities, like, or at least we don't think so. Right now, this is not proven. This is a theory. But the current prevailing theory is that infinities do not exist within the real world. Like, we don't think there can be like an infinite subdivision of matter. We think that there is a base level, smallest unit of matter. And so there cannot be infinite matter in the universe. That's a practical infinity. But theoretical infinities do exist and very much help us describe more practical things. Like theoretical infinities are still very important for understanding the practical world. Even though they don't technically exist, we think. Just because a practical infinity doesn't exist doesn't mean a theoretical infinity is not real and something that is useful and sometimes vital to understanding the world. Yeah. There's a reason I switched from engineering to theater. Advanced math. Said like a programmer for sure. There's a reason I'm attracted to something, yeah. Yeah. I had to take a logic class in order to take grad school level linguistic syntax class, and it made me hate logic because it seems so stupid to try to make language into math. People just don't think like that. I do. Or at least formal logic helps me explain my thoughts better than normal language. And it helps me understand the thoughts of others more than formal language. I got so much more empathetic after I took my programming language course. Or my programming logic fundamentals course. And then I took a philosophical formal language course. And those two courses single-handedly increased my empathy more than any other experience in my entire life. They're also what convinced me to go to therapy. So and I understand that I am maybe not the typical person in this case. What we might call neurotypical. So that is why I paused when you were like, it works mathematically but not semantically. That's why I paused and I was like, this is a divergence between maybe the predominant way of thinking about this versus mine. So yeah, please explain your feelings on this through dance. I can't do that. Well, I used to be able to do that. I used to be in a professional ballet troupe. So I used to do that, yeah. Calc 3 is multivariable. That's where I stopped too. It was tough. It was hard. It was hard to do school on it. Yeah. Like imaginary numbers. Yeah, imaginary numbers also work. Yeah. Not in the way I was taught about syntax. Breaking up sentences and defining human language grammar using math and logic is so unintuitive to me. Yeah, I mean, maybe we might be talking about possibly different logic. I'm not necessarily talking about like sentence diagramming, like noun, verb, adjective, subadjective. I'll pull up what I'm talking about. Formal propositional logic. I am talking about this. Maybe we are on the same page and I'm not aware. But this is the formal logic of propositional calculus. There are also other formal logic languages and symbol sets that you can learn. Some philosophers like certain symbol sets more than others. But this is one of the things. And these are some of the ways that we develop like logical fallacies is through these sorts of symbols and languages. So this is what I'm talking about. I don't know if you're talking about this. You might be talking about this, or you might be talking about something else. But yeah, this was incredibly useful to me in understanding the world. So yeah, I don't know shit about diagramming a sentence. I'll tell you that. I mean, I do, but I don't find it intriguing or fascinating. I'm not like, ooh, let me determine that proposition. Oh, maybe that's where you got propositional logic, because the proposition of a sentence, different. Is that what it's called, the proposition? Anyways, yeah, I'm not like, chomping at the bit to diagram a sentence. I am chomping at the bit to leave normal language behind and go into a world of purely symbols and logic that represent claims and things like that. Guess what I get for diverting an applied philosophy degree before the deep theoretical stuff? Yeah. Now, dance is a language I just plain don't understand. Like, ballet performances tell me absolutely nothing. Set, costuming, music, yes, but dance alone, not even a little. That's how I am about visual art. I very much understand it, but I also don't. Visual art is interesting to me for the same reason that maps are interesting to me, because they tell me things about the creator, and I find that incredibly interesting. But the actual pieces themselves, I derive nearly zero meaning from. So yeah, the weirdest possible moment in a conversation I can't even begin to fathom. This one did divert a little bit, but it's, it's talking about my mind and my mindset. Yeah. It's different way to use mother-daughter knows that turns sentence diagrams into trees that take up multiple pages. Ah, yes, okay. I don't love that. That is, frankly, too focused on the language to me. That's too focused on the language. I want to be rid of the language. Get it out of here. I'm focused on just logic. Yeah. What do you mean by visual art in that case? Like the art that is posted in the art channel in this. Like this. That's a piece of art by Busy Matches. And this is part of the reason that I said I wouldn't watch. Oh wait, you can't see it because I'm pulling up the Discord and you can't see the Discord. Well, yeah, basically any of the fan art breaks. Part of the reason I skipped them is because I have almost nothing to contribute to the discussion on them because they don't really mean or communicate anything to me. I'm just like, oh, that's Vex. I know Vex. The other day, someone posted in the art chat of like, hey, there's this really cool piece of this art. Oh yeah. The fan art of Kashaw that was showing his inner world through the notes. I was like, oh, that is really interesting. I would have never gotten that just by looking at it. In my head, wouldn't have even thought of that. So yeah. Oh man. Anyways. I think visual art can work mimetically. Putting certain symbols and juxtapositions in a painting evokes shared knowledge, and that's a communication from the painter to the audience. Yeah, I guess when I talk about like me not getting visual art, I can get it on a literal level. It is very unintuitive to me. Incredibly unintuitive. Like I can sit there and like really break down a painting. It's why, actually, amazing example. It's why I have my dots and lines for maps. Because I found when I was very young that I could not look at a map and understand it and intuit it at like a fundamental level. I could not understand why some maps worked and some maps didn't. It was completely unintuitive to me. And that is why I started using the dots and lines to break down maps and to understand them. Almost identical to the reasoning that I like formal logic. The reason that I like formal logic is because it breaks down language in the same way that my dots and lines break down a visual, like, screenshot or bird's eye view of a map. Exact same areas of my brain. So yeah. That is like none of the messages of a visual piece are communicated intuitively to me. But I can understand them after someone points them out. Or even if I like really stare at it for a little bit and try really hard. But yeah. I think therefore I am is illogical. Absolutely. Yeah. It does not follow. It's for those of you in the know, it's an ought from an is. Well, no, it's not really an ought from an is at all. That's just a random formal philosophy phrase that has no bearing on that sentence, and I just threw it out because I guess I'm a poser. I just wanted to have a comment on it, and I thought of a thing, and then I said it, and I was like, what the fuck am I saying? This doesn't have any bearing on what that just said. That's it. I actually don't know if I think therefore I am is illogical. I believed you and wanted to have a comment on it. This is a sham. I'm a clown. I'm the Wizard of Oz operating this entire stream from behind the curtain. I am not who you think me to be. Let's watch some CR.
12, 17, 24, 6, 27 radiant damage.
27 radiant damage to both of them already. Gotcha. All right. Percival?
I'm going to try I'm doing a sharpshooter piercing shot on another round of them.
Did that take those
pepper box?
Did that take
No,
those?
it did not.
Ooh.
So, sharpshooter piercing shot.
Pike's gonna do Sacred Flame on them.
Okay.
Too.
That's not bad. So that's the first shot is let's see,
It's good.
16.
Hits.
Oh, then they all hit. That's good. So that's 1d10 plus 1d6. So 1d10 plus 1d6. And this is piercing shot. So it's the line, enemy line. So wow, that's nice. That's I have no brain. 17. That's 27 points of damage with 5 points of psychic damage for the first shot.
Okay, so 19 total. They appear the blasts of the bullet don't seem to be doing as much damage.
Okay, but it's hitting both of them in a row.
Right. Yeah.
The next shot is 28 points of damage with 4 points of psychic.
Okay. Okay. With that, this is against someone that she damaged with the sunbeam. Mm-hmm. Both of those skulls just as soon as the beam streaks past, blasting into two of them, 2 piercing shots in a row. You can watch as their eyes begin to glow, flames glowing within the back of the skull. 2 of them immediately just scatter into dust and bone. To the other side.
I still have one last shot, so let's do slightly less that time. 20 points of damage with 1 point of psychic.
Okay.
And that's my contribution to the world.
Right.
Pike does Sacred Flame.
What level?
Well, she's a 17th level cleric now.
Right, but what spell level?
It's a cantrip. So
that's right.
it's just a 48 damage.
Okay, yeah.
48 radiant?
Mm-hmm, radiant damage. Oh yeah, that's good. It's 22 radiant damage. They have to do a dexterity saving throw.
Nope.
Cool. So one of them takes 22 damage.
Nice.
I'm gonna do the one that Percy just hit.
Already?
Hit both of them.
Oh, well, there's 4 of them.
And 2 are down.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, she
Yeah.
does one, and then I'm gonna, as Bex, shoot arrows at them.
Go for it.
That doesn't hit, because the world hates me tonight. And then that one hits.
All right.
I can't find. 11, 13.
And this is where, like, I agreed and really liked Matt giving them this warning, allowing them to ready all of these actions. Not something he normally does, and I was like, great, that'll make it go so fast. I think it would have been reasonable, and people, I think it would be reasonably defensible to say, you know, expend all the resources that you have prepped. You're going to do enough damage for this not to be an issue. I think that would have been incredibly defensible. Even beyond, like, the fudging conversation from earlier, I was like, oh man, like, I think he should just fudge it, remove the flame skulls, whatever. He's including the flame skulls. I think he could have done all of this and just been like, you're going to do enough damage. I don't think we need to go through the actual mechanics of it. Because this sort of slowdown, it's avoidable. It's avoidable. And it's avoidable. I get why he's doing it, but we don't need to.
17
slowing things
damage.
Already. 17 to the one that's right there. Allura, who is frustrated and understanding what their resistances are, is just going to go ahead and cast a high-level magic missile. Okay, that one just explodes and scatters, so now there is one left that is partially damaged from Percival.
Are they within 30 feet?
Not quite yet.
Then I leave the ring of invisibility off and I just charge.
You just charge in?
I'm heading toward them because if they hit me and I'm far enough away, it won't hit the whole group.
Okay. As you go rushing in, that triggers them to start, or the one that's remaining to go ahead, and it's going to fire 2 fire rays at you.
Fire rays?
That is 20 to hit.
Yes, it will.
And 24 to hit.
That one won't, strangely enough. No, it did.
That would be strange.
I don't like that
That
class.
is 13 points of fire damage on one.
Okay.
And 7 points of fire damage on the other.
I will take that.
All right. Watch as both eyes just kind of streak out these burning rays of flame in his direction, both blasting him in the shoulder. One hits him in the side of the knee and the thigh, but Kerr keeps running forward. You can go ahead and make your attacks if you want.
19
hits.
And actually, that's way better than 19. I'm counting dumb. This is 18.
18 hits.
Okay. So for the first one, I'm gonna burn one for Divine Smite.
Alrighty.
And these are undead?
Yes, they are.
8. 11. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 25.
25 for both hits?
That's the first with the first hit.
All right, so do the second hit now.
And that doesn't do it? Just to make sure I didn't kill it with the first one?
It doesn't destroy it, no.
Okay, then for the second one.
It does crack the skull, and you watch as the sutures kind of cave from the impact of the blow. The light of your hammer still.
Right, and then 12, 22, 23, 31. Already.
31, that'll do it. With that, the first blow knocks it almost to the ground. It begins to lift up again. Its mouth kind of... you hit it with the side of the hammer, and it just scatters into broken bone chunks and shards that kind of splatter against the wall and kind of rattle down the grate a bit towards your guys' direction. His character turns around, looking back over his shoulder at you guys. The pathway now clear ahead of you.
It's kind of matter of fact. Like, he didn't... There was no serpentine.
Yeah.
It was like, and then it was just cutting wood.
Yeah. You guys continue forward. You make your way to the chamber with the iron door still open. Eventually walking to the outskirts of the entranceway to the sanctum. You now walk carefully around the previously noticed patches of dirt and sand.
Oh, I grabbed those immovable rods when we get out of there.
Right. And as you pull them out, it seals the tunnel once more behind you.
So much faster than it could have been. Thumbs up. You know, it could have been faster, but that was so much faster than they would typically go through that sort of thing. So 2 thumbs up. Big thumbs up.
Let's find a tree.
Yeah, how do we go?
Laura, do you have any more teleportations left?
No, that was the one.
Let's find a big old tree.
Did we see any
Burn my
living
7th level
trees?
spell.
Everything was dead the closer we got to the
We have to
center.
get to a living tree that we can all fit through.
Actually, I do have a teleportation circle, so I may be able to bring us to Amon.
Do you want to go to Amon or anywhere else?
We can go to Grayskull Keep.
Can you get us to Grayskull Keep or at least the...
We need something that will Scanlan. What's it,
Saren
Grayskull?
Ray's temple.
Is it Grayskull
I mean,
Keep?
that's
or-
where our chapel is in
We
our
have
house.
Pike and I have like a little temple, yeah.
All right.
It's one of the few teleportation sigils that still exist in that vicinity, at least.
Yeah, do it. Yeah.
If it doesn't work at Saren Ray's temple, I can use a tree stride to get us elsewhere. Let's get to Grayskull Keep.
All right. She gets down and begins marking out the symbol on the ground on the outskirts. She finishes. You watch the arcane flash.
No.
She steps onto the circle and vanishes. The teleportation circle. And Kima's about to go behind her, and Kima goes, I don't... It doesn't usually look like that.
What? Laura didn't vanish, did she?
Laura stepped onto it after casting it and then vanished. There was like a weird sparkle.
What do you mean it
energy.
doesn't look like that normally?
I don't know.
Do we follow her or do something else?
I don't understand.
And
No,
Kima just walks in
Kima!
after her and sparks once more.
Does anybody know what the fuck?
What did that mean?
What is that supposed to look like? What's
Can
it
we
supposed to
do
look
some
like?
sort of like check?
I don't know arcane.
I don't either. Scanlan does. Scanlan does. He
Make an
would
arcana
know.
check.
I'd love to make an arcana check.
Oh, for Scanlan!
As a perception thing, if we've seen a teleportation circle before, would we at least know that it doesn't look like it's supposed to?
Ah! No! Nothing. I don't know shit.
22.
22?
Yeah.
As you get closer and look at it, you've seen a few teleportation circles as they've scrolled. Once they're down, they just kind of glow with this mild energy until they dissipate, which is pretty rapid. Let's see here.
We need those two, right, to do what we need to do. We have to go with them.
We don't.
Well, we don't.
I can get us there via tree. If we need to. There's a tree in Saren
You
in
better
Saren
be
Ray's.
right if we leave those two behind.
What if
Yeah, 'cause it only lasts for a round, so it's
6 seconds.
yeah, 6
we have
seconds.
to make this decision like stat?
Now.
But what if it took them
But you
somewhere?
glancing at it, there's like a flicker to it and a weird kind of very similar to the weird flash that you saw when you were inside and attempted the original teleportation. There's something, you get the sense that there's something about this, either this mountain, this underground area, there's something that has some sort of influence or impact on any sort of transportation magic.
Who knows where they just got teleported to?
Or if they ended up.
Do we need them?
I mean, the amount of talking we're done, it's already closed at this point.
I don't know. Oh my god.
Fuck.
Go find a tree. We all start
Okay,
running.
no.
Tree.
Oh, yeah, we find a tree.
We go
find
to
a
the
tree.
beach and we find a tree. We get
Well,
as far away from this
away.
cave.
Where did they just go? What if
I don't
we
know.
just left them
I
to some
could try and
plane of
scry on them.
existence?
I can try and scry on them and
Yeah,
see, but that's going to take time.
Yeah.
One
no.
crisis
No,
at a
no.
time.
We just start walking.
We start walking to the beach.
Can I scry while we're walking?
The ritual requires you.
The ball.
What about the ball?
Can Grog? Can I get a piggyback from Grog and scry while we're walking?
On the carpet.
Yeah, on the carpet.
Come on.
Probably try that.
Yeah?
I give you a concentration check to maintain it for the
Let's do it.
duration.
Let's do
I'm
it.
going to take a rest on the carpet. And I'm going to fly the carpet while you do your thing.
No, I'm going to actually cast
Alright, so
I haven't burned
walking.
any 5th level spells, so I'm just going to scry.
Okay.
on the carpet.
Pike's gonna cast healing on people.
She might want to save. Well, we'll see. Things are going to get weird.
All right.
Yeah, like let's if whoever's low. I know some people are
Everybody's
really
low.
low.
I'm super low.
You guys slowly make your way through the forest, avoiding the patches that you noticed before of the weird collapsing earth.
While I'm just kind of like laying back on the
Yeah.
on the carpet, kind of in a trust state as they guide me.
Go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw, Keyleth.
Just straight Constitution.
Yeah.
15.
15. Okay.
No. 17.
What are you focusing
Plus 5. Allura.
Allura. Okay.
Oh no. Oh no.
So you focus on Allura's life form, face, and as you close your eyes, slowly moving along with the gradual movement of the flying carpet, your vision pulls out of you and above on the island. It then shifts suddenly and pulls you over blue, over water. Then there's another flash, and there's nothing but water around you. You don't know where you are. You don't know where it is. And it flashes once more, and there in the center of this open expanse of water and ocean, you see two figures swimming. And you glance down, and there in the middle of the ocean waters, you see Allura treading water, shouting Kima's name. Kima! And looking across the way, you can just barely hear in the distance, Ali, I'm coming! And she swims over in that direction. They eventually grab each other's hands and kind of together hold each other and look around, keeping treading water as the sun is slowly being set in the distance. Nightfall comes. And you just see Allura kind of holding her there, trying to both keep her aloft. It's all right. We're alive. I don't know where we are, but we'll figure this out. We'll figure this out. And they both begin swimming, looking at the direction of the sun and picking what looks to be a northern position. And then they...
Do I see any land, or is there like an
You
island?
cannot see the scrying is specifically on her, but they are both just plopped somewhere in the ocean.
If we would have gone through.
We would have been in
Drowning.
Don't do it. We have a fucking magic carpet.
They can't hold all of us.
Oh my god.
I tell them what happens when I wake up. I don't even know where they could be. They're in the middle of the ocean. They could be right off the coast or hundreds of miles from here.
Okay. This island is weirder than I thought. And that is both suspicious and interesting. Like, okay, if I take my putting myself in their shoes, sort of like suspicion and you know, like what the fuck is going on? We have a goal to achieve. If I'm just looking at this in a design POV, I've said it from day one. I love like location, like weird locational and weird like regional effects. Stuff that messes with and breaks the normal rules. That's super cool. This one is extra weird because it seems like some sort of like fly trap of like it lets them in but not out, which is kind of interesting. So it's like but it does let them out. It lets them in freely and then it like knocks off their direction when they're going out. Which is weird. It makes it feel not intentional. It makes it feel, gives it kind of a chaotic feel to it, which is cool. But the non-intentionality of it makes it feel like something is like wrong with Viscon. It's like something that we haven't seen before. Like, I keep thinking about I keep thinking about it compared to other locations. And I don't think there's another location like this. I don't think the siphon in Whitestone would do this. But also, if Matt wanted to keep the, like, effects of a necromantic aura, which Whitestone had when they first went there, if he wanted to keep that under wraps, the best way to do that for a party like Vox Machina would have been to not have a teleportation circle there. They can't teleport any other way. Except for Tree Stride. But I guess maybe Tree Stride works differently than teleport or teleportation circle. Or than teleportation circle specifically. Because Raishan was seemingly able to teleport to the island, we assume. I assume. I guess she wouldn't have had to. She could have teleported to somewhere very near to the island and then flown there. But that would be difficult because I was assuming that she teleported inside of the Opash lab. She teleported like straight there. But that she could have maybe cast like Pass Without Trace so that she didn't disturb the dust in the hallway. Or this curse only affects teleportation circle, which I would find strange. I don't feel like that is the case. My only... And she was carrying a giant corpse. What the fuck is going on? I think it's probably one way. That seems to close enough of the loop. And maybe Raishan probably just didn't know. Or maybe she did know. Oh, wait. That would kind of track. Where's that quote from Raishan? You may also come to notice a curiosity about this island that explains a lot of the legends around it. Sadly, the pressures of time left me forgetting until I arrived, which has limited my options. I'd only used the glyph once before years ago, but it is as it is. That sounds to me as though Viscon traps things. It lets them in, but it does not let them out. Because to me, this sounds like Raishan forgot that she could teleport in, but not teleport out. That's what that sounds like to me. I still don't know about this glyph business. But that would track with what she said. That would track with what she said. People can get there, but they can't get back. Or at least they can't do so reliably. It knocks off their aim whenever they try to teleport out. And so that would limit her options. That would limit Raishan's options. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. And the only other place that Vox would have teleported that would have had an active necromantic aura like this is Whitestone, but they walked to Whitestone. They didn't teleport. They didn't tree stride. They didn't do anything like that. So it can definitely still work. They didn't try to teleport, I don't think, at any point while they were in Whitestone. The only time anyone tried to teleport was, what's-her-face? Was Delilah Briarwood, and it got counterspelled. And maybe they tried to do Misty Step. I think it could easily be that like teleporting within the aura still functions normally. But if you try to exit the aura, It's like light refracting through a bubble or through water. It's like when you exit the aura, you go bink. It like refracts off. Interesting. If you were Opash, you wouldn't want anyone being able to teleport onto your island? It seems like they probably can. Teleport onto the island. Not just because Vox tree strode on there. There could be a difference between like nature magic and arcane magic, even though they're both teleports. That could be the case. But Raishan seems to have teleported onto there. So it seems as though you can teleport in but not out, which if you're a necromancer trying to collect bodies, you know? The teleportation weirdness feels like the reason Matt made so Raishan would not teleport away. Possible. I'm thinking of rationale that could have this have been pre-planned and intentional this entire time, but it is super possible that Matt looked and he said, okay, this necromantic aura, like, if it prevents teleportation, there's nothing in the pre-existing campaign that would have precluded that. So it's an easy way to keep Raishan on the island so that this ends. That would have been an interesting world-building factor. Like, that's cool from both perspectives. It solves a problem as the DM of you kind of want this to be their last encounter no matter what. And it is also an interesting piece of world building that you could potentially bring back later. And it's an interesting factor to Viscon that implies other things. Whether this was pre-planned or set up just for Viscon, I like it either way. It's very cool. It's very practical from like solving a problem, that sort of perspective. And it's interesting. And it's the type of challenge that you want in this desperate scenario. This desperate scenario of, do we take a risk? Do we take a risk or do we sit here with this body of our friend? That frantic desperation. You don't want it to be a slog like going through D&D combat to fight the flaming heads. But this is like a decision. They have resources. They can get off, but they now know that trying to get off is a risk. Are they willing to take that risk to save some time? Because they also have the carpet. They have the broom. They could most likely fly home. But that would take way longer. And they're going to probably make landfall in the wild areas of Taldore. And all the while, Scanlan's corpse is getting colder. And the spells that you can use for him, your options are growing more and more limited. I would still want to focus on non-combat challenges because I want this to go lightning quick. Even if it's long, the individual like time segments should go quick. I don't want us to spend 2 real-life hours on 2 minutes of in-game time. I want every action that takes 5-10 minutes in real life to have 2 hours of impact in the fiction. Because not only is that going to get us towards the resolution quicker, that is playing with the core desperate pusher is Scanlan's decay. Good stuff. Good stuff. Also, Kima's at the bottom of the ocean. We can all agree on that. We can all agree Kima's at the bottom of the ocean. This is ridiculous. 1 minute. I'm going to quickly read
Ads
through.
incoming.
Read through
Take
stuff.
cover.
Limitations she had forgotten about. You're so right, call me Ruse. Yup. Yup. The tree walked is not a the tree walked in, not teleport. There could be a distinction there. I won't say that's not ridiculous to think there's a distinction. I wouldn't find it as satisfying, but I will agree that it wouldn't be the weirdest thing to draw the line on. I don't think that's what's happening here, but it could be. It definitely could be. Allura had one job. Yeah. I guess I will say it. Maybe the arcane versus nature magic. Maybe. I could see that. I think it would be more interesting if what's up? Hello. I find the distinction between incoming and outgoing more interesting than the distinction between sources of magic, like divine or arcane or natural. I don't find those distinctions that interesting compared to incoming or outgoing, but I can absolutely see that another person would very reasonably find the source of magic more interesting and evocative than incoming versus outgoing. So I can see either one. Mystery solved. That was it. It was me. That was it. Could have been in the cave-in. Could have been. It was a good. Anyways, let's do it.
Well,
This ocean.
This is fine. We're going to go to Whitestone now. We're not going to go to Grey Skull, and we're going to get Gilmore's help.
But they're our friends. Are we just going to leave them behind?
One, get Gilmore's help.
One thing at a time.
That's right. That's right.
I mean, Kayla starts like hyperventilating, panicking a little bit.
Kayla, we need you right now.
They're okay, right? Alora will figure it out, right?
She'll figure it out. She's
Okay.
so powerful.
Yeah.
Okay.
One thing at a time.
Oh, this is taking everything to not stay here. Okay.
Still moving towards the beach,
Yeah.
looking for live trees.
A short time later, you eventually get close to the edge of the water line, and you do find a handful of trees that appear to be live enough and large enough to maintain one of your spells.
I do a useless scan of the ocean out of desperation to see
Perception
if I see
check.
anything.
I'll join.
Yeah.
Natural 20! It's true! It was a Gil dice! It was Gil's dice! You can see. You can see.
And add your perception bonus?
31.
31.
Perception's 11.
You take a moment, and you don't know if it's the sense of the scry spell and something about the arcane winds that blow through the ley lines of magic that traverse across Exandria, but something guides your attention that way, and you focus real hard, and you see just at the horizon what looks to be a very, very faint speck of movement.
Fuck. Oh.
There they are! Oh, shit! I don't know if that's them! I think that's them!
Carrick puts his hand on her shoulder and says, "Oh, child."
I take off on
Like
now.
wishing doesn't
To the
make
direction
it
that she.
so.
No, I know, but look, there's something. It could be something else, but there's something.
Yeah, I'm going. I went.
You arcing fast as you can on the broom, full speed, holding onto the hat as fast as you can.
Dude, wishing doesn't make it so is so sick. That's so sick from Patrick and Kerr. And it's one of the reasons I've talked about, like, I don't really police metagaming at my tables. I've talked about I don't really like the concept of whispers that they have, because whispers do give the player themselves interesting, power, and they keep, information aligned between the players and the characters. But if your players have, a good amount of restraint and are more interested in telling a fun story than necessarily direct and immediate solutions, you can have nice moments like that, where everyone knows that Keyleth does see Allura and Kima, and rather than trying to, analyze, what's going on here, what did Matt whisper to her, they can just play into the story. They can just focus on what their character would think, because they, as the player, are not worrying about it. Now, that said, I'm not going to say it's the infinitely always better option. There are certainly advantages to whispers, but that sort of moment is one of the results of a no whispers sort of game that I particularly really like. So I wanted to point it out. But it's very, very good. And it's also interesting. It doesn't seem like it diverted them necessarily, and I don't know if this is somewhat of a retcon on Matt's part. I don't know if this is I don't know if he meant for them to be further out into the Lucidian, and then when she rolled so well on her perception, he pulled them closer. But it does possibly imply that it's not so much of a redirect as it is a block, as it is a block. Because I was cringing at the nat 20, because in my head, in my assumption, they just weren't going to be in perceptible range. Keyleth was going to, or Marisha was going to roll that nat 20, get a 31, and as a DM, that's one of those moments where you have to decide, are you going to change things? Do you have something else interesting you can give her? I don't know. Because if they are close enough, like, I'll be fully honest, I think that Matt changed it and retconned it. Just to be fully frank and honest. Because the perspective from the scry ball, from her scry, was water everywhere the eye can see. From the perspective of the scry, which we know to be overhead, she would have been able to see Viscon if they were going to be visible from Viscon. You know what I'm saying? And that's, that's just a decision you gotta make as a DM. I probably wouldn't. But I get that other people would. And I don't necessarily blame them. I especially don't blame them at this table. They work with natural 20s, natural 1s. Like, they do all that sort of stuff in skill checks. I don't really do that. So it's not, it's not out of established gameplay or tone for this sort of table. But if DC 30 is a deific level of challenge, 31 perception would do it. Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be an almost impossible challenge. But like, if I am the DM in that scenario, she's probably just not rolling. If she's like, can I look out to see if I see anything? I would probably say, if you could see them from Viscon, you would have seen Viscon in the scry. Because she saw it for a moment, and then her vision flashed, and then it was just open water. They were far enough away that they couldn't see Viscon. So I'm probably just not rolling there, because that seems like an impossible check, and I don't change things in the reality of the game based on checks. That's a tonal thing. If you want a much more like heroic, swingy tone, which Critical Role obviously does, given how they designed Daggerheart. Ooh, excuse me. Given how they designed Daggerheart, that is clearly the thing that they like, the thing that they want. I don't really mess with it as much, but yeah. I think Matt gave it to her for the nat 20. Yeah. I don't care. I love it. Yeah, which is fair. I don't like it feeling that malleable, but I can totally understand that people do. She did see an island in the first part of the scry, and then her perspective shifts, and then she doesn't see an island. 347. Shut the fuck up. Natural 20. You take a moment. You don't know. Oh, wait. Scry. Okay. Pulls you up above an island, then suddenly shifts you and pulls you over blue, over water, and then there's another flash, and there's nothing but water around you. If they would have been visible from Viscon, this almost can't be true. If there's nothing but water around you, no visible island with a giant mountain on it, this basically just can't be true. But that's fine. He changed it. I don't mind. That's fine. That's the tone that they have. It's not a tone that I particularly like, but that's fine. We ended up finding out a demon that my girlfriend summoned killed my brother. From my character's point of view, that's the girl that bullies me in theater makeup. Damn. Matt established several times that in his scrying, one can only see close around the person. Everything else is blurry. Even if it's blurry, the difference between no island and island would be clear even in blurry. And I don't know. I feel like that would be a somewhat deceptive way to describe the scry if that was the case. But I do think I would have been more surprised if the Nat 20 wouldn't have given them a chance to save them. Yeah, I mean, like I said, at my table, I just wouldn't have had them roll. But it's a different sort of table. She sees where her own eyes don't reach. Maybe. Maybe. I'm not particularly convinced by that justification, but I think that's fair. He describes the zooms of the area before focusing in on the person being scryed upon. At first zoom, there was an island. Normally, to my understanding, he's describing a journey, right? So it's like the scribe lifts out from her, and then he describes like the journey. So like when she scried on Raishan, he described open water first. And, like he described like land with water, then open water, then Viscon. So it's like the journey of the scry orb is always how I've understood it. And then there is, once you get to the destination, there's a zoom in and zoom out effect. But it's not like zoom out, teleport, zoom in, at least how I've understood it. But even in that case, even in that case, it wouldn't necessarily see that, you know? How much vision you get from scry is loosey goosey. It is. I'm just going off of what I hear from the description of that scry, and I don't hear a possible wording that makes sense to me. But maybe it makes sense to other people. I don't know. How the way that Matt describes scry is different than how the spell works, but he does tend to stick within the limits of the spell, which is only 10 feet around the target. If it's only 10 feet around the target, you would not like none of everything would not function. Her being able to like zoom out and like see the entire island from above. Like I get what you're saying, but that does not seem to matter to Matt until they are actually like at the target. Basically, like the last point of movement is the only time where that seems to matter. Because otherwise, nothing about anything makes sense. They could drift into view over time. They could drift into view over time. It's been about like 6 seconds between the scry and her seeing them. They could not drift fast enough for a mountain to not be in view, and then for them to be viewable from the beach under that mountain. Because like Keyleth is like, there's a mountain, Keyleth is here. It would be so much easier for a scry orb up here to see the mountain than it would be for Keyleth to see them at water level if they're also in the water. It's more malleable than you might think. Yeah, there's a mountain. So I don't know about that. Nat 20 had Matt retcon the location they ended up. What's difficult about that? Second, what would it matter if he did or not? I agree. That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't do it personally, but I don't care that he did. I am just saying, I don't think I cannot interpret this as him not retconning the location. I think that's fine, but I am pretty confident that he did. that the scry would be very strange to me if he had not. They walked all the way to the shore of the island, and doesn't scry take like 10 minutes? So from the end of them scrying, she almost, they talk for like a second, and then she's like, can I do the perception check? This all just happened. You can rewatch it if you want. I don't need to argue this. It doesn't matter. But I genuinely cannot, I cannot see the interpretation that this was not a retcon.
We need you right now.
They're okay, right? Allura will figure it out, right?
She'll figure it out. She's so powerful.
Yeah.
Okay.
One thing at a time.
Oh, this is taking everything to not stay here. Okay.
Still moving towards the beach,
Yeah.
looking for live trees.
A short time later, you eventually get close to the edge of the water line, and you do find a handful of trees that appear to be live enough and large enough to maintain one of your spells.
I do a useless scan of the ocean out of desperation to see if I
Perception
see
check.
anything.
I'll join.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, we already saw this. I mean, yeah, that's like, a short time later. I get, that's vague about how much the difference is, but not long enough for it to be viewable.
31.
Take a moment, burst across this real lack of movement.
Fuck up.
There they are! Oh, shit! I don't know if that's them! I think that's them!
Kerr puts his hand on her shoulder and says, "Oh, child."
I take off on the road
Like
now.
wishing doesn't
the
make
direction
it
that
so.
she.
No, I know, but look, there's something. It could be something else, but there's something.
Yeah, I'm going. I went.
You arcing fast as you can on the broom, full speed, holding onto the hat as fast as you can. Just the wind of the ocean, air coming past your face, the salt and the briny spray of bits of reef and rock that surround the island.
I'm trying to give Vex over the earpiece like a warmer, colder, a little 10 degrees to your left.
Yeah, you do look out and you see both Kima and Allura swimming through the ocean, exhausted, and it looks like, based on both the heavy armor that Kima's wearing and the general physical state, they're both having a hard time treading water, and they're swimming in a wrong direction.
I fly over them and just tell them, "Hang on to the broom."
Oh, that's the best thing I could have hoped for seeing. And Allura reaches up and grabs your arm, and Kima, hold on, and just grabs the edge, and you can see Kima now is like coughing up water right now and is trying desperately to tread water. It's a natural 20 on a strength check for Allura. Yeah. Holy shit, with no modifier. Manages to hold onto both you and Kima and get you up. I need you to make an athletics check. Just to hold on.
13.
13, okay, it's enough to maintain. Carrying them both back as fast as the broom, which is not very fast at this time. It takes you probably a good 15 or so minutes, and as the tension's going on, you can see Allura getting more and more exhausted.
Keep holding, we're almost there, darling.
I'm trying.
I just keep saying, Vex, did you find them?
I'm taking the carpet that direction.
Vex?
If it's been this long, Kerr has given
five minutes
the talk. Like,
I'm just crying in Kerrick's shoulder right now, just bawling my eyes out.
I'll be back in a moment. I'm taking the carpet towards the speck I see on the... And probably 10 minutes in is where I would have calculated a 10-minute. I'm on the way with it.
Yeah, at this point, you can see Allura's grip is getting shaky on the broom now and says, "We're almost close enough. Now!" And then her and Kima vanish in a puff of dark bluish energy and appear on the carpet next to you through a dimension door.
Oh! I'm so tired.
Still sobbing into Kerrick's shoulder.
It's been like a slow litany of like sometimes people go and you never get them back. It's like he's giving you the wrong pep talk.
Oh God.
You know?
So wait, maybe they were just dead and I saw their ghosts?
We have them! We have them!
What? And I just cry harder.
Vax is also listening to that. Sometimes you don't get them back while holding a scanline. Can feel
like little Dobby and Harry Potter.
Eventually, you guys manage to gather the rest of your party at the beachside. Waterlogged, Kima kind of shakes it out and leaving this trail as her hair's like matted and clattered into her face, and she just looks really pissed. She's like, not a word. Allura is kind of squeezing out the sides of her braids. And, well, now what?
Whitestone. Let's take a tree, shall we?
Let's try. I think this definitely explains why so many folks who went to investigate this place never came back.
Probably as far away as we can be. Like, we came in on a tree, right?
We're on the beach.
You came in on a tree, yes.
Okay. I mean, a lot, but yeah. We're as far as we can get.
So you go ahead and find the tree. All right. As you reach out and touch the side of the tree, eyes kind of clenched tight, hoping that this is enough. You watch as the bark splits into the transportation via plant's portal, and as it splits apart, you can see further internal wood striations. Those split. A third layer splits like this. It's having to force its way through this tree, and then finally it divides out, and you can see the sunset lit outside of the center of Whitestone.
Go! I kind of hold the door open like it's a closing elevator. Am I sure it's fucking Whitestone?
It appears to be Whitestone.
We got 6 seconds. Go!
You guys all charge through, making it through the portal.
And I go in last.
And you all step out, catching yourself just as the tree slams behind you. There you see the faintly blossoming branches of the sun tree greeting you to the center of sunsetting Whitestone. Together as a group, clutching Scanlan's lifeless body in your arms, still Vex. What do you do?
I cry to Kerr a little bit more.
No time for that.
No time.
Get him to the castle.
Okay, sorry. But
Right?
no, should we get him to the castle of the Raven Queen's
Go
temple?
to the temple of the
Go to the
Raven.
Okay, to the temple.
Scry, find his daughter. Scry on his daughter.
Okay, I use my. Oh, geez, I can't remember. I know I didn't use any of my scrying eye on Raishan at all, right?
No.
That was my spell just now. I will use my scrying eye now to see if I can find Kaylee.
I'm already 50 feet towards the temple.
Okay. You guys all make your way towards the Temple of the Raven Queen in the graveyard outside of Whitestone. As you're making this scry attempt with the item, go ahead and make another concentration check as you're moving along and doing this on the carpet.
That's cocked.
All right.
That's not bad. Just a regular. What do I use?
It's a Constitution saving throw.
Con saving throw, then 16.
Right. And remember, you have Warcaster, so you technically have advantage on Constitution.
Oh my god!
Too.
Oh my god!
Don't forget that.
Nope, 16.
Okay. Little bit of a shot. Okay. Your vision pulls back and is dragged fast enough through the clouds to have no sense of direction. Suddenly, you feel your essence thrust downward through the clouds once more towards the closing daylight around Kymel, in the center of Taldore.
She's in Kymel.
Looking down to the rather dirty, destitute, kind of gambling overrun and light law-enforced city that Kymel is. You're pulled once more into what looks to be a tavern room, and there you see a makeshift band of very terrible performers playing, and on the back table you see Kaylee with half a flagon of ale sitting there, a dagger on the table, just staring and just giving those performers shit. She's like,
Yeah, she's
you don't fucking suck, you know that? Cool.
Oh, I love her so much right now.
Why'd I come from you to kill you for this? That's terrible. Certainly.
Knowing how scrying works, and knowing that certain magic casters can feel it, this is kind of going on a limb. I just yell through the scrying and audibly amongst everyone, Kaylee, it's Scanlan! Trying to push through the magical boundary and see if I can at least get a reaction out of her.
Okay. You're shouting this, you guys hear her doing this, and you just keep pushing forward, occasionally check, make sure she's okay. Kaylee just keeps drinking from the flagon and is shouting out. Someone comes by, and you watch as she definitely just nabs a little bit of coin from the pocket,
And
still just
Kaylee!
doesn't seem to be having an effect.
Kymel?
God damn it, I wish you could talk to people through scrying sometimes. Oh.
Who can
She's
send me
at
there?
Kymel.
Who can send me there? I'll go.
Alora might be able to send her a message. Alora, do you still have any messages left?
I can cast sending, yes.
Has she ever met Kaylee?
I don't think so. We need to get her and bring her here.
Can we get the other gate stone and find Sean?
have the gate
We've
stone,
got both
yes.
of them. We have both of them.
No, we have the one gate stone.
Yeah, doesn't your sister have the other one?
She has the
Yes,
other one. I'm
Find
gonna
the
go
other
find-
gate stone and find
Find the
Sean.
other gate stone. I take off to find
Find
Gilmore.
Sean.
Okay.
I will go get the other gate stone.
I'm tapped out of teleportations.
That's fine. We can make this work. And in the meantime, take him to the Raven Queen Temple.
And so is Alora.
Tapped out teleportation?
Now, from what I know about the Raven Queen, she is not like, oh, you can get a do-over, right?
No.
She is like, you are dead, and that is the line you do not cross. Do not
It's
come.
a little more
back.
complicated.
Well,
than
he
that.
is her champion.
Yeah, but from what I know,
Yeah, from what you know as Carrick, yeah, she's
the one that fucking holds this line. Like, you do not come back.
She guides you one way or the other. She's the mistress of fate, and if your destiny is cut short, there is exception.
Okay.
However, it's her real loathing is for those people that go against that natural destiny.
That abrogate the natural order.
Exactly.
Okay, right.
Unnatural, unexpected death across one's fate line is unfortunate, but it can be corrected.
Okay.
So you go ahead and you look for Gilmore. You find Gilmore with a big mug of coffee in his comfort robe, still recovering from the war the previous day. His hair's kind of tasseled up, and he's just sitting there, kind of cradling it, looking out as the sun's setting in the main common mess area of the castle. And as you walk in, oh, Vixel, you returned.
I just run straight up. Donnie,
Yes.
do you have teleportation? Do you have anything that can send me to Kymel?
Time. In a tavern.
I don't know of a sigil there. I'm sorry. I normally don't frequent places like that. It's a bit dastardly for my tastes. I'm sorry.
Do you know of a city nearby?
Anything?
What? I mean, there's Western, but that sigil got destroyed too. What's
I don't know
wrong?
what to do. Scannon's down. We have to find his daughter.
Puts his mug down, kind of stands up slowly. His demeanor gets very stoic and very dark. Well, let's see what we can do. Follow me. And he begins walking down leads you towards the home that he's been staying here in Whitestone. He goes in, and it's still, it's barely furnished based on the original attack that happened when you guys had the assassins come after you here. It's been cleaned up, but hasn't been replaced. He goes rummaging through some things up in his room and goes through a few packs. And goes,
Bro, if this is Hodis, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. If this is Hodis, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna threaten to flip my table because this could be again. Oh my god, dude, don't do it. Don't do it.
I don't really have many options. Is it a...
I just need to get there.
Have you talked to Allura?
She's out. Out of spells.
Hold on. And he leads you back up to the castle. What are you guys doing?
All this time, I have laid Scanlan down in the center of the temple, and with a wet rag, I've cleaned his face and combed his hair out and laid Mythcarver out next to him.
Probably gave him some clean pants because he's covered in piss.
Yeah, you gotta scrub that down a little.
I'm waiting outside the temple because I probably can't go in. Right, I can't go in there.
What?
I don't know. I'm just me.
While I'm cleaning, I start talking as well. If it is his time, then I can accept that it is his time. But he just did an awful lot for you. That dragon was tampering with your ways. And without him, we would have not gotten as far as we had. He has done a lot for you. And this isn't even bargaining anymore. I am yours. I'm not bargaining. But this little man has more heart in his chest than any man I've met. And if there is anyone who deserves a second chance, I don't know. Your will be done.
I grab Grog.
Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, I love it. Because I agree. Cabium. Yeah. I think the increasing DC for Resurrections fits nicely with that Raven Queen lore. Like, sure, if Destiny, the dice, allow it, you can keep going, but it's going to be harder each time. Absolutely, dude. And I love this. I can feel the dissonance in Vax's mind of he is making a purely tribal argument. He did something for you, He scratched your back. Come on, scratch his. If he deserves a second chance, come on. He's not making a faith argument. He's not making a he died before his time. He's not making a he still has more to do. He's just saying he's a good person. Which, he's just saying, I think he deserves to be alive and not dead right now. But then he almost hears himself saying it, and he understands that the Raven Queen probably doesn't give a shit about that. And like almost kind of stops himself, and he's like, your will be done, man. Like, it's he can feel the ineffective bargaining as it comes out of his mouth. He says, I'm not bargaining, but here's another bargain real quick. I'm not going to, he starts with bargaining, and he says, well, I'm not going to bargain. And then he begs, and then he's like, well, I am yours, you know. And then he realizes that he can't bargain, and he can't beg. If it's Scanlan's time, it's his time. And he said at the beginning he could accept that, and then continues to not accept it until the very end. Or maybe there is a tiny bit of acceptance. I think more likely there's a degree of just not wanting to think about it. And realizing how ineffective talking about it to the Raven Queen is. And so you just got to end the conversation if you don't want to think about it. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Vex is paranoia might have let Laura to insight check him. Obviously, totally. Was Raishan? She was trying to remove a soul curse. You know, I love defending Raishan as much as the next guy. Probably more. But in this particular case, she was, it seems, actively engaging with necromancy, or trying to engage with necromancy. And she corrupted the Heartstone. We don't really know what that means, but she knew about Opash's lair. So, this is maybe one of the times where I feel it is the safest to imply that Raishan has broken a rule that Raven Queen will very specifically care about. Would we maybe necessarily call it explicitly evil? That might be debatable. But I don't think the Raven Queen fucks with Raishan. That's something I feel more confident and comfortable about. Raishan is evil enough with VM making things up. I might be on the opposite end. I don't know, maybe. I don't know. I'm going now, but before I go. Oh, yeah. Vox seemed fairly sure she was doing some necro stuff. Yeah, I think it's the necro stuff. He will poop on your enemy's bed. All this in memory of attitudes had between Vax and Scanlan before the Raishan fight. Absolutely. I love that argument because it's so obviously useless, but it's also so human, or half health in this case. Absolutely. That is because Vax is not a paladin of the Raven Queen because he's always been a true believer. He's a late life convert, and a late life convert that kind of got pushed into it through spectacular circumstances. And I think he believes in it. I think he has come to terms and is satisfied with doing the Raven Queen's will. But he still hasn't built up that, like, he's not a zealot. He's not even close to a zealot. He hasn't built up that automatic acceptance of fate yet. Even though it's starting to pervade a lot of his decision-making, when it comes to the really big stuff, he falls back on who he used to be. Even though he knows that it's useless. Ooh. Yeah. Very good.
On the outside of the temple, also standing on the outside, and I just grab him by his massive, gigantic shoulders and say, "You were closer to him than probably anyone else in this group. You knew more of his secrets than anyone else. I think it would mean something if you talked to him from beyond."
How do I do that?
his spirit still holds on. You can still speak to his spirit and convince it to come back. Convince it to come back, Grog. You knew him. You knew him. Look inside and you will know.
Well, I'll just start talking to him.
And I kind of crack the door to the temple open and try and gesture him in.
In there. I'm not really religious, though. Like, I don't...
You don't have to be religious. You had the connection with Scanlan, and you have heart. That connection speaks far stronger than any religion ever could. It's up to you. We don't know if Kaylee will make it.
Right. Okay. For Scanlan, then. And I'll go into the Temple of the Raven Queen.
Okay. Are you guys having Pike prepare a resurrection ritual? Is that what's going on?
I guess so.
I don't know what's happening.
Yes,
you guys are talking to air right now.
Well, I was talking to Grog.
Right.
Trying to put together a resurrection ritual.
Okay, that's helpful.
Okay, Matt. Come on. What's with the sarcasm? Come on. You from fucking Boston? You gonna neg them in this scenario? I understand. It was a little vague. I've asked that sort of question before, but come on. You're talking to air? Come on.
To prepare that.
I wasn't expecting that. Wasn't part of the ritual.
Right.
So everybody here is a mess, right? And actually, when they brought them out of the ocean, like Carrick was like,
Oh shit.
it was like, because and that shook him, because he knew at this point it's like now is the point where all your friends die. But like these guys, I can't talk to. They are all a mess. How bad are you?
Outwardly, I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm in get shit done mode.
Right. Then I kind of get you a little aside.
I'm probably coming back down now from the castle with the stone.
I'm like, what? Can his sister do something, or his daughter? Why? Why the urgency? I mean,
because it's the only thing I can think of that could really drag him back from wherever he is. That's my thought. I've been there. I've experienced this.
Been where?
I've died. And you need to... It's not easy. And you need to... Not everything cuts through. You need to find the right thing to cut through. And I think this might be it. So it's where I'm putting my bets.
Allura kind of approaches. If we can wait till tomorrow, I can take us there, but I have no means of...
Well, what about...
I feel like it's bad to wait.
Oh, jeez, I don't know his name.
Vex, as you brought up to the castle, Gilmore is kind of tugging your arm, and he has kind of a haste to, and he's like, "Where's Eskil?
Yeah.
Where's Eskil? Has he returned? Please, somebody, give me this answer. Anyone!" And you watch some of the guards kind of come up, and it's like, Eskil's been back in his research at the ziggurat for the better part of a week now.
Guards are with Gilmore. You will get him into any room in the castle immediately without question.
Yes, sir.
Now,
it pulls you down. You rush down to the down past the ziggurat, and actually Eskil is returning with his servant. It's his older, kind of hunched form. Looks like they finished their work for the day, and as you all begin rushing down the hall to the ziggurat beneath Whitestone, it's, hello. We'll finish. There's no reason
Teleportation.
Oh, it's a very strange,
Sean.
very unique magic. Yes, of course.
Yes. Can you do it?
It's child's play, really.
Then can you send me to Kymel, please?
Kymel?
Yes.
Why would you want to?
Urgently, darling.
Sean. Sean's kind of gets. If you want to be of use to anybody right now, buddy, this is the way to do it. All right. It's a one-way trip, so you're paying for a room and board.
Sure. I give Sean a kiss on the cheek.
All right.
He feels hairy.
Dude, have you guys caught up at this point?
I'm at the temple.
Tiger
I sent them off
fur.
to deal with this.
All right. So we go. What are you looking for?
I'm looking for a tavern, probably the only one in town.
All right. I'll take you there, and that's where we're staying for the night. Then return tomorrow.
Yes.
All right. It's been a while. And he kind of reaches out and grabs your hand. Be back in a day. He begins doing this kind of incantation. As he traces his fingers to the air, you watch these kind of lines begin to connect, and you watch he's kind of tracing almost this mystical map of portions of Taldore. And as each finger hits a point, you see him connect the thread. And as he connects the thread, both of you blink out, appear in the middle of this busy cobblestone street now. You could hear what sounds like raucous laughter and shouting in the distance from two different directions. You can see now as the night has gone from like a bright orange and purple to like the dark reds and blues of post-sunset. There are a couple of what look to be guards wandering the street, but they themselves look to be laughing and probably have a little tipsy in their own right. You see many humans, and you see a couple of half-orcs. You actually see 2 gnolls and what looks to be a goblin that are wandering amongst those people in the street. Kymel is, and you've passed through it before, Kymel is, it's the real, it's the seedy Reno of Tal'Dorei, if you will.
That's, I mean, Reno's already pretty seedy, so
it's not Laughlin level.
Yeah.
It's not, sorry, Laughlin.
Sorry, Reno. Yeah.
Go ahead and make an investigation check.
I'm just terrified
Come
about
on,
that.
give me those high rolls.
Quite safe.
I got 2 left on this table.
16?
No, you didn't.
16, okay.
Wait, but I didn't add anything to that. Investigation, that's a 23.
Okay, yeah. Asking questions rapidly around, dragging Eskel behind you. He's like, where are we going? Shield. Yeah. You eventually find your way, asking to where the worst performers you've seen perform in this town. Everyone keeps pointing you to this one place that's up on this one hill towards the back of the Iron Seat Ridge, which is the mountain that Kymel is up against. As you walk into the tavern, you see probably a little more than a dozen people in various clusters. Some of them are ready to go. They've been drinking since sundown and they're already pretty sauced. There's a terrible off-key band in the corner of 4 people. Let's say 3 gentlemen and a lady.
Terrible band name.
It's a terrible band name. And it's pretty bad. And there you see kind of half slumped over in the corner at the table, you see Kaylee just ready to pass out at the end.
Stay by the bar. I'll be right back.
Should I get our room?
Fine, yes, darling.
And
I
one
run off
room,
towards
2
Kaylee.
rooms, she's paying, hold on. And he kind of walks over towards the bar.
Yeah, this is so pissed. I so approve of this, by the way. This is the way to do this. Okay, bye. Sorry.
Just Kaylee at the table.
Kaylee,
What do you want from me?
smack her across the cheek.
She grabs the dagger and like grabs you by the front
Darling,
of the shirt.
your
and brings you-
father, Scanlan. Tell me you're
Right, I
sober.
remember you.
Are you sober?
I'm never sober.
Fuck.
What's the...
Your father's
I
hurt.
don't want to deal with him right now. Let's tell him. Look,
Kaylee, and I pick her up and bring her up to my eye level.
I will kick your ass right now if you keep treating me like this.
Your father. He died. But there's a chance we can bring him back. If you're willing to help.
How'd he die? And she's still being held up, reaches over and grabs her tankard. Her feet still dangling.
Defending everyone. Saving the fucking land, can you believe it?
Who wouldn't want a death like that?
He died with piss all over him.
That sounds like my father.
Will you go? Will
And
you
what?
go help? Kaylee.
And help what?
I set her on the table, so we're still eye level. All his words were of you. Look, I know a little bit about having a father who wasn't around, right? Take it from me. It's not worth it. It's not worth harboring this hatred in your heart. If you can find it in yourself to forgive him, you'll live a much happier life.
Make a persuasion check.
My father wasn't around.
My father wasn't around.
I swear that I was
Come on. 25?
She kind of looks at you for a second. You can see her kind of frustrated, piss-off facade drops a little and her eyes kind of sink below. I really don't know what you think I can do, but I mean, at the very least, I'd like to see his body before it's interred.
I pull out the stone and I put it in her hand. Concentrate. Concentrate on him. It'll bring you to him, I swear.
Nothing but strangeness surrounds you folks every time I cross paths with you, it seems.
Please. Kaylee,
I take my drink.
you can take whatever you want. Just promise me. You'll try.
She kind of holds the stone for a second, looks at it. Kind of squints and eyes. Listen, if you're trying to hit the piss out of me, and her form just vanishes from the table. It is pushing 11:20.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think we will pick this up right there next week here in Whitestone
Oh.
for the ritual. Whew.
All night long, man. All night
Now
long.
I'm trying to push the narrative as long as I can get straight and get to a point, but like, yeah, this is
That's
building.
just
And I
going.
don't want
This
to
is
drag
gonna be
us in
another
here.
Percy situation. Scanlan's gonna
I
be
know.
dead for a week. Oh.
I can't force narrative for a clean ending.
Scanlan.
Can't force narrative.
Jesus.
All right, well, we will pick this up next week.
Ironically, of course, also, I don't think we have
Sam won't
next
be
week.
here
Next
next
week.
Sam can't be here next week.
No.
Oh,
Oh, push
that's
the
going to be
narrative.
interesting.
All night long like Lionel Richie. Come on.
Get used to it.
Oh, snap.
Dick.
If we wait, he's
Amazing.
gonna write us off.
Oh, here you are. Oh, here you are.
All right, well, we'll figure it out. Where's Mr. Worse? I'll play him, or we'll see if he can Skype in. We'll see. I don't know what he's doing. I know he's gone.
Oh yeah,
Like a tool.
We can totally like Zod in the mirror kind of.
That's true. That's true. All right, well, with that, the conclave lies destroyed.
Oh my god. Great.
The Raishan's plot still not uncovered. One of two deaths reversed, one still on the line. The tethering of the soul to the body withering with each fall. And a surprisingly low-level paladin getting the final blow on an ancient green dragon.
Way to David that Goliath, man.
Yeah, right?
Like legit, we were all talking. We thought you were gonna die.
We were like, what do we call
I
it?
think I showed up.
We were like, I wonder if he's gonna totally Coulson. We were like, I wonder if he's just gonna
We thought you
Coulson
were
on
gonna
us.
be our Agent Coulson.
I honestly prepared that to be like this, like we talked about at the break, like it would have been an awesome heroic,
Yeah.
you know,
Like
end to the story.
I was here.
I
I was
know.
here to throw my body in front of someone.
It just happened to work out that she was pinstring
Didn't do
attacking
a very
the
good
side.
job,
and you-
Patrick.
Oh, believe me, Kerr much would have rather died than have this particular outcome.
Shoot for the moon. Sometimes you'll land at the. How do you want to do this?
And also Feeble Mind.
Wow.
Natural 20 on scanning the ocean.
Pretty fucking great.
Pretty
That
amazing.
was.
Yeah.
I feel like it rolls.
Dungeons and
Keelan and
Dragons.
Kerr, MVPs for sure.
Yeah.
Somebody conquered some personal demons this week.
Well,
Yeah, I
Sam,
was waiting for this.
Sam, we
Still
love
awkward
you.
mess, but you know.
Sam's
Wherever,
here.
wherever you
Keyleth will
are.
always be an awkward mess.
I know.
Like as much character growth
Yeah.
as you can have, you're still always you.
You'll
She
always
will
be a pit of
always
fire.
be
Exactly.
awkward. I will
You'll
always trip
always
and
be
fall
lava.
and faceplant in lava.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Right.
All right, that's it. That is it. I will say, I'm worried about this. I'm worried about this. And you know what? Whoa, shit. I exited out so that it didn't start playing another episode on accident. I got to go back to it though, because I want to go earlier. Actually, I'll look it up in between sessions, or maybe not. I don't want to spend too much time theorizing right now because my sun's getting low. But I'm a little worried about it because I think I remember when they're resurrecting Percy, Matt mentioned something about the area like blocking his soul. Or like fucking with his soul or putting it somewhere beyond the normal place or separate from the normal place that it would be headed. I don't remember the exact details around it, but I remember that there was something weird about the resurrection with Percy. And I am, especially after all this, I'm a little worried that, they might start the resurrection ritual and there's fucking nothing on the other end. So, that's... we're gonna see. New game. Is it mechanics or is it flavor? Hey, Skyping in tonight, it's Dead Boy McJenkins. What's up? Weird time for you to walk in. I agree. No, that's the new. Is this Matt making a mistake or is this a tell that the character is lying? Same game, really. But that's it. I'm gonna close this one out pretty quick. Like I said, I gotta go. I gotta finish the initiative. I gotta do some relaxing. I gotta eat. I will see all of you on Wednesday for Age of Umbra. So if you want to join on Wednesday, it is I guess you don't need to, but it would behoove you to have watched the Session 0 for Age of Umbra. It is coming out, the VOD will be coming out tomorrow, so give that a watch. And we will start the next Critical Eyes on Friday. So that's it. See ya later. Goodbye.